A big welcome to Red Star Raceway for Regional Extreme Festival action as we get onto track for the first day and for the first part of the day's proceedings. It's the Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup, proudly brought to you by SunBet and Red Square in conjunction with Bridgestone Tyres. It is fantastic to have all of these brands behind this incredible series that's now been running for a long time in South African motorsport and is what could arguably be the premier category in motorcycle racing here in South Africa. A big fight expected at the front amongst the championship contenders, and of course those are mainly from the Cape, as we see some big maneuvers happening from the likes of Ronald Slamet, Dave Enticott, and of course they're going to be fighting hard with local man Graham van Breda, who's put it on pole on the Stefanutti Stocks and Motul sponsored Kawasaki. He's just ahead there of the tyre mart Kawasaki all the way from East London of Jason Lamb, and Ronald Slamet on the Volt Markets and True Vine Kawasaki. It makes up the front row of this very, very competitive ZX10R Masters Cup field. A couple of bikes still making their way around, and they do the short version of the circuit. There's two versions of this track. In fact, there's three, because they run clockwise as we will be running today, and then halfway through the year they flip it around and run anti-clockwise the other way around at this track. But there's a short version of the track as well, which they're using now just for the warm-up and to get the riders onto the grid and ready to go for the first heat of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Van Breda, Lamb and Slamet are the front row. Dave Enticott, Brian Bontekoning and Michael Smith are the second row of the grid. And then you go down to Hein McMahon, Henk Kruger and Joao Cruz. Nice run there from him on the extreme bikes, up into 9th place. Peter de Vos, Dave Veringa and Byron Rothquell, who of course is just newly married. Congratulations to him and Marika. Hope they have a long and very, very successful marriage together. They certainly have been a great couple together, and great to have them now as a married couple here on the side of the circuit with Byron on track, Marika right next to him. Apana Ganapathy, Johan LaRue and Steve Golgocci. Good run there from the Prima Quip and Detail Ease Kawasaki. Golgocci then moving up to 15th place, finding some special times here over the week, and has now started himself up into 15th place, just ahead of Travis Nordia. IM63 is Safiso Temba down in 17th, and then of course Renatus Vanikirk alongside him. The big man, Dieter Heisman, he's at the back end. He's got Lubabala and Sana and Ian Harwood alongside for company there, down on the 7th row of the grid, and behind them Henk Scaling and the Dog Doctor, Stewie Christie. A couple of bikes that are going to make their way around and get a bit of a rolling start here. They're still going to do one warm-up lap, remember. This will be the warm-up lap that they'll get. Actually, it looks like we're going straight into racing here, so I don't think they're going to get that warm-up lap. Oh no, they're going to go with the 30-second board and then green flag, yeah. Warm-up lap should still come. There you go. A little practice start for a couple of riders. You can hear them just in the background as they go past our commentary position, which is just under the bridge on the right-hand side of the track if you're heading down towards turn 1. And as our ZX10R Masters Cup riders make their way around the circuit, they get a full lap now to see how conditions have changed compared to this morning's qualifying, the final qualifying session this morning. And of course the 4 qualifyings for this race basically happen over 3 on Friday, 1 on Saturday, and the overall best times are taken into account for what sets up the grid for race 1 and 2. So we'll be looking to see if Jason Lamb can do exactly what he did there and get to the front end. He will definitely be the man to catch if he gets there. Ronald Slamet has had some great lap times thrown in over the weekend, but incredibly, Graham van Breda was able to put a 57.7, a 1 minute 57.7 in on the first practice session yesterday morning, and kind of set the benchmark of what everybody had to sort of hunt for in terms of lap times. That lap time stayed for Graham van Breda and got him to the front end, and that was in qualifying 1. As I said, he managed to put that lap in. 57.8 came out of Jason Lamb, and that was only yesterday in qualifying 2. And then 58s out of Ronald Slamet and 59s out of the Motorwise and Siren Energy Kawasaki of Dave Enticott. So basically the first 7 bikes on track are under the 2-minute bracket. Everybody else 201s down to 205s, and of course slowest man out there 207. But needless to say, that's because he's had a busy day and a busy week at the Eastern Veterinary Hospital, only just down the road here from Red Star Raceway. So up onto that long back straightaway, almost just over a K long. And that's where you're going to see ZX10R Masters Cup riders getting close to the 280 km/h mark as they head down that back straightaway for the first time. See a couple of guys putting their hands up just saying, listen, what are we doing? Are we going racing? Yes, we're going racing. It's now time to get that red mist down. You can see the visors are being popped up, get a little bit of fresh air into the visor before we go into the full flight. And certainly looking forward to a great battle. Genesis machine there in shot at the moment. That's Henk Kruger. Genesis machine, tool services machine of Henk Kruger, running in the very famous Gulf racing colours, light blue and orange. A couple of these guys have got dual duties to do. They'll be racing today, 2 heats of racing today, and then 2 heats of racing tomorrow at Swartkops as they make their way there for some brunch run and thunderbike action. So we're under starters orders now. Red flag at the front, just waiting for everybody to take up their positions, waiting for that green flag at the back. Once we get that, we go into the start procedures. Looks like the start has been delayed slightly. The start delay board just being put out there by the flag marshal. Not quite sure what the issue was. There were a couple of guys that were sort of gesticulating on that warm-up lap that something wasn't right. Not quite sure what it was. And of course we don't have communication down on the grid to tell us what the issue is, but everybody is lined up. I'm not sure if there's work being done on the circuit that we can't see as well. Maybe our cameramen can pick up on that. Probably going to have now is that those Bridgestone tyres are going to start to cool down, because there is a bit of a breeze, as you can see, and that breeze will cool the temperatures down relatively quickly on those Bridgestone tyres, so they'll be wary when they get going, if they get going in the next couple of minutes, that there would be a slight drop in temperature on those race tyres. So there's a drone shot of your grid for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. And I think the problem is, if I see correctly here, Graham van Breda so there's a concern. I think, if I look over my shoulder, Hein McMahon has actually made his way to the front of the grid, and he's having a chat there to the COC and going to give the guys another chance to have another warm-up lap. There was definitely some kind of concern. Hein McMahon, of course, is the rider's representative for this class, so Slucky would have gone up there and just said there's a bit of an issue that we may need to have addressed before we can go racing, and that's why we had that red bike, the number 4, just ahead of the front row and chatting to the COC. As we follow them round, maybe we will pick up on what the issue was. From the gesticulations of that rider and from the pack, it looked like it might be down in the dog bone section of Red Star Raceway that the issue seems to be arising. Let's see if we can pick it up as they come through there. Michael Smith. Okay, we're giving them the short circuit just for a warm-up to get a bit of heat back in the rubber. Everybody will now come up, take up their positions and get ready to go for the first bit of race action here from the ZX10R Masters Cup. Oh, looks like they've stopped the race for some reason now. They've pulled the bikes back into pit lane, which means that BMW M Performance Race Series classes A, B and C who would have been on standby, may be out on track. So there must be some kind of an issue on the circuit that the riders are not happy with. And that's the reason that they've sent them back into pit lane. We'll try and get information as to what the reason is for that stoppage as they pulled into pit lane now. And let's go and see what the procedure will be now. As I said, next up will be BMW M Performance Parts Race Series classes A, B, and C. We've got Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class A and C after that. Then we go back to BMWs for classes D and E. Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and then it's Car Care Clinic 111 and GD Sports and Saloons, DOE Formula Vees, and of course the SuperHatch class. But before we go into BMW M Performance Racing Series, we did manage to catch up with a couple of the drivers and, as always, get a bit of insight as to what they're feeling heading into this first bit of action here at Red Star Raceway. Let's go and find out from Class A, B, and C, and some of the contenders from that category.
Next up on the program is the BMW M Performance Race Series. Clearly, all BMW motor cars out there on the track. William and Kamara, back for this race. You've had some technical problems leading up to this.
Yes, it was quite a do on the first race. Lost the motor in quali, so had to pack up, go back home. We managed to get a motor together again, still running it in, but I'm very glad to be here, and at least we all had to take part, and hopefully we can keep the car on the black stuff.
Well, I wish you all of the best. Going on to Nick Macris, you're in the Class B category, third place in the points at the moment.
Yes.
So no pressure really, but you've got to pick up 2 places tomorrow, don't you?
Well, I hope so. So far, also this morning we had clutch issues. So lucky for Freddie and Fast Developments, they pulled the gearbox out, put a new clutch in, and we're going to test out Nana, and hopefully tomorrow we can gain some points.
Lucky you've got M Performance parts. You guys are always working on those cars, you know. Troy, looking forward to the racing in Class B there?
Yes, no, I'm looking forward to it. I think there is a bit of an added advantage being normally aspirated and having a good handling car. The turbo boys are fairly quick today. I've seen some good times from the turbo cars, so it should be a good challenge. I think lying 4th in the points, only 1 point behind 3rd, so yeah, it's going to be a tall ask.
So we're going to look for the name Frey Cochrane in the results. Just quickly, before we say goodbye, William, secret of a good lap around this track for you guys? What's the secret?
So I'd say in the fast turbo cars, I'd say you need to practice the skill to stop the car before you turn in the turns. If you try and carry too much corner speed like a normally aspirated car, you actually don't exit at the fastest speed that you can. So you need to actually brake in time, get the car slower, turn it, and then get back in the power very quick. That gives you a much better exit speed than you could by approaching it like you would do with a normally aspirated car.
Well, hopefully your competitors have taken note of that. Guys, good luck and give it hell out there. Let's have some fun.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Welcome back to action here from Red Star Raceway and Regional Extreme Festival action about to kick off. We're supposed to start with action from the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, but unfortunately, due to the fact that something was happening out on track, which we were not aware of, and they had to bring the bikes back into pit lane, and we had to bring our BMWs onto the circuit as opposed to the Kawasaki's. So it's classes A, B, and C of the BMW M Performance Racing Series that make their way onto the track, this time out on Dunlop rubber, and looking forward to a big battle amongst Leon Loubser, William Einkammerer. New man to the series, Bob Neal, who steps up onto the second row just ahead of Lorenzo Garteri. Andreas Meyer, he's the second of the Class B competitors, and fighting there with Nick Macris and Renier Smith. Fabio Fedetto and Rob Gearing, and then Oz Baggioni making up the Class B field. Class C's, it's Nicholas Fischer who was put on pole position ahead of Alan Hilligen, and then it's Jan Everstein, Anton Pommersham, and Troy Cochrane at the 15th place on the grid, but 5th place overall in Class C. So fights that'll be expected to see there amongst the three Class A competitors. They'll probably get away on their own, all of them in E92s, and they'll be fighting hard for honours today in Class A. Thanks for that. So thanks, Landy. I was trying to get some information from Bronwyn or Stephen Golgocci, who are down in pit lane, but Landy's already commented on the feed that we're putting out there, so thanks for that, Landy. Apparently there's some oil down at turn 6, so it needs to be addressed and possibly going to be sorted out by the next couple of laps of race action here from our ZX10R Masters Cup side of things, and it'll be cleaned up nicely by our BMW M Performance Racing Series. So thanks for that. Big welcome as well to Justin Harsleaf, Shelly Ann Taylor, and William Boyson. Hope you guys are enjoying this one. Dave Hammer's in the house as well, and Luke Selby's joined us here today too. How old is the Red Star Raceway track? I think it's going on to about 15 years old. I know the first time I raced in anger here was in 2013, and the track had been going for about 4 or 5 years. So I would say either between 15 or 20 years old, if that answers your question there, Mr. Boyson. So Leon Loubser at the front end on pole position is also the man to catch in Class A's championship. Nick Fischer, that car that we just saw in shot there, white one with sort of red and black striping on the side, is our current champion and of course on pole for Class C. Torino Toyota 86 is our official safety car for Red Star Raceway and for Swartkorps International Raceway. But William Einkammerer will definitely be looking to give Leon Loubser a run for his money. Great to see Bob Neal stepping up for the first time as well and into Class A. He'll definitely be a man to watch out for in this first heat, as he's got a bit of experience in race cars and possibly looking for more experience there to run at the front end with Class A. Just want to see if there's a revised version of this grid as well, because I see a couple of cars there that were not on the grid I've just looked at. So just want to see if they put a revised version of this grid up. So the revised grid I've got here is Leon Loubser and William Einkammerer ahead of Bob Neal and Lorenzo Garteri. Then you'd have Andreas Meyer and Nick Macris. And behind them it's Renier Smith and Fabio Fedetto, Oz Baggioni, Rob Gearing, Carl Ramsey and Nicholas Fischer, Alan Hilligen, Jan Everstein, Troy Cochrane and Jaco Storm, Neil Pillay ahead of Shane Schrobler, and then Vegan Naidu just ahead there of Benny Late. That's how they'll be lining up there for this first heat of action from our BMW M Performance Racing Series. Charles Derrick just joining us as well. Thanks for that, buddy. So guys, if you are watching, please do us a favor, just pass on to all your friends and fans and family the links that we've got here for the race day's action. We're going to be bringing you all the race day action from Red Star throughout the day. We've got a couple of interesting little inserts as well, which we caught up with some of the drivers in between yesterday's qualifying sessions. So the Paturno Toyota pace car is about to make its way out of that Bridgestone chicane and down towards the pit lane, handing the duties to the man on pole, Leon Loubser. Here we go, down towards turn 1, the hammer drops and it's Loubser who gets the whole shot. Defensive driving coming from the third place car there as they head down in towards turn 1. Macros trying to find a way through there on him. So a bit of chopping and changing that's going to happen here as we get into the thick of it for the very first time for M Performance Racing Series. And of course it's big fun expected amongst all of the usual competitors. And there is always great action amongst these BMWs as they get into it for the first time. And of course big fights expected as well amongst the usual contenders. Nice drone shot there of turn 3. Somebody running wide out of turn 3. Loubser hangs on for now. He continues to break away ever so slightly there and putting a bit of room between himself and Gutteri in the Sav Speed car. So Lorenzo Gutteri trying to close down on Loubser. Andreas Meyer there looks like he's up to third, just ahead of Renier Smith and Fabio Fedetto. So I was just mentioning the fact that on the track I was looking for the new man, and unfortunately didn't see him start the race there. So Bob Neal must have had some kind of issues. I can't see him on the timing monitor at the moment either, so we'll keep an eye out on the progress there if Bob Neal was actually able to make it out onto track or if he had some issues. But at this point in time, it's Renier Smith and Fabio Fedetto fighting for 4th and 5th. Looking for Rob Gearing just behind that, and then Nicholas Fisher, first of the Class C competitors by the looks of it, is up into 7th place overall. All of them trying to catch that man. Class A leader in the championship and leading on the track as well at this point. Heading down that back straight away for the first time and looks like up into 3rd place and maintaining 3rd place just for the moment is Andreas Meyer. Being closed down rapidly though by the 48 machine. We'll get confirmation as they cross the line as to their standings. Loubser, Gutteri and Andreas Meyer. It says 48 on the side of the car, so that's Nick Macris, who's just not being picked up on the timing monitor at this point. So Nick Macris there, that's the man we're chatting right now about, in 4th place, pushing hard and not being picked up by the timing monitor because it's saying Renier Smith at this stage. He's there, and there they've just corrected it, so Macris up into 4th, Renier Smith is in 5, Fedetto in 6. Macris putting the pressure onto the German though. Andreas Meyer there in the ex-touring car colours. That BMW of his is a really, really awesome little machine. Definitely knows its way around a couple of racetracks and has done some serious damage to the front end of this championship on numerous occasions. Multiple overall champion there in that BMW is the German. Big fights, as always, we expect to see amongst these competitors. Right now it's the German. He hangs on for the 3 spot on track overall. Doing a great job of it to stay ahead of Macris. Loubser leading things out overall. He starts another lap of the 8 for this race. Just missing William Einkamera. He's dropped back slightly. Einkommer didn't have it all his own way there on the start. I'm just trying to pick up where William Einkommer ended up. I did hear him speaking to Dave in the interview about some potential elements in the car. Maybe he had some problems in that BMW of his. Normally runs the E92 335i. I'm just looking at my commentary booth window as well to see if I can pick up on that car. Can't pick up at the moment. Lopes are doing it all right at the front, controlling things admirably, and to the tune of almost the entire length of the short straight. In fact, over the length of the short straight, over second place, Lorenzo Guarteri. Lorenzo at this point in time hanging on to second place ahead of the German Andreas Meyer. Leon Lopes just gets the job done, heading into the dog bone. He's still 2 seconds off his qualifying pace. Amazing to think Leon Lopes 57.7 would have been second place on the grid behind the 57.5 that Graham Van Breda was able to set on his Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup machine. Just shows you the kind of pace that Lopes is getting out of that fast developments and bid wheels BMW. Background there, black and white with the M stripe through it. Here's Renier Smith. Just behind that, you see a nice little battle. Fabio Fedetto leads out that battle. Rob Gearing's in there as well, just behind, as you can see in the 325 IS. And then behind him, it's Oz Baccioni and Nick Fisher. Alan Hilligan in the orange machine. And flying through there. It looks like it's the 33 car. Yes, it is. That's Jan Everstein. Everstein in the 846 M3. As he makes his way around and completes another lap, almost getting to the halfway stage. Heading down the short straight into a tight left-hander. It's almost a 180-degree corner that comes back at you. On a motorcycle, you drop down into sometimes first gear in that corner. Probably in some of these cars also down into first gear, depending on the gear ratios that they're running. Thought you might like that, Jody. M-Power sounding very good here at Red Star Raceway. Good morning, Mr. Hertz. How's Australia this morning? Hope you're enjoying all the action so far here from our M Performance Racing Series. This is Class A, B and C if you have just joined us. D and E will be on track a bit later on. It's too big a field to put them all together today. Andreas Meyer starting to close the gap slightly there on Lorenzo Guarteri and opening up a bit of a margin over Nick Macris and Renier Smith, as you can see. So the German in full flight into the Bridgestone chicane. Big move on the inside. Rob Gearing losing out there to Baccioni. The pull man just finding his way through and squeezing out Rob Gearing into the chicane. Relatively easily done there. Now that he's through, Gearing tries to come back at him at turn 1. So quite close there between the two of them. Baccioni fighting hard and taking the fight to Rob Gearing. Rob Gearing coming straight back at him and giving him a good run for his money there. Nice little fight there for what is now 6th, 7th and 8th place on track. Fabio Fedetto still maintains the 6th position. That little group has pulled slightly away now from Nick Fisher and Alan Hilligen. But look at the gap. There's definitely a gap coming down there. So less than a second now between the German and Gualtieri. So Renzo going to have to keep his eye on his rearview mirrors. That Sap Speed BMW under a bit of pressure now from the German. Same thing can be said from Macros's point of view, just behind that. Nick Macros has also got some up close and personal attention coming from Renier Smith. Nice little double shot there. Cars going into the bottom corner at turn 6. And now coming through onto the back straightaway. This is probably where Lorenzo's got a slight advantage, being Class A at 328i of his is turbocharged, whereas Andreas Mayer's E36 touring car is a naturally aspirated machine. But even with that naturally aspirated car, he's able to sort of not lose too much ground there to the back end of Gualtieri. Another lap down, here comes Smith. Oh, big problems there from Renier Smith trying to find a way through on Macros. So Nick Macros under big pressure into turn 1. Just watching in the rear view as well, out of my window. You can see the German closing things down, and in the background Macros definitely under much more pressure than what he has been all race long from Renier Smith. Further back, Nick Naidu in a bit of a fight of his own there with Benny Lates and Hein van der Merwe. Back to the second place battle. The German continues to apply the pressure. Andreas Mayer just getting back here in time after a bit of time in Europe. He got back here I think on Thursday, so just in time to go racing here this weekend. Closes onto the back end of Lorenzo Gualtieri again as they head towards the dog bone. So pressure's on here from Andreas Mayer's point of view, putting the pressure onto his Italian rival just ahead of him. And that Sav Speed BMW hanging on for dear life as the German closes in and keeps closing. Behind that, Macros still maintains just ahead. Once again out of the dog bone, through the left-right flick and onto the back straightaway. That back straight now just over a K long. This is where the BMWs get into their own 5th or 6th gear. And everything she's got to the braking markers here down at 50 meters. They'll slam all the way down the gearbox into second and flick through the chicane. Big maneuvering here as they come out of that chicane. It's good drive that the German has got out of the chicane, trying to close down on Lorenzo Gualtieri. Six down and 2 to go. Big fight here. Not for Leon Loubser. He's been all on his own, some really not troubled at all. Look at the gap he's got. He's already heading onto the short straight as they head into turn 2. Coming out of turn 2 into turn 3, Leon Loubser's already into turn 6. That's the gap he's been able to pull there in this BMW of his. Loubser, of course, a seasoned campaigner when it comes to the BMW brand, but usually participated in his choice events were time attack events. Now he's becoming a very, very big contender in full circuit racing as well. Take nothing away from this guy. He really has got a great talent behind the wheel of a BMW. Pity we didn't get Ian Karma on track for the first race of today, but hopefully he'll get that car sorted out. Maybe back for race 2. There you go. How's that? That's quite a shot to have. Leader goes into the kink out of the dog bone as the second and third place cars come out of turn 6 and head towards the dog bone. It's a massive advantage. Almost 30 seconds up the road is Loubser ahead of Gualtieri and Andreas Mayer. Them, of course, both fighting for Class B, remember. So Loubser's pretty much on his own some here in Class A. As he comes through, he'll be completing lap number 7, and the last lap orders out. So last lap board there for our leader, Leon Loubser, for Class A. 30 seconds down the road is this battle, and look at this. Andreas Mayer now applying huge pressure. A lot more than what he has been over the last couple of laps. Putting the pressure onto Gauthier, looking for a mistake out of the SAP Speed Racing BMW. E46 328i Turbo, taking on the E36 touring car of the German. Loubser in cruise control. Just could roll out basically from here and still finish up ahead of those two cars just in the background of the shot. Nick Macros has managed to hang on. Still fending off the attack there from Renier Smith. Nicholas Fisher, by this looks of it, just trying to pick up on whether or not there's been a change up there from a Class C point of view. Maybe Hilligen. I think Alan Hilligen's actually leading Class C down in 9th place. Yeah, he'll be hanging on to Class C's lead at this point. So the orange BMW there currently leads Class C for the first heat of M Performance Racing Series, Class A, B and C combined. Loubser out of the bottom end of the track and onto the back straightaway for the last time. Through the dog bone comes second place and third overall, but first and second in Class B as Loubser heads towards the chicane. Leon Loubser tips into the chicane for the last time. Checkered flag on standby. Pit Wheels Fast Developments BMW E92 335i. And that's race one done. The win in the bag there for Leon Loubser and Class A, as well as the overall, taken by that BMW driver. Here comes second place. It's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 in Class B though that head towards the chicane for the last time. Gauthier going to try and hang on. Can he do it? Will the German try and drag him to the line? Out of the gates they come for the last time towards the checkered flag, and yes, Gauthier hangs on. Gauthier comes through for second overall, ahead of Andreas Mayer, third overall. That's first and second in Class B's. This is your Class C leader, car 27. Good number on that car there, by the way, Alan Hilligen. Onto the back straightaway he comes, heading down towards the checkered flag. Hilligen with a comfortable margin now over Troy Cochrane and Nick Fisher. That's how things are going to finish up there, I think, for Class C. A nice start there for the day's racing. Yeah, it's going to be Hilligen with the win. Hilligen takes it. Eberstein will follow just behind him. He's pushing Class B. It'll be Troy Cochrane for second place. And your outgoing champion in the number 1 car, Nick Fisher, who will take third place overall for Class C. So there you have it, wrapping things up for the first race of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Leon Loubser for the win, and the overall battle, of course, being won out by Leon Loubser as well there. So a good day's racing so far for the M Performance Racing Series. Looking forward to seeing whether we get both William Einkamera and Bob Neal back on track. Hopefully we do for race 2 later on. And until then, of course, we're heading into some more race action from the sidelines. We're not sure if it's going to be ZX10R Masters Cup first, or possibly classes A and C of the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. But until we know, there is the unofficial results. Loubser taking it overall ahead of Lorenzo Gauthier and Andreas Mayer. Loubser, of course, also taking Class A. Gauthier beats out Andreas Mayer and Nick Macros for Class B's top 3. Then it was Renier Smith, Rob Gearing, Osbagioni, Fabio Fedetto. 9th place, the 27 car of Alan Hilligen. He wins out over Troy Cochrane and Nick Fisher for Class C honours. And nice to see Pommershine and Neil Pillay just ahead of Krobler for the top 15 overall for the BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes A, B and C. Up next, it'll either be the ZX10R Masters Cup 2-wheelers making their way out, or Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. We'll be back shortly. So making the run to the circuit right now, as you can see, Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, classes A and C. And, we're going to have another bit of four-wheeled action before we get our ZX10R Masters Cup riders back on track. But while they're doing their warm-up lap, let's go and catch up with a couple of top contenders here from Class A and C and see what their plans are for today.
Next out on track, the Pabar VW Challenge. What they don't make up for in numbers, they make up for in quality as well. So Mike Barbelia, Class A today, and just before I get into your race, tell us about Pabar a little bit.
Pabar is a metal pressing company. Okay, we've been around since 1966. We work for BMW, for Toyota, for Nissan, for Ford. We press components, mainly chassis components. We don't do skin panels. So we've got presses ranging from 100 tons right up to 1,500 tons.
Oh, huge stuff. Okay, going to be huge out on the track for you today as well?
Excuse me?
Is it going to be huge for you on the track?
Yeah, we're going to make it huge.
Class A, that's always a tough one, eh?
It is a tough one, yeah. It is our front runners. Not that I'm a front runner, but that's where the competition lies.
You're going to hang in there, and hopefully you're not going to get in the way of the Class B class like Elner Cruiser. Elner, Class B seems to be where all the action is, though, actually, the biggest class.
Yes, Class B has grown quite a lot. Well, it's always been a reasonably big class. I think we had 24 entries just in Class B for this weekend. And I think part of the reason for that is that Class B rules have been the same for a long time. So people all the cars are the same. And they're reasonably cheap to run. We keep as much standard in Class B as we can. And that gives a lot of people the opportunity to come and race. The challenge in Class B really is a challenge because the cars are all the same. So it's about driving the car properly and getting the setup sorted out.
And obviously, grid position, all important around this track.
Very much so. It's difficult to get past anyone on the infield, so your best chances on the straight,
Maybe cut it
on the long back straight. But you really have to qualify well to end up in front.
Well, we wish you luck. Bjorn, Class C. So these are the cars, a little bit slower, but nonetheless, you have a great tussle in Class C. It seems like every single meeting now, Class C, there's a big fight going on.
It's very competitive, and I think anyone could take it this weekend. It's going to be very...
So what's your plan? How are you going to take it?
I think...
Well, let's find out what his plan is right now. We had to cut that interview short because we were about to go racing. And as we go racing here, classes A and C are combined for the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Class B will be on their own a little bit later on in the day, due to the fact that I also have a huge field of cars racing here today, as you heard there from some of the top contenders. Mike Barbaglia explaining exactly what Pabar is all about. Great to have sponsors like that behind a series that's been long-standing here in South African motorsport, and certainly one of the most competitive categories in South African motorsport. As they get underway now for race number one. Off the line, Bevan Masters was on pole. Charles Smallberger didn't quite get the start he wanted, as Wayne Masters tried to put the pressure on him. Look out in the background for that BHIT Logistics pink polo flying through from Rory Atkinson's point of view. The champion from last year, starting a little bit further back than what he'd like to, and already putting pressure onto Valdi Mankis as he heads down into turn 2. Class C makes their way down towards turn 1, and it was the man we were just chatting to there, Bjorn Berthold, who had the pole position ahead of Yotti Nusias and Phil Cruiser. And then it's Jan Spammers and Andy Gossman who'll be looking to take each other on there in Class C. Back to Class A. Out front, Bevan Masters looking to try and hang on and keep this pack at bay. He's got the Sabertech car there of Charles Smallberger, being helped out by Universal Motorsport this weekend. And on his tail, Wayne Masters, Rory Atkinson and Valdi Mankis. Names that have been involved in this series in a long way. Whoa! Atkinson off track slightly. A little bit of dirt tracking there. As Dunlop's won't like that, that's for sure. As he comes under braking down towards turn number 6. Now we heard from the ZX10R Masters Cup, there was a little bit of oil down here in this little hairpin. So they'll be wary about that, but shouldn't be too much of an issue for the four-wheelers to try and hang on as they go down to the dog bone. Looks like the marshals have worked in between the two heats to try and get that oil addressed and get it all sorted out. Might be a little bit of remnants of it there. And they'll be fighting hard to try and maintain and stay there. Mike Barbaglia into the mix though, onto the back end, as you can see. The Pabar car all over Valdi Mankis. Behind him by the looks of it. Great start for the rest of this pack as they come into full flight for the first time. And of course, with classes A and C combined here, it's going to be a big fight between Class A's top 5 or 6 and then Class C's top 4 or 5 will be fighting just as hard. Smallberger trying to maintain the second spot on track, but he's got Wayne Masters right on his tail, pushing hard to try and find a way to get through. And Masters is looking for a way through as they're going to the chicane for the first time in anger. He went inside and then decided, no, outside line might be better. He's going to try and drive around the outside, hold that outside line, which will become the inside for the second part of the chicane. Perfectly done. And Smallberger keeps him honest. So Smallberger keeps out Masters for now. He's got the inside line for turn 1, which might be good enough if he's good enough on the brakes. Smallberger just surviving, maintaining second place only by a small margin, with some huge pressure coming from Wayne Masters as he watches Bevan get away at the front end. So Bevan pulling a small gap there in that first lap, about 2.5 seconds, unbelievably. That's because these two are fighting so hard for second place, and it's allowed Atkinson to rejoin the party out of turn 5. They come out of 3, heading towards 4. We saw Atkinson try and do something on the last pass out of turn 5, but unfortunately he ran wide, put wheels on the dirt. This time he'll want to try and keep it a little bit cleaner. They're into the triple left there. That is turn 5. Watch for a slightly tighter line there from Atkinson to try and get the drive down on the short straight. Back to Class C. Nice little fight there. Berthold, Eutinasios, and it's Philip Cruiser in the mix there as well. Those are your top 3 as they head towards turn 4. Back to Class A. This is second place. Sabertech Polo taking on the Performance Masters Polo. BHI Logistics, Voldy Monkeys behind that. Then the Pabar car of Mike Babaglia. Volteron not too far behind that, and then Mighty Mfana. Good run there from Mighty Mfana, already up into 8th place overall. So not a bad run there from the Squadra Course man. This is the fight for second though. Smallberger hanging on, placing that Polo of his just in the right spot for now, not giving any room to play for the Performance Masters Polo to get through on him. Let's see what Wayne Masters has got up his sleeve. They crossed the line, but when they crossed the line, Masters was slightly ahead. But as you can see, Smallberger getting to turn 1 first and maintaining that second spot for the entire length of this second lap of anger. Down towards the chicane. Once again, here's a move on the inside. This time, Masters on the inside, trying a slightly different line. This time, it might work out for him. He's going to have to be good on the brakes. He might run a little bit wide. Smallberger will come back at him. Going to try and force him, but no. Perfectly placed there from Masters, and slots up to second. So a change up for second. This time officially as he crosses the line, he will be the man in second place. So we got Masters 1 and 2. Bevan in front, Wayne in second. 2.8 seconds up the road though is Bevan Masters at this point. Bevan Masters hanging on for now. Further back in the packs as you can see. Little Class C battles that have started to rage. Andy Gossman, just getting a glimpse of him there. Charles Anderson's up close and personal, or trying to be there with Gossman. He was in qualifying. He now needs to try and find the race pace. CPS warehouse car out front, ahead of the Performance Masters Polo, and it's the Sabertech and Universal Motorsport Polo of Charles Smallberger under attack now from Rory Atkinson. Atkinson is watching both the Masters boys get away. He can't afford to let them get too far up the road. Still wants a chance of defending his overall championship from last year. Looking for a way into the dog bone now. Wayne Masters pulling away from Smallberger. Smallberger trying to keep out the intentions being shown there by Rory Atkinson. DHIT Bulk Logistics Polo looking for a way past on that Sabertech car. Can't find it just yet. Loses a little bit of ground in the dog bone there. He was a lot closer coming into the dog bone. He's lost out a bit of advantage there to Smallberger. And they come onto that back straight away now. Slipstream City is what you need here on the back straight, but you've got to be closer than that if you want that slipstream effect. Smallberger closes, so does Atkinson, but not enough to use the slipstream to get past. They've got to be a little bit closer on the the laps to use that slipstream down the back straight if they can get up close and personal with the cars that they're fighting with. In the background there, Mike Barbaglia still fighting with Yovel Taron. He's got ahead of Taron now and has got his sights firmly set on Valdi Mikey's. There goes Mikey's down towards turn 1. How far back is Barbaglia? There he is. Might be not too far behind. So it looks like it could be in a bit of a fight here between Barbaglia and Taron, and possibly going to close that gap down onto the back end of Valdi Mikey's. About 2 seconds to play with there as well, so also going to turn the wick up ever so slightly. Oh, is that Barbaglia? No, I think it might be the back of the field there. Another one of the Pabar cars. It's the 79 car of Charles Anderson. The second of the Pabar cars, but spinning out just at the back end and coming onto that back straightaway by the looks of things. So Anderson making a small mistake onto the back straight and ended up on the inside of that right-hand turn. Difficult corner to get right at. It's an off-camber right-hander, but the camber actually goes from right to left, so it makes it very difficult to get right on any form of motorsport, whether it's single-seaters, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, or two-wheeled. Not an easy corner to get right in motorsport, but there are a couple of very technical corners here on this circuit. So down towards turn 1. Field head down there looking for Class C honours here. The fight for Class C certainly heating up a little bit. Yoti Nusia still continues to lead things out. He's got Philip Cruiser and Bjorn Berthold about a second or so behind him. So it's going to be a little bit of an easy run here for Yoti. In fact, it looks like he's opened up a little bit more of a margin there, and the fight's on for second. Cruiser and Berthold. Oh, a little tap there onto Cruiser, sends him into the grass. Under braking. The ATE brakes man was good on the brakes, but he was a little bit too good there as Berthold came behind him and slammed into the back of him. That might give Andy Gossman a chance. It has. Gossman's gone through to third. So Gossman in some new colours there, all black. Not used to seeing him in an all black car. But Andy Gossman now up to third place, and Philip Cruiser down to fourth. Possible little chat with the COC for that manoeuvre, I think, afterwards. A little tap on the back end there from Bjorn Berthold, and sent Philip Cruiser onto the grass. So let's have a look at that. Maybe have a quick replay of that action as they came down towards turn 6. You could see Berthold was late on the brakes. Late braking coming out of Philip Cruiser as well. Just catching the younger driver out. And there it is. That's all it took. Just a little tap there. And yeah, there you go. Sent onto the grass unceremoniously. But he managed to get back on track. That's Yoti Nusios now heading towards, of course, the start-finish line. And We Fix Cars machine well in control of Class C. No problems whatsoever now. A huge margin over Bjorn Berthold and Andy Gossman. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue there for Yoti to try and hang on. There goes Berthold. So I think we're watching the possibilities here of a win for Yoti Nusias by the end of this first heat. Some great fights, as always, in Class A and C. Class B will be out a bit later on, all on their own sim. There's about 21 cars in Class C, so it's a big field of Class Cs that'll be making their way onto the track a bit later on in the proceedings. So remember, we've also got action coming from Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We've got Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, and the GT Sports and Saloons. SuperHatch are here. DOE Formula Vee in the house as well. All that action coming to you here on our live stream from Red Star Raceway and the Regional Extreme Festival. Back to the fight at the front end. This one we're picking up just in the background as they close onto the back end of Anderson, of course, who fell off earlier on. We're seeing Wayne Masters, Bevan Masters, that's second and first respectively. Bevan leading out Wayne. A big gap down to Valdi Mikey's now, as Charles Smallberger's gone missing. Smallberger's dropped out of this hunt for the podium positions, leaving Valdi Mikey's on his own sim to inherit that in the Silver Dream Racer. So Valdi Mikey's now has got a huge margin between himself and Mike Barbaglia. Diablo Taron, Rory Atkinson's also dropped back, so must have seen something there between Charles Smallberger and Rory Atkinson. Possible touch between the two of them. Here they come. There is Atkinson, tucked in behind Barbaglia. Volteron's behind him, and he's got Charles Smallberger all over the back of him. So I have to assume, because they were so close, Smallberger and Atkinson must have had some kind of a touch or some kind of an issue together. Down towards turn 3. Yeah, and a bumperless front end there of Rory Atkinson. And is there a bit of damage on the back end of the Sabertech car? Barbaglia loses out there to the BHIT car. Volteron trying to keep Smallberger on his outside. But Smallberger will then have the inside line for turn 5. Forcing Teron high and wide. And yeah, just sneaks up on the inside and gets through. Now they go down the short straight. Barbaglia, oh, there's the bumper. Or remnants of it anyway. The bumper there of Rory Atkinson's car. Being driven over by the man who's lost that bumper. He's now got Barbaglia on his tail. Barbaglia's got pressure coming from Smallberger. So great battle here for what is 4th place on track. 1, 2, and 3 seems to be wrapped up between the two Masters boys and Valdimankis. But 4th place definitely not done. Barbaglia under pressure from Smallberger. Smallberger wants to get back and maybe return the favour on whatever happened between himself and Rory Atkinson. Atkinson still now pulling away slightly and trying to close the gap down onto 3rd place Valdimankis. Oh, he runs wide again. Rory is really battling to keep that car on track. It's an 8-lapper, this one. So they are running out of laps. They're coming to complete lap number 6. It'll be 2 more to go for them. And this is a 4K circuit, so it's a long lap that they do. And current lap at this stage, 2 minute 14.676 from Bevan Masters is the pace that they're all looking for. That's the fastest that's been done in this race by Bevan, which is why he's at the front. Probably understandably why he's at the front, ahead of his brother Wayne. Valdimankis in 3rd on his own sim, with Atkinson trying to close that gap down on him. Barbaglia fending off the attack once again from Smallberger. The Sabertech Polo looking for a way past. Volteron's behind that. Mighty Mfana not too far behind Volteron actually. Nice to see that maneuver coming from Mighty. Luigi Ferro just behind them. Haven't really mentioned much about Luigi, but he's there too. There he is. See then that light blue Polo. Also with some Performance Masters stickers on the back end of that car, so possibly being helped out there by Wayne Masters in terms of setup. Out of turn 5 they come. And down the short straight. Good drive there from Smallberger. He's got good drive out of the 5 triple left-hander. Is he good enough on the brakes to get on the inside of Barbaglia? Yes, he is. Oh, that's great maneuvering there from Charles Smallberger. Diving on the inside of Mark Barbaglia, and Barbaglia with no answer. So the Pabar car moving 1 position back, and Sabertech up 1. Volteron in the Garand Group car just behind that. So, is this going to be the way it ends up? Looks like there might still be a chance there for that Garand Group car of Volteron's to close down on Barbaglia. And in the background, is that a maneuver there coming from Luigi Ferro? It is. Ferro possibly looking to try and get through on Mighty Mfana. There is 2nd and 3rd place. 4th place onto the back straight now. Bumperless. He's already lost the bumper once this weekend. The pink one's gone. Now the black one's gone as well. Pink is the new black. Or is black the new pink? Let's have a look and see and chat to Rory after this and see what the conditions were that led to him losing that bumper. Might be Volteron into the chicane. About to start the last lap. Last lap board is out. This man's already into turn 2. And now towards turn 3. Perfectly done from the CPS warehouse car of Bevan Masters. He set the pace in qualifying. And he's now setting the pace at race pace as well. Pulling away early stages to get away from his brother and the rest of this pack. Further back, little fights there as well. Class C honors still up for grabs there. I think that may have been Dino. Dino Smith still fighting for honours. Right, so as they head down the short straight, that is the man they've all tried to catch. 8.5 seconds up the road there, ahead of his brother, Wayne. And no worries at all here for Bevan Masters. Clean and clear out front. Up next we go into two-wheeled action. Getting information sent to me that the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup will be the next race on track. Charles Smallberger has got back ahead of Rory Atkinson. So Atkinson must have run wide again. He's battling to keep that car on track. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there from the BHIT logistics man's point of view. But he's going to have to do some work in between the two heats to get that car to try and stay on the black stuff, because it's cost him. Oh, a little wheel on the dirt there from Smallberger as well. So up the back straight away for the last time is Bevan Masters in the CPS warehouse polo. Braking hard down the gearbox into the final chicane. Right, left, right. Checkered flag on standby. Race 1 win for Class A, Bevan Masters. Nice run to the line there for him. Second place. We stand by now for Wayne Masters to cross the line. Foldy Mikey's is going to hang on for third. Here's the fourth place battle. Smallberger, Atkinson and Barbaglia. And Smallberger in the Sabertech Universal Racing car comes through for the fourth spot and beats out Rory Atkinson, Mike Barbaglia and Diaval Tehran. Try and pick up on Yachty at some point as well there for Class C. The We Fix Cars polo still maintaining the lead there. It's a little bit closer. Nice to see Nicole Lombard. First time out for her in the Volkswagen Challenge, joining a couple of ladies involved in this category now. She's in Class A. There's two lady competitors in Class C. Class B, I beg your pardon. They'll be out a bit later on. Here comes Yachty. Down the back straight away. We chatted to Alna. But of course, Charisse Piazzamusso in the Hot 1027 car will be out on track later on as well. Yachty Nusias, comfortable in the end. The We Fix Cars polo going to the line and going for the win in Class C. Second place, Bjorn Berthold. And I think Philip Cruz has come back, got ahead of Andy Gossman, and he will finish up in the top 3 overall for Class C. Oh, will he? We'll wait and see. Yes, he will. It's Gossman still fighting hard here. To the line with Jan Spammers. So Jan Spammers is going to be coming through there for the top 5. Nusias, Berthold, Cruiser, Gossman and Spammers, your top 5 in Class C. Up next, it's SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. They'll be on track shortly. There is your unofficial results for Class A. Bevan Masters ahead of Wayne Masters and Valdi Mikey's. That is your top 3. And all the way down to the top 15 there. And they're all fighting, of course, for honours in Class A. Great run there from Yachty Nusias, Bjorn Berthold and Philip Cruiser. They finished 12th, 13th and 14th overall. And Class C's 1, 2, 3. We'll be back shortly with SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. So up next we move into action from SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Before we get them on track, let's go and catch up with a couple of the top contenders for this weekend.
Next up, we got the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Masters out on the track. Jason Lamb, are you a master around the Red Star Raceway? That's the question.
Dave, I'm certainly trying to be, but these guys are very, very fast. You know, it's a beautiful circuit. Really love it. So yeah, we're second for the day today, so it's a good start for tomorrow. No, we're gonna have a good race tomorrow for
It's
sure.
a bit slower than your East London track, hey?
It is a bit slower than East London track, but I tell you what, to anybody that's never ridden here, they need to come and ride here because it's absolutely amazing.
Come and join in the fun, like Joe has done now.
Absolutely.
Cruz, you've come to join the fun ZX10 first time?
First time, bought the bike last week, second time riding it, and loving it. Loving being here. Obviously it's my home circuit. I should have advantage, I don't. These boys are fast, but going to be up in the...
When you watch the ZX10s, you think, I can run with those guys, but when you get out there, you realize how fast these guys are going around the track.
Absolutely. These boys are fast. Let me tell you, I was surprised by the times they were doing here today. Very fast.
I wish you well catching the front runners. Lubas Intesana from Cape Town, long journey. How are you liking Red Star Raceway?
It's not my favorite track, Dave, but I'm certainly going to give it a go. Bit of struggles today, but I'm positive for tomorrow that we can improve.
It's a bit smoother though than Killarney, isn't it?
It is definitely a lot more corners than Killarney.
and you've lost about 20 horsepower with altitude.
Yes, definitely, but I'm loving the challenge. It's something new for me. It's only the second time I'm riding here, but I'm ready to give it a go in the morning.
Well guys, good luck out there. The premier motorcycle event on the calendar is SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Don't forget that. Go well.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
If you just joined us, this is the second time that the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup have made their way onto the circuit. First time had some issues down at turn 6 and in the dog bone with a bit of oil and change of surface that had to be addressed. One bike category, but 2 car categories in between the bikes have now given us a chance to clean that section up, and they're getting a full run of the circuit just to double check that they are happy to go racing. This, of course, is a purpose-built motorcycle racetrack, originally designed by our good friend that now resides on the Isle of Man, and that, of course, is coming up only in a couple of weeks' time. But Jacques and his family now reside there full-time, and the team that have taken over here have continued to do incredible work at Red Star Raceway to bring both national and regional club and other events to the Red Star Raceway. Looks like everything's been sorted out down at turn 6. No issues from riders sitting up there going through turn 6 or 7. And riders will be coming to take up their positions on the grid for the first heat, which should have taken place about 2 races ago. But they're now going to be going into full race mode for the first time today. .117 there is the juggernaut, Dave Aringa. He was chatting to me down in pit lane saying battled a little bit in the second half of yesterday and this morning. From 2-minute flats he was just going to 2:02s and just couldn't find that extra 2 seconds. So I'll keep an eye on him and his progress there on the 117 for Wheels Online. Van Breda unbelievably set the fastest lap of qualifying in the first session yesterday morning. And a 57.729 is a decent lap around this circuit, that's for sure, particularly on a ZX10R, which is pretty much stock standard. The Stefanudi Stocks and Mobil sponsored Kawasaki is on pole ahead of Jason Lamb, the man we just chatted to in the pre-race interview for Tyre Mart and Max for Cars. And then it's Ronald Slammett for Volt Markets and True Vine from Cape Town, the championship leader, who's on the third row, or the third spot of the first row. Behind them will be Dave Enticott, also all the way from Cape Town. He's on the MotorWise and Sarum Engineering Kawasaki. Brian Bontekoning alongside him for Jag Power Products. Michael Smith, self-sponsored there in 6th place, ahead of Hein McMahon, Henk Kruger and Joao Cruz. We are under starters' orders now for the first race. They will still get a warm-up lap and a little practice start for a couple of riders as they head down for the warm-up lap. It'll probably be the shortened version of the circuit that they get the warm-up lap on. That sighting lap on the full lap of the track was just to give the riders an indication that everything had been sorted out that they were concerned about before going racing earlier on this morning. Enticott will be looking for a similar kind of start if he can find it. This will be a shortened version of the original format of this race as well. 10 laps was the original version, now down to 8. Looks like they are going for a full warm-up lap as well to get some heat into that Bridgestone rubber. Come out of that turn 6, heading towards the dog bones section of this track. Nickname there, of course, because of the shape of the circuit. It literally looks like a cartoon style dog bone, the top of it anyway. Right, left, and then a right-hander coming out of it. Little flick to the left-hand side, and then a big right-hand off camber corner at turn 11. Doesn't look a little off camber, but it certainly is. The Jag Power Products Kawasaki there in 2nd place, trying to get some heat into the rubber, heat into the brakes as they head up towards the Bridgestone chicane and now start to get those minds focused on the job at hand. Van Breda, his usual number would be 77. You see that on the back of his helmet. But he runs the number 1 plate here in ZX10R Masters Cup again after taking the championship in 2022. He's looking to retain that championship, regain it again in 2023. But he's had a hard fight and a very difficult start to the year with some serious contenders coming from the Cape in Ronald Slammett, Dave Enticott and Trevor Westman. The killer, unfortunately, hasn't made it up here this weekend and is not participating in the ZX10R Masters Cup here at Red Star. So standing by now for race start under the Suzuki Bridge, it is 25 ZX10R Kawasaki's about to go to battle here at Red Star Raceway. Lights on. Lights off and we're racing. Here we go. Down towards turn 1. Jason Lamb looking for the whole shot. Coming from the middle of the track, heading into turn 1. Has he got it? No, he hasn't. Looks like Slammit might have got through. Yes, he has. Ronald Slammit slams his way through there. The Red Baron takes the lead, takes the whole shot. Mid-pack there, Hein McMahon under a bit of pressure as well. Early on, as you can see, it's Dave Varinga on his tail, trying to find a way through there on Michael Smith as they come into turn 2. Good start from Enticott. He's up to 3rd. So Jason Lamb stays in 2nd. Ronald Slammit moves up 2 places into the front of the race and leads from the front end. As they go into the short straightaway, down that short straightaway, heading towards turn number 4. From 4, they flick it over into the triple left-hander. That is 5. 3 apexes on that corner, and they come onto the short straight that leads down towards turn 6. Great run here from Ronald Slammit, getting away off the line perfectly and leading and almost opening up 2 seconds lead over Graham Van Bedar by the time they get down into turn 6. Van Bedar is only in 4th place, remember. So the man who wants to retain the championship has got some work to do here at his home circuit. He's shown us already that he's got what it takes in terms of pace around the circuit. 57.7s is what he's able to lap around. Now we'll have to keep an eye on his progress and see whether or not he can keep it all together at the front end. Just changing the setup here on the timing monitor. Oh, a massive moment for Jason Lamb. Out of turn 11, he was out the saddle of bucking Bronco and just hung on to it. That was a huge moment there for Jason Lamb. It's dropped him down about 6 places, but the Tyre Martin Max Vacar's Kawasaki was out of shape in a big way. First time coming out of that off-camber corner. I mentioned it's a difficult corner to get right, and Jason Lamb has just experienced exactly why and how difficult it is. Red flag. Must be an issue somewhere else on track. Red flag has been called for the ZX10R Masters Cup. The rider must have gone down somewhere else on track. And usually, as is the case now in South African motorsport, in a motorcycle race, if a rider goes down and is in harm's way, of course, it will be a situation for a red flag. So Ronald Slammit, there's double yellows, and that looks like it's into the dog bone. So possibly in the dog bone, some kind of an issue. So as they come out of turn 5 onto the short straight, it's a bit of a pity to have a red flag so early on after the issues that we've had so far. And the drone coming down here, giving the guys a chance to say hi to all their fans. Such a pity though. Just trying to work out who it might be that may have gone down. We haven't completed a lap, so we haven't had. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's a massive moment. That looks like it might be Byron Rothquell. It's the purple bike for sure. The Magic bike of Byron Rothquell is one of the riders. And I'm not quite sure who the other one was there. I didn't quite see the second bike there. I don't know if we can go back to that shot there again, Scotty. But certainly it's Byron Rothquell. It may be Joao Cruz. We're just making sure that the riders are both okay. One rider's still down, which is why we haven't gone back to that shot. But definitely Byron Rothquell is one of the two. The 37 Magic purple Kawasaki ZX10 was the one bike that was being helped away from the downed rider. It certainly looked like it was Joao Cruz from the stance and of course the height of the rider. He's not the tallest man in ZX10, he's Joao. And he's a new man, of course, to the Series 2. So it wouldn't be a bit of a baptism of fire if it is him that has gone down. We're going to wait to get confirmation on that, of course, as to who the rider is that went down there. Such a pity to lose riders so early on. But everybody else has come back to take up their positions on the grid. Having only completed the first lap, it means it'll be a full restart again. This will be the second restart of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. So there's the one bike that's being pushed to the sideline. Just trying to pick up a number on it. Unfortunately, can't see a number at this stage. The purple and silver bike is definitely the 37 bike there. Oh, Byron Rothwell. It does look like that both riders got up and have walked away. I think maybe just a bit shaken, not stirred there from Rothwell's point of view. He was the rider that was down on the ground for a little while. Maybe just getting his breath and maybe the wind knocked out of him. So some maneuvering to happen there to get those riders and bikes out of harm's way before we get racing again. As I said, with the way things have turned out here, only completing one lap in anger, it'll be a full restart of the 8 laps. Here is the Red Star Raceway ambulance. And I'm just trying to see if both riders are assisting. There's only one of them down there. I think maybe Byron might have gone either back with the medical team, Donovan and Hunley, or maybe he's in the back of that ambulance just for a quick checkup at the medical centre here at Red Star before we get clearance to go racing again. Well, that's been cleared. Of course, the rider's now standing on the grid. It's not dramatically hot here this weekend, and the cool breeze definitely coming across the circuit is helping the riders there as they stand waiting in the leathers on the track, but it's not doing any wonders for those Bridgestones. They're going to be cooling down rapidly. As always, a massive team effort there from the combination of now Kyle Army, SWAT Corps and Red Star Raceway's Marshall team. They work all around the country at various events and various circuits, including the 3 that we mentioned as their teams. While we're waiting, we're also going to have a quick squiz at Jason Lamb's bucking Bronco coming out of turn 11. He came out of that off-camber right-hander, and in the first time in anger, up onto that back straightaway, had a big moment. Have a look at this. Backhand stepped out. Wow. Jason Randy Momola Lamb is what you could call him after that maneuver. Great catch there from Lamb, but very lucky to survive that. That could have ended up horribly wrong compared to what it did. So well done there, Jason Lamb, for catching that one. You've got another chance to do it again. Lamb and Slammit were fighting for the lead into turn 1 on the first start. So he'll probably look to do the same again. Maybe on the grid, if his team can get there, and maybe just give him a change of underwear. Could possibly be needed on the Max for Cars and Time Watt Kawasaki. So just some recovery work still being done by our marshals to clear the circuit and clear the rider and 2 bikes off. As I said, Byron Rothwell, I think it was last weekend or within at least the last 2 weeks, him and his lovely wife Mareko got married, and Han McMahon, of course, was his best man, if I'm not mistaken. So Didn't quite go according to plan for the newly married man, but hopefully that bike can be sorted out. And if he's strong enough and they've got some spares, which is the usual case in ZX10R Masters Cup, there'll be a hustle around the pit lane to try and find spares and get that bike fixed and ready to go for race 2. May require a bit of zip ties and duct tape, but if that's the case, they will definitely be back and riding by heat 2. Looks like they may give these riders another warm-up lap to get some heat back into the rubber. So they've literally got to do it all again. Get the warm-up lap in the bag. Get those race faces and minds right for a restart for the second time of this second restart of the day. First time out was early this morning. They came out and they found some oil on the circuit, so they all had to go back into their pit boxes. Give the BMW and Volkswagen classes a chance to go and race first, before coming back out on track and completing one lap and about 2 corners before the red flags came out after a big crash between what I would say is Byron Rothwell and possibly Jacques Cruz. And Kruger there just behind Jason Lamb and Graham Van Breda as they make their way around for the warm-up lap. Trying to get heat back into the rubber if they can. Van Breda's qualifying pace, as I mentioned earlier, 57.7 was what he put his ZX10R Masters Cup Stefanuti stocks and Motul Kawasaki onto pole position with. And that was done yesterday morning. No one betted that lap time. The banker lap put in the first qualifying session. 4 qualifying sessions later, they'd sorted things out, and Jason Lamb went second, with Ronald Slamet going third quickest. Dave Enticott will be looking to up his pace slightly there. He ended in 4th. Let's see if he's able to do that. Ronald Slamet didn't quite get off the line like he wanted to. And he'll be looking to try and improve on the practice start he just had. Maybe get the real start right, because he did get the whole shot on the first start only a couple of minutes ago. Here they come to the line. Van Breda is there. Jason Lamb's going to line up alongside him, waiting for Slamet to come up on the left-hand side and slot up onto 3rd place on the grid. Henk Kruger takes up his position. Ian McMahon is in his. See the number 4 bike there just on the left-hand side of Jason Lamb's number 42. We got green flags. We're back under starters orders for the second time on restart 2. 5-second board changes to lights on. And we're racing down towards turn 1 again. This time it's Jason Lamb with a massive wheelie off the line. He didn't quite get the start he wanted. This time it's Van Breda though. Graham Van Breda looking for the whole shot and gets it. Van Breda leads out. Enticott comes through the middle of the 2nd and 3rd place riders up into 3rd place by the looks of it. Hein McMahon flying through there just onto the back end of Henk Kruger as they come into turn 2 behind Michael Smit and Brian Bontekoning. Enticott is ahead of Lamb. Lamb didn't get the start he wanted, that's for sure. It went completely haywire there with a huge wheelie up the line, and he couldn't get the power down. So Jason Lamb's got some work to do as they come out of turn number 4. He's going to try and close things down there on Enticott, maybe slot on the inside. Still cold tyres though, so he doesn't maybe want to push too hard. maybe wait a little bit longer to go hunting for Van Breda and Slamit, who are getting away at the front. So onto the short straight they come. Van Breda, this time where he wanted to be, in the front and with a small margin over the Red Baron, Ronald Slamit. Truvine Volt Markets, the Volt Market and Truvine Kawasaki there of Ronald Slamit in second place, trying to close things down on the champion as they come into the dog bone. Looking for a chance now to hang on to that lead is Graham Van Breda. Not going to be an easy day in the saddle, not with the kind of pace that's been set here in the initial stages. And already a change up as Jason Lamb gets ahead of Anticott. Now coming through the corner that caught Lamb out on the first time. Will he be a little smoother this time? Yes, he is. Much smoother from Jason Lamb this time as he comes out of turn 11 down onto that back straightaway now. Watching the background as Anticott falls into the clutches there. Brian Bontekoning. Late braking from Van Breda keeps out Slamit. Very close action between these two as they flick through that Bridgestone chicane. First lap of 8 completed. Van Breda sets the pace at the front end. Slamit has a big look into turn 1. Very close there and looking for turn 2 now. Slamit applying the pressure early on, not going to let Graham Van Breda settle down into any form or any rhythm. He wants to keep him wide awake and apply the pressure right from the word go. Jason Lamb is joining them. Lamb not too far behind. Anticott drops back into the clutches of Bontekoning. Michael Smith with Henk Kruger on his tail. Then it's De Vos. De Vos with Slucky and then Jacques Cruz. So it wasn't Cruz who ended up on the sideline. It was Johan Leroux. Johan Leroux is the second bike that was involved in that crash. We've been trying to get information, but it wasn't coming through to us. But now that the timing monitor is up and running, I can see that it was the number 44 and the Avidan Kawasaki involved there with the Mad Magic Kawasaki of Brian Rothwell. Those two riders now sidelined. Change up for the lead into turn 6. Slamit hits the front. Ronald Slamit, Volt Market Truvine, Mike Oxy Kawasaki, ahead of the Stefanuti Stocks Motul Kawasaki of the local man. This, of course, would be deemed Van Breda's home track. He lives only just down the road in Springs. And then Jason Lamb there for Tyre Mart and Max Cars Kawasaki in third. Hasn't quite bridged that 1.5 second gap. Got a bit of work to do now to catch the top two. We'll get onto that back straight away again. Big look up on the inside there from Van Breda. Didn't quite make it stick though. Wasn't quite close enough to go up the inside of Ronald Slamit. So the man from Cape Town leading the championship overall continues to lead this race at the front as they come onto this main straightaway. Big field of ZX10R Masters Cup contenders, 25 of them in total, all fighting hard here for championship points in the honor of who would be king of Red Star today. Gaps open up slightly, 0.3 of a second more from Van Breda to Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb's going to have to try and close it down. It was 1.5 on the first lap. It's 1.8 at the moment. And 0.3 between Slamit and Van Breda. Anticott in 4. Bontekoning is 5. Smith is 6. Kruger is 7. Just ahead of Peter De Vos, Hein McMahon and Jacques Cruz, your top 10. So they head into the dog bone yet again. Van Breda looking to close that gap down. It was 0.3. It looks like it's opened up to about half a second there between himself and Ronald Slamit. Slamit now controlling things from that front end. Trying to open up a little bit more of a margin so he can just ease up slightly and try and maintain it to the end of the race. 2 laps shorter than what was on the program for today. That's due to the fact this is the 3rd time we've restarted this race. Twice in the 2nd time, and the 1st time unfortunately didn't get a start done. They had to pull off before they could even start because of some oil and some dirt on the circuit down at turn 6 and into the dog bone. Nice move there from Bontekoning. Didn't quite get up the inside though of Entercott. Entercott slams the door. Doesn't let him through. So Entercott fighting hard now. Fending off the intentions being shown by Brian Bontekoning. Nice little fight behind that. There's 6 bikes involved. Aerial shot here. There you can see in the background at the top of the shot the dog bone section of the circuit as the riders are coming through turn 2 and 3 here from our drone. Out of turn 2 into 3, the left-hander. Tricky little left-hander that as well. When it tightens on you in the last part, you've got a tricky right-hander and then a very, very difficult left-hander that brings you onto the short straight. Triple apex left-hander there. And then a short squirt down towards turn 6, a hairpin. That's where the riders get an idea of how far ahead of their rivals they may be. Because you can just look over your left-hand shoulder, see your competitors coming down that short straight. Slam it is not quite far enough ahead to see Van Breda, but you'll realize he's got a little bit of breathing room there between himself and the man from Springs. So back out of the dog bone through the left-hand flick and now into turn 11. Jason Lamb hasn't had an answer there to the pace that Ronald Slammet and Graham Van Breda are starting to set at the front end. Jason Lamb's all on his own. Some Entercott still fighting hard with Bontekoning for 4 and 5. Here they come. Bontekoning this time later on the brakes. Can he get on the inside? No, Entercott stays just ahead of Brian Bontekoning. Another lap completed. Halfway stage reached. 4 done, 4 to go. Things starting to heat up just behind that with Michael Smith, Hein McMahon, Henk Kruger joining the party. Kruger's got De Vos and Jacques Cruz behind him. Fight is on here big time. Smith and Hein McMahon. Slucky looking for a way through there on Smitty. Smitty looking to try and close him out. Does so into turn 4. Battle continuing here between Entercott and Brian Bontekoning for 4th. Bonte late on the brakes into the hairpin. Is he going to get him on the hairpin? He is. Bontekoning slams up the inside. Nice move there from Entercott. Comes straight back at Brian Bontekoning. Just a slight later break coming out of the man from Cape Town on that Sarum Engineering Kawasaki. And he keeps up that Jag Power Products Kawasaki of Bontekoning. Hein McMahon looking to do the same thing here on Smith. Michael Smith hangs on for now. McMahon wide line out of the second part of the dog bone. Looking to try and carry some speed here and flick it on the inside into turn 11. He's going to have a look, but he's not close enough. Definitely a maneuver on though, coming from Hein McMahon here, pretty shortly on Michael Smith. Watch out for Bontekoning on the brakes again here, down into the chicane. Sure, nice maneuvering there from Brian Bontekoning to stay with Dave Entercott as they cross the line and complete another lap in anger. 5 down and 3 to go. McMahon on the inside of Smith. Not close enough to make it into turn 1. Behind that looks like Peter De Vos having a go. De Vos was definitely looking pretty dangerous there. Henk Kruger's joining the party here. Definitely getting a lot closer to the battle there between Hein McMahon and Michael Smith. Ronald Slamet also feeling the pressure now from Graham Van Breda. It's down to 1/10 of a second between Graham Van Breda and Ronald Slamet into the second last lap. So some manoeuvring here from Graham Van Breda to close that gap down. And Ronald Slamet's not having it all his own way. Slamet into the dog bone with Van Breda breathing down his neck. Looking for a chance to come out of the kink, maybe to slot up the inside. Watch for the slipstream here from Van Breda on Slamet on the longer straightaway. Slamet running wide slightly, cuts back nicely. Oh, a little moment there for Van Breda. Just set up ever so slightly. That's cost him the drive. Yep, definitely cost him the drive there onto the back straight. Jason Lamb all on his own, some in third. 4 and 5 still fighting hard. This time Bontekoning's a lot closer to Intercot. Can he use the slipstream effect? Behind that, Smith, McMahon and Kruger. Henk Kruger pushing hard to try and close that gap down, and he's done it. He's right there with McMahon and Smith. Behind that, possible change-up. Yup, Peter de Vos and Jacques Cruz. Jacques Cruz around the outside of de Vos into the Bridgestone chicane. Steve Golgocci having a really good run here. If I'm not mistaken, that is, Golgocci fighting with a punter, Ganapathy. It's probably arguably one of the best runs we've seen out of Steve Golgocci here. Nice to see that, the detail ease man. Doing a lot better maneuvering there. The Buco Kawasaki there of Travis Nordier. Here's a maneuver from Hein McMahon around the outside of Smith. Henk Kruger going with him, trying to cut back on the inside. Certainly running out of laps now. They're realizing that, which is why Slucky's getting a little bit more up close. Oh, Kruger around the outside. Kruger around the outside. Might have just made that one stick. Henk Kruger, I think, may have just got through. Yes, just saw him go through there. That Gulf Racing coloured Kawasaki just getting through. So Hardwood coming through there as well. He's tucked in behind this little battle. Tito Hazeman, Lubabalo Nsana, and Ian Harwood, the man from Bridgestone Tyres, helping us out here with, of course, the support from the Bridgestone rubber manufacturers that give us the rubber to play on. The big man, though, Tito Hazeman, having a fantastic run here at Red Star Raceway. Slightly better than what he wanted to. Nsana, Lubabalo Nsana fighting hard with him, though. Fighting a little bit further back down the pack there, of course. Honours up for grabs there between the two of them for 19th and 20th place. Let's go back. There is Kruger. Confirmation of him getting through on Hein McMahon. So McMahon, Kruger trying to find a way through on Smith. Top two down towards turn one again. Slamet hangs on onto the last lap. So last lap here for Ronald Slamet to try and keep out Graham Van Breda. 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. So it's up about 1/10, but closes down almost instantaneously to less than half a second as they come out of turn 2 and 3. A fight is on here between Van Breda and Ronald Slamet. Slamet going to try and keep him honest. They come out of turn 5. Graham Van Breda getting the drive. Can he get the slipstream now onto the short straight? Slamet goes defensive almost instantaneously, getting to the middle of the track, not giving Van Breda any chance to squeeze through. He runs a little wide as Ronald Slamet. Might give Graham Van Breda a chance to get through now into the dog bone. Slamet is really able to carry some great corner speed here on his ZX10 as they get into the dog bone again. Flicking left and right. Then a big right-hander. Little squirt with a kink in it. And here comes Van Breda. He's going to have a look. Oh yeah, he was going to have a big look there on Ronald Slamet, but Slamet saw him coming, shut the door. Compromises his drive slightly out of turn 11. Now it's a drag race down that back straightaway from the top two. Slamet versus Van Breda. Slamet with everything she's got down that back straight. Here comes Van Breda on the brakes. Late on the brakes, but not late enough. Ronald Slamet looks like he's going to hang on to it through the Bridgestone chicane. He is. Slamet going to take the first heat and victory here for SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Across the line he comes. The Red Baron wins. Graham Van Bedal, the Stefanuti Stocks Motor Kawasaki in second. Third place will be Jason Lamb for Tire Mart and Max for Cars. Oh, Henky Kruger, where are you going? Runs wide into the Bridgestone chicane, trying to fend off the attack coming from Hein McMahon. Looks like Travis has been caught here by the looks of things. Yes, he is. Travis Nadir been caught by IM63, Safisa Temba. Two orange and black bikes fighting for honours here. Further down that pack, looking for chances to be inside the top 15. Nordia is 15th, and it's 16th place for Safisa Temba. The Buco Kawasaki fighting with IM63's Safisa Temba to the line. The rest of the pack have gone through there. Lamb gets third, Entercott gets fourth. Bontakuna will get the top 5. So Ronald Slammer takes the overall victory. He also wins out Class A over Dave Entercott and Hein McMahon. Class B goes to Graham Van Bedar in second place ahead of Jason Lamb and Michael Smith down in 6th place overall. The top 3 in Class B. Class C, it's Brian Bontakuning in 5th place, who takes the win over Peter de Vos in 8th and Jacques Cruz in 10th. So that is how our first heat of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup ends up. We head now back down into pit lane, and out shortly will be BMW M Performance Racing Series Classes D and E. So BMW M Performance Race Series Classes D and E making their way out onto the circuit now for their first race of the day. Before we get into race action though, let's head down and catch up with a couple of guys we saw yesterday to chat about what the plans are for today's racing in the BMW M Performance Racing Series.
Next out on track, BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, and it's going to be classes D and E. Reinhard Miller, the first in line to take the Class D lead this weekend in the absence of Manny Ribera. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that Manny is not joining us today. I was really excited to give him a go in that track taxi. But yeah, we're going to make the best of it. It's going to be a great weekend, hopefully.
And that car is always spectacular out there. We can't miss that thing, eh?
Yeah, that track taxi, and I'm here with a new car today, so my goal was actually just to beat that damn taxi, because it was, for some reason, always in front of me. But yeah, it's going to be a lucky weekend.
Well, good luck to you, Dave. Leading the Class E at the moment. So plans, just tell us how it's all going.
Yeah, look, it's been a great start to the season. I've been very fortunate. Motorsport can be a cruel mistress, but it's been a good run for me, and racing has really performed and given me a car that's nice and reliable, and I think that's what's pulled us through so far. So I'm really enjoying it. I'm still a pretty new lad in this series, only started mid last year, so I'm enjoying it. It's been a great start to the season.
Well, good to be leading the points. Now, Naidu up from Durban, joining the series from Durban this time around. How do you like the Red Star Raceway, and how's it been going in practice?
I enjoyed it quite a bit. In fact, I'm here for the second time out at Red Star, and I enjoyed the practice session following Renier and following his lines and trying to get the best out of it. So we had a good practice session this morning.
Well, you probably heard the interviews before. The secret is brake in a straight line, turn and accelerate. You've probably learned that already. I don't have to tell you that. Guys, good luck to all of you. Have a great time out there and put on a great show.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Cheers.
And we certainly are looking forward to this one. As the rolling start pace car heads on its way down towards turn 1, Neil Reynolds and Reinhard Miller will line up at the front end of Class D on the front end of this grid. They're ahead of Nick Herbst and Arnold Naidu. Always great to see support from the sidelines, and particularly from Dunlop Motorsport and ATS. But even better to see the man from ATS Motorsport, Hans Bezay, behind the wheel of a race car again. He's in that track taxi, the E46 330i touring car. It's all yellow car. You won't miss it too much with Hans Bezay in it. Probably going to have lots of Dunlop stickers all over that one as well now, with Trevor Long alongside him. Then it's Craig Hapst, who will be alongside our Class E pole man. That's Dave Rees again. He's had a fantastic season so far, has Dave Rees, and as you heard in the interview, is currently leading the overall championship from Class E side of things. So a difficult man to beat there, and it makes it a bit more difficult for classes D, C, A and B to go and beat the man who's had basically an untroubled run all season long, starting of course at Kyalami at the 9 hour and then making their way across to Swartkops. This is their third round of the championship, and Leonard Archer and Kubus Boma will definitely be looking to give Dave Rees a bit of a run for his money from the second row of Class E. Matt Wadley and Johan Miller are ahead of Ari van Heerden. Tian Snell and Corin Nienaber will be at the back of the pack, looking to try and fight it out with the boys. But it's Reynolds and Reinhard Miller who will set the pace on the front row. Watch out for that track taxi there. Heinz Bezay, he's a seasoned racing competitor of note. He has won multiple championships on his own, and of course at one point in time was the official works driver for the Mazda Class T production car team. So definitely knows what to do behind the wheel of a race car. And to have him behind the wheel of that track taxi this weekend is definitely a win from the M Performance Parts Racing Series' point of view. So we got Reynolds out front. It's the Amtech Racing Fuels 330 325 alongside him, with Reinhard Miller behind the wheel. Greenhouse Solar's Nicholas Haps will be alongside SA Autotech's Arnold Naidu. And then we've got, of course, Hans Bezay running in the touring car. And that, of course, is sponsored by the BMW Car Club of Gauteng. So great to have that track taxi in the hands of a former saloon car champion. Majority of these particular cars come either from the E36, E30 or E46 marks of the BMW brand. There's an E90 thrown in for good measure, and there's a 330 CS as well with Matt Wadley behind the wheel. Let's have a look and see who's going to have what it takes now to beat out Neil Reynolds, who set the pace in the Valve VH Hospital. Valve Hospital BMW is a tough car to beat. Reinhard Miller will certainly be looking to do as much as possible to catch and pass him, as will Hapst and Naidu. As they come under starters orders now, it's up to Reynolds to dictate the pace across the line for the start of race 1 for classes D and E in the M Performance Racing Series. It looks like they stay pretty much playing pretty much the same as what they were going into the race. The 13 car there of Long just squeezing out Craig Hapst into turn 1, maintaining literally as they started on the racetrack. Couple of maneuvers coming through there from Nicholas Hapst's point of view. He's up to second. He's got just ahead there of Reinhard Miller, and Miller under pressure now from Arnold Naidu. Arnold Naidu definitely looking for a chance to up his pace and get into the mix there, possibly at the front end of Class D. Greenhouse solar car up into second as they get onto the short straight. Once again the pressure comes from Reinhard Miller. Looks like a little bit of a misgear there, or maybe not quite the drive he wanted from Arnold Naidu. And here's Berze, Heinz Berze on the inside and forcing Naidu. No, he manages to hang on. Looks like Naidu might have just had to do some evasive maneuvers there from Berze's point of view. There we go, back into it again as Miller tries to return the favour there and get back up ahead. Reinhard Miller on the inside of the second part of the dog bone, and does so. Nice manoeuvre there from Reinhard Miller to get back into second place, dropping Hapst back down to third into the clutches, literally, of Arnold Naidu and Heinz Berze. So that's how they come out of the dog bone. Berze looking to try and pounce now. Trevor Long right behind him. 6 cars all in with a chance of a win here. Right now, Reynolds sets the pace. So it's Neil Reynolds onto the back straight away. Slipstream City could possibly come into play here. They are very evenly matched BMWs. It's race tactics and driver ability that may come into play here for the win. Reinhard tries to close down on the back end of Reynolds. Now gets drive out of the Bridgestone chicane and trying to find a way through there as they come to complete the lap. Another one down. And race action continues into turn 1. Reynolds just hanging on. Miller behind him, pulling a small gap now over Hapst. Hapst trying to close that gap down again. A little gap that opened up there between the two of them. Definitely wanted to change up the maneuvering there. That was happening for first and second, that's for sure, and get into the mix for the win. And that is exactly what he's doing. So Hapst now putting the pressure onto Miller. Miller feeling it. Miller is definitely feeling that pressure. Just waiting for our timing monitor to refresh itself here. So Matt Wadley from Johan Miller is what it says on the timing monitor, but I don't think that's right. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's definitely Heinz Berze for ATS Motorsport, Dunlop Sport Max, of course, running now on these cars as the official supplier to the series. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why this timing monitor is not picking up here, but it's definitely not Matt Wadley out front. The 5.7 car of Neil Reynolds continues to lead out. And Reinhard Miller behind him. followed by the 31 car of Nicholas Hapst. Now Solar Man into the chicane. He's got pressure coming in the form of Arnold Naidu on his tail. Berza starting to feel the pressure as well. A bit coming from the back end from Trevor Long. No change up here in terms of those first four. Still controlling things from the front there is Neil Reynolds. Reinhard Miller has closed him down though, ever so slightly. Not quite getting past on him yet, just yet though. So Reynolds from Miller, Miller from Hapst, Hapst from Naidu as they go down into turn 6. Greenhouse Solar BMW is trying to bridge the gap though. And there's some big maneuvers happening in the background. You can see trying hard. Maybe a little bit too hard there from Arnold Naidu. Putting some wheels onto the dirty stuff. You don't want to be doing that too often. That could certainly end your chances of being on the podium. Just ask Rory Atkinson. He'll tell you all about that. Didn't quite work out for him in the first heat of classes A and C of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. So onto that back straight away they come, just trying to pick up on some of those Class E leaders as well. We're looking for possibilities there of Dave Reesa and Leonard Archer. Those will be your top two in Class E that'll be fighting hard. This is the back end of Class D. Craig Herbst there. Just behind that there is Reesa. So Dave Reesa coming through there now. He currently leads out over Leonard Archer, the ACD Valcom man. New man to the series as well, which is great to see. Possibly Matt Wadley leading out Class E as well. We didn't quite pick up on that one, but if it is Wadley, the fight is on there. It's ACD, that's Leonard Archer there, definitely the front car in that battle. You know, that's the third place battle there. Craig Herbst behind him. Looks like it's going to be a fight on there as well. That definitely is the new car. Great to see him stepping up into BMW Racing Series as well. He's got a lot of race cars he participates in, does old Leonard Archer. He loves being behind the wheel of a race car. And now we've got an ACD Valcom machine. There is Wadley, 317, leader of Class E. So Matty, I'm not sure. Matt's still running. That is Wadley, yeah, for sure. But he's still running D on the front number board. So if he has gone into Class E, he would be the first car on track. Reesa in second. Reesa in the Pepper Shield BMW. Here he comes. No, that's Kobus Boma. Beg your pardon, that's Kobus Boma. So Kobus Boma there in the Pepper Shield BMW. Not quite sure where Reesa is. Dave Reesa should be the man out front in Class E. Just trying to pick up on where he is on track there. Try and spot him. That's the plan. Matt Wadley at this point in time, as we see it, could possibly be leading Class E. although he's still got a Class D sticker on his car. He's detuned that car to drop it back down into Class E. There is 735, Dave Reese, yeah. So Reese is leading. Reese is leading as we go back to the front. Dave Reese is leading Class E. And we go back to Miller trying to close down on Neil Reynolds. Has he been able to do that? Let's see how far up or far back Reynolds is coming down into turn 6. So it looks like we've got a new leader. We have. Miller hits the front. Reinhardt taking the lead from Neil Reynolds. And he's opened up a little bit of a margin now over him. So it is Reinhardt Miller controlling things from the front now and a new leader. Then Reynolds. Reynolds still got Nicholas Haps on his tail in the greenhouse solar car. Back onto the back straight away they go again. Another lap started for a couple of contenders in Class E as the Class D competitors are starting to close in on those tail enders. Back markers could become a factor here. Or problems. Is that the... Yes, that I think could possibly be Arnold Naidu. It is Arnold Naidu off the track and out of race 1. It hasn't quite gone according to plan there for Arnold Naidu's point of view. Possible yellow flag's going to be down into that section with that car parked just off track. So Arnold Naidu out of this one. Potential top 5 for him. Parked on the sideline is not going to be happening. One and 2 coming out of turn 3. About 3 laps to go for this one. So about 3 laps to go in this one. Bit of smoke coming off that Valve Hospital BMW. Watching through the pack as well for other battles that have started to rage. You can see the smoke still coming off that Valve Hospital BMW. Reese still hanging on for Class E honours. Craig Herbst is on his tail, but that Vectron Energy BMW is not a Class E competitor, he's a Class D competitor. So Dave has got some breathing room and a car between himself and second place, Matty Wadley. That's your Class E leader and your overall championship leader in this category. Haps on his tail for Victron Energy. His brother Nick up the road in the solar, greenhouse solar BMW. Still hanging on for third place overall in Class D. In fact, make that second. Reynolds with some problems. I did say there was some smoke coming off that front right. And there's still smoke coming off that car as he came out of turn 11. He's going to be caught and passed possibly here by Heinz Berzer as well as Trevor Long as they come down into the chicane. Berzer inside, gets through. And I think Trevor Long's going to follow him as well. Dropping Neil Reynolds out of the front end of this race completely. Reynolds, your pole man. Literally has led almost the entire race and is now pulling into pit lane. So with 2 to go, it's the end of Neil Reynolds. Reynolds sideline there in that Valve Hospital BMW. Leaving the man out front in the Amtech Racing Fuels BMW, Reinhard Miller, in with a chance of the win. He'll now have a very comfortable margin over the rest of the Class D competitors. Berzer could be on the podium here. Very good possibilities that Heinz Berzer could hang on for a podium position and finish in third place ahead of Trevor Long. Remember, Heinz won't be scoring points in this championship, I don't think. As an invitational driver, you're literally out there to do the best you can, but you don't affect the points of the other drivers that you're fighting with. So Trevor Long will still score third place points for his fourth place on track. But how awesome would it be to have Heinz Berzer back on a podium at championship level motorsport again. So Hapst into the dog bone. Second place in Class D for the Greenhouse Solar BMW. Here is third place in Class E going through your shot. Coming up on the back end of Corin Nienaber. Corin Nienaber about to be caught here. I think it may be her in the 111. Just double checking. Yeah, definitely there in the 33318i. That E30318i about to be caught possibly by Reinhard Miller before she gets to the line. She may just stay ahead of him before the flag comes out. So it's Nienaber who will have another lap to do. Or will she? Oh, they're on the last lap now. Beg your pardon, last lap now. I thought we still had one to go. I thought we were done on that one, but we got one to go. So Nienaber will do one less lap. She's now been caught and passed by Reinhard Miller, who continues on his merry way and looking for the first win of the day here for Class D in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Miller from Hapst from Berzer. Heinz Berzer in with a chance possibly of beating Trevor Long, and he still stays ahead of him as I see out the window of the commentary booth here. Trying to hang on and keep out Trevor Long. Get a podium. I wonder if they got a pit board out there for Heinz Berzer to tell him that he's in a podium position. That's pretty awesome stuff for the man from ATS Motorsport. Does a huge amount of good for South African motorsport now with the brand of ATS as well as the Dunlop brand. I'm hoping Joanne de Freitas will be here as well to see her fellow Dunlop man about to take a victory in a category that they support. Still some fights on track to be sorted out in the mid-pack as well, but no one's going to catch this guy. Since he got through on Neil Reynolds, and Reynolds had some problems with that front right-hand side of the car, had to retire the Valve Hospital BMW. It's the Amtech Racing Hajo Transport BMW looking for the first win for Class D and E combined. Risa going through shot there as well, still maintaining his lead over Craig Herbst and the lead of Class E at this point. So it looks like Dave Reese is going to maintain maximum points and maintain the lead overall of the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. That's your second place car. Getting onto the back straight away, but here comes your leader into the chicane for the last time. To the line, Reinhard Miller for the win. First one in the bag for the day. And he was going to be thinking to himself, well, if Neil Reynolds can get it all sorted out, maybe he'll be back. Heinz Berzer heading towards the line for a podium on his return to circuit racing. Showing you that it doesn't really lose too much, eh? Well done there, Heinzie. Third place in the track taxi. Beats out Trevor Long. Corin Nienaber just behind the two of them as she crosses the line. This is ACD Velkom's and coming to the line waiting for Class E. It should be Dave Risa for the win. Risa taking the victory. He'll take the win there and beats out, of course, the hard charge coming from Class D's Craig Herbst. But he beat him to the line, so Class E honours going to Dave Reese again. And a nice finish to the first race of the day there for the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. We're heading to the big bangers. Rolling Thunder are on standby. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars will be making their way out onto the track shortly. Still some race action to come your way though before we get them on track, and that comes from the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Class B are up next. So running the short version of Red Star Raceway for their warm-up lap. It's action now from Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B. Ross Butt, I should say, in the middle of the pack there in 7th place. He'll be looking forward to maybe doing a little bit of damage to the front end. Karshan Naidu is the man who set the pace this morning, and he's put that KN72 racing machine of his on pole position ahead of the FSS International car of Pierluigi Mussolini. Ethan Kutsia for JTR Racing is in 3rd ahead of Hannes Skip, as the Doctor is in the house in 4th place. Behind him is Tyler Robinson and Stelio Nusias. So the young lady rider coming out of Universal Motorsport up into 5th place overall in her 2nd time out for Class B's Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. It's Ross Butt and Shrin Rajpal who are on the 4th row ahead of Tanane Kube and Bevan Williams for row 5. Jacques Hayes and Mocha Rodia in row 6. Alna Cruiser and Charisse Piazzamusa are our ladies on row 7. Francois Vancel and Daniel Gami. Then it's Adrian De Beer, Mitch Kutsia, Elio Mussolini and Chris Davidson, Robbie Cassani, Martin De Beer and Ian Walker. The stalker at the back had some problems in qualifying for the Cycles United car, and he'll be looking to try and come through the field right from the back of the pack. So keep an eye out on the 77 right from the back as well there, Paulie. Just give Scotty a heads up on that one too. The car lost on track should be near the front end and isn't, as they're about to go racing. We're under starter's orders. The 1 minute board comes down, 30-second goes up. 30 seconds turns to 5. 5 will turn to lights on. And lights off, and we're racing. Great start there from Karshan Naidu. The KN72 racing machine heads to turn 1, possibly with a whole shot. Look at Walker coming around the outside, looking for ways through there early on. So Ian Walker trying to find his way through right from the word go there for the Cycles United Melavello car as they head towards turn 2. Great start there from Stelio Nusias as well. He starts to push his way to the front end early on. And as they come into turn 2, pressure comes Zolini trying to find a way through there on Naidu. Nusias up into 4th, tucking in behind there. Oh, problem, somebody running wide. Off-track excursion right from the word go there. Looks like it's the Dubcore car. Yes, it is. 114 of Shrin Rajpal off track and around the outside of the dirty stuff, almost for about 500 meters on the grass. New leader, Mussolini hits the front. Naidu into 2nd. Ethan Kutsia starting to put his way and pull his way up to the front end as well, along with the 36 machine. Now, last weekend, Bevan Williams was in a single-seater. This time out, he's in his usual contender and his usual role at the front-wheel drive polo. And loving life at the moment. Oh, and Naidu outbrakes himself. Down into turn number 5, turn number 6, I beg your pardon. The hairpin, he's just run wide and off track, and following him pretty shortly or right afterwards, one of the cars in the background there, I think it possibly might have been Jacques Hayes or not Francois Vatel, could have been Daniel Gami who ran wide there. So that is definitely not the way you want to be starting a race. Turn 6, lap 1, and already off track. The 11 car under big pressure. You can see some maneuvering there. Adrian De Beer trying to sort himself out there in that mid-pack. Karshan Naidu is sidelined. He's out of it. He is not going to be participating anymore in this race as his door is open and he's about to climb out the car. So the race pole man and the man who led things out, the 72 car, he is now parked on the sideline. It is allowing the FSS International machine of Pierluigi Mussolini to get away. And keep an eye out on the progress there of the 7-7 car as well. The Cycles United Melavello car of Ian Walker coming from the back of the pack would usually be in that top 5. But now, with some problems in qualifying, he had a little mishap in qualifying. And looks like he may be already making his way up just outside of that top 10. So Mussolini leans out. Safety car. Safety car has been deployed. It's going to bunch this field up dramatically. Mussolini, Kutsia, Stelio Nusias, Hannes Skippers, Ross Butt. Those are your top 5 as they cross the line after the first one. That's the reason for the safety car. The KN72 racing machine of Karshan Naidu is in harm's way, and they need to get it out of the way there. It's in a bit of a dangerous position at the bottom end of the short straight and into that left-hand hairpin. Pity there for Cautionado. I'm not quite sure what went wrong. He literally just came down onto the brakes, turned in, and it just wouldn't turn, and he just continued straight and parked on the sideline. Good possibility that was either Ilio or Shrin Rajpal who ran wide, or having a look to see maybe Martin de Beer as well, who went to the sideline. They're going to just push the car out of the way, and it's got one of those automatic bonnets as well. Just closes on asking. Completely out of harm's way, and hopefully that should be okay to bring the safety car back in. So Mussolini crossed the line first. Kutsia was second, Nusias was third, Skippers was fourth, and Ross Butt was fifth. Then it was Jacques Hayes, Tyler Robertson, Tanay Nkube, and Elna Cruiser. Charisse Piazza Musso, Daniel Gami, Francois Vancel, Mitch Kutsia, and Mo Karodia were your top 15 as they came across the line there in anger. I'm just looking to see how far back. Walker was in 17th, so he's already made up about 7 places off the line there. So we'll keep an eye on the progress there of Ian Walker as he comes from the back of the pack. As I said, not a man who back of Class B. It's interesting to see whether she can get that all sorted out. Maybe move up slightly from where she is right now. There we go, halfway down that straightaway. You can see is that Caution Naidu who's made his way back onto the track. By the looks of things, it might be the KN72 car. He's back on track. Is the lights out on the safety car? Certainly sounds like the revs are picked up, and yes, we are racing back down towards turn 1 we go. Green flag waving, and once again down into turn 1. A couple of changes to the top 3. Nusia still under a bit of pressure. He's fighting hard there with Ethan Kutsia trying to find a way through, can't find it just yet. So there's some big maneuvers happening there in that mid-pack as they come into it. Nusias into it as well. And here comes Ross Butt and Jacques Hayes. And it's the 2 ladies. Hot 1027's Charisse Piazza Musso. Tyler Robertson, make it 3 ladies actually, because you also got Elna Cruiser in there. There is the 77 car of Walker at the back of that pack. So Ian Walker slowly but surely ticking them off one by one. Front end though, Luke Mussolini controls things. He's got about a second lead over the rest of the pack as they go out of turn 5. A couple of wheels on the dirt there. Francois Vancel just avoiding the dirt ever so slightly. Late braking coming down into turn 6. That's what's required. Ethan Kutsia tucked in behind Stelio Nusias. Behind them it's Skippers. In fact, Skippers up 1. And Skippers up 1 position and making a maneuver through there to get up into 3rd place. So Ethan Kutsia drops back 1. Easy Parts car is Ross, but Jacques Hayes is behind him looking for a way through as they go down into the dog bone. Is that that's a bit of a wide line there from Nusias. That may just allow a maneuver through from the dentist. It is, yeah, there you go. Dane Fern Dental Services, and the doc squeezes through. Kutsia goes with him. Some great race action here. Great race action as they come onto that back straight away. A little bit of dust in the background, somebody running wide. And on that back straight you can see just how tight it is. These cars are so evenly matched. It's up to the driver, the late braking ability of that driver to try and stay ahead. Nusias drops down another place. He's gone from 2nd down into 5th place in the space of 1 lap. Just showing you how evenly matched these cars are. Mussolini continues to lead from the front end. No problems there at all for him. Skipper's in 2nd and Ethan Kutsia in 3rd. Kutsia putting the pressure onto the back end of the doctor. That dentist is about to try and have to make some maneuvers to keep the young man behind him at bay. Remember, Ethan Kutsia coming from a massive crash last year in the Universal Racing team as part of the Comcare Polo Cup. He had a big crash down at the East London Grand Prix circuit and had to recover from some serious back injuries before he could climb behind the wheel of a race car again. He's certainly loving life behind it right now in 3rd behind what was Class B's champion last year in Hannes Skippers. So they get down onto the short straight. Behind Skippers, they line up in the form of Kutsia, Rosbat, Stelio Nusios, Jacques Hayes, Tyler Robinson, Ethan Elna Cruiser, and Tanane Kube, your top 9. Nice manoeuvring here to try and set things up into that back straight away. If you can get good run through the dog bone and through the left-hand flick, opportunities of being up close and personal with a rival in front of you is what you want, so that you can use that slipstream effect down the back straight. 1 kilometer back straight here to play with, and 1k of straight line speed with a bit of slipstream definitely can help your maneuverability of the car to be on the podium. Stelio runs wide slightly. Jacques Case follows him, and Tyler Robinson tucks in behind. Behind that, Cruiser. Cruiser's got cars lined up in the form of Tanane Kube, waiting for a way to try and find a way past. Stelio hanging on. Whoa, a little bit of squealing with tires in the background as well, as they come to cross the line and complete another lap in anger. 4 laps down. Halfway stage reached now, and still Mussolini controls things from the front. He's got 2.5 seconds ahead of Hannes Skippers. Skippers has pulled away ever so slightly now from Ethan Kutsia, who's got Ross Butt right there with him. And then you can see they're starting to sort things out. Tyler Robinson having a go now at Jacques Hayes. Into turn 4, possible change. No, not yet. Not close enough. But in the background, looks like we had a move there from Charisse Piazzamusso. The Hot 1027 FM car may have just squeezed up and got ahead of Tanane Kube. No, not yet. The blue car just ahead of that white car in the background. Hayes inside of Nusios and makes it stick. Forces Stelio wide. Oh, Tyler Robinson going to go with him. Yes, Tyler side by side with Stelio and gets through. Opportunistic driving there coming from the young lady. Using this, of course, as great practice for about 4 weeks' time at Swartkops, where she'll be back in her Universal Motorsport car for Team Red Racing as part of the Comcare Polo Cup. So a lot of drivers mixing it up between the two championships. A lot of the National Championship Polo Cup drivers use Pabar Volkswagen Challenge as a very, very good testing ground and practice ground to play with. You don't get much more competitive than Class B, I can tell you, in Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. And if you can win in this class, you certainly can be at the front end of the Volkswagen Polo Cup National Championship category. Jacques Hayes now could possibly be watching for that inside line coming from the young lady. Nusios trying to come back at Tyler. I'm going to go around the outside of her into the chicane. She'll hang on to that inside line and just force him into a mistake. Cruiser tries to capitalize. Kubi's there, and so is Piazzamusso. So any maneuvers that go wayward there could possibly end up in tears and 3 or 4 positions back in terms of your position on track. Ross Butt having a big look on the inside as well, trying to find a way past on Kutsia. On to lap 6 of 8 now. 5 down, 3 to go. Oh, Nusias putting a wheel on the dirt. Under pressure from Elna Cruiser, Nkube, and Charisse Piazzamusso. No one's going to catch this man. Mussolini is controlling things from the front. He's got 2.7 seconds now ahead of Dr. Hannes Skippers. Kutsia in 3rd, but in 4. Jacques Hayes maintains 5th, just ahead of Tyler Robinson. And looks like 6th place, or 7th place I should say, could be going to Elna Cruiser. Elna on the inside down into the hairpin. Might see a change up here. Watch in the background, yeah, Cruiser forcing her way past. Looks like the dentist is under a bit of pressure again now. Skeepers with Coetzee on his tail. Coetzee possibly going to be looking for a chance now to be the second car across the line. He's going to have to start making those maneuvers and making them stick and trying to get away from Skeepers if he gets through. Inside line from Coetzee. Tough overtaking maneuver to make in that corner, but he makes it through relatively easily, making us look like we don't know what we're talking about here, Ethan Coetzee. Thanks for that, bud. But nice maneuver to get through there on Hannes Skeepers. Background, once again, cars running high and wide. Walker just outside of that top 10. There you can see the Cycles United car from Velo Racing making his way down ahead now of Francois van Zyl. And it looks like he's made his way up into 13th place, possibly into 12th now as they start another lap. Mussolini leads out. Coetzee second. But Jacques Hayes gone. Jacques Hayes has gone missing there by the looks of things, or did I just miss him on that pass? As Hayes got through, I think he may have. No, he's dropped back slightly. So Jacques Hayes now under pressure from Tyler Robinson. Look at Ross Butt though. That's the man I'm not seeing on the timing monitor. Ross Butt not coming up there in the easy parts polo. He was so close behind Hannes Skeepers, even the timing monitor couldn't pick him up. So Ross Butt hangs on to 4th place behind Skeepers. Hayes still ahead of Robinson. Cruiser, Charisse Piazzamusa, Tanayan Kube, Mo Karodia, and then Stelio Nusios. Stelio's dropped right out of the single digits into 10th place now. Hasn't quite gone according to plan there for the wee fixed cars polo of Stelio Nusios. Penultimate lap. Not much in it here. There's a couple of car battles that have to be sorted out by the time the checkered flag comes out. One of them is going to be Skeepers and Butt. The other one will be Hayes and Robinson. Ace Auto Parts polo of Jacques Hayes. Fighting there with the young lady contender joining this category at the beginning of the season and joining Polo Cup as well. Oh, forces a mistake out of Jacques Hayes. That might be costly. As we're seeing a similar maneuver here from Ross Butt, trying to force a same kind of mistake out of Dr. Hannes Skeepers. Hayes hangs on, only just survives that late charge from Tyler Robinson. Charisse Piazzamusa, Tanayan Kube, and Mo Karodia heading onto that back straightaway. Just in the background there. Coming to the line to complete the penultimate lap and start the final one. 7 laps down and 1 to go now for Pierluigi Mussolini. This is a great fight. Piazzamusa, Kube, and Karodia. Fast 5 Motorsport machine on the back. They start their final lap. It's 4.5 second gap that Mussolini's got over Ethan Coetzee. Coetzee should be able to hang on to second place. He's got a little bit of breathing room. Oh, great move from Karodia. Mo Karodia dives on the inside of Tanayan Kube and squeezes him out into turn 2. Now trying to do the same thing to find a way through there on Piazzamusa. For race 1 win for Class B for Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Mussolini takes the win. Second place is going to go to Ethan Coetzee. Third place still up for grabs, but just hanging on is Hannes Skeepers, Ross Butt, Jacques Hayes, Tyler Robinson, Alna Cruiser, ahead of Charisse Piazzamusa, Tanayan Kube, and Mo Karodia. In fact, Karodia getting through there on Tanayan Kube, of course. So a change up there between Karodia and Kube for 7th and 8th. Bevan Williams finishes up just ahead of Ian Walker, who came from the back of the pack. 17th on the grid. Oh, in fact, 23rd on the grid. And finishes up in 10th place. So the Stalker definitely ticking them off one by one there for Velo Cycles United. We'll be back shortly with the big bangers. It's rolling thunder time. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars are on track next. In the background, you can hear the rolling thunder of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars making their way out onto the grid for their first race of the day. Before they go to race action, let's catch up with some of their top contenders and see what their plans were.
Next out on track is probably everybody's favourite for the weekend, the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. They put on a great show, they sound great, they're hairy looking things. Larry Wolford back for the first time in some time actually to come and join the fun.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. Haven't been in the seat for a while, and looking at the fun that these guys have, and I decided let's pull out the old Falcon and get up to Red Star and do some racing.
Well, I wish you luck. It's nice to have you back in this series. Warren Lombard, you've been driving all sorts of things, I know that for a fact. And also, this is the scene of your first race win in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Tell us about that.
Yeah, you always look to go back-to-back wins. It's definitely not that easy, and we haven't got off to a good start. We had some gearbox issues, so we haven't had a practice yet. Going out now, hopefully everything's good to go, and then tomorrow, balls to the wall.
Well, that's it. Good luck, on that one. Steve Herbst, it says you've got a bit of catching up to do, apparently.
A lot of catching up, and I haven't found the secret of this track yet.
Didn't you hear the other guys? They said, brake in a straight line, turn and put the power down. I think a V8's a bit different though.
You've got to get the power down early enough so that you could use your speed down the straight. If you don't get it down early enough in that corner before the two straights, you lose a lot.
A lot of time. Larry, just before we say goodbye to you, how many horsepower these cars are making nowadays?
You'll hear all sorts of weird numbers around the pits, but 600 is the number, and the torque is about 600 newtons.
Unbelievable, eh? So you've got to be careful when you jump on that loud pedal.
Oh, you better be, particularly on this circuit.
Well, guys, we're hoping a lot of loud pedal, a lot of noise. Go out there, have some fun, enjoy yourselves.
Mobil 1 V8 Supercars making their way onto the circuit. They are lined up in their grid positions right now. Franco Di Matteo on pole position alongside Mackie Adlam. So a bit of a rivalry that's been over the last couple of seasons about to resume here at the Red Star Raceway. And also, for the first time, a massive welcome to the team from Pirelli, who are now supplying Pirelli rubber to the V8 Supercar Brigade. Out on track for the first time with an all Pirelli shod field. Di Matteo and Adlam that front row. Second row is Terry Wolford in the Ford Mustang. And he's also got a brand new sponsor joining Fuchs Lubricants this weekend in the form of Schick razor blades. So looking for a close shave at the front end, I'm sure. There's going to be so many puns around this car now with Schick sponsoring him. He is alongside Julian Familiaris, a man who took a victory, of course, in one of the first rounds this weekend, or this year, I should say, in the championship, out of LubeNet and Dimitar Racing, with Gavin Wilkins Racing helping with the preparation of that Corvette. It's the first of the Chevy cars, if I'm not mistaken, out front there. He's ahead of the second of the Chevy cars there, Thomas Reeb. He's in the Lumina, alongside Warren Lombard, who's had to step out of his Pep Boys Automotive and bumper-to-bumper Ford Falcon and climb into the Mobil 1 grid car that would usually be piloted by David Kutsia. So the shortened version of the track is what they'll take for the warm-up lap. Pretoria Toyota will pull into pit lane and hand the rolling start duties to Franco Di Matteo. Reeb ahead of Lombard, Lombard ahead of Herbst, and Larry Wolford bringing up the tail end of the Gunners as they head down towards turn 1. Looks like it's Franco Di Matteo who's got the whole shot. Round his outside, though, comes Terry Wolford trying to find a way around the outside of Mackie Adlam in the Jaguar. So it's Jags 1 and 2, the XKRs leading things out at the front end, and already pressure from Familiaris as he dives on the inside of Terry Wolford and gets up ahead. Wolford on the dirty stuff, loops it out. Now those Pirellis will definitely not like the dirt. That is for sure, Terry. So Wolford going from 4th down to the back of the pack into 8th place. So he's got some manoeuvring to do now. Let's see what Wolford can do to try and regain and catch the front end of this field. This pack is starting to heat up at the front end as the pressure is being applied onto the Italian stallion. Franco Di Matteo pushing hard there for Deltic Batteries. Mackie Adlam's on his tail. The man from Ran Francisco, as he likes to call it, Ranfantine, is having a good move, and on the inside of Di Matteo, who sees him coming, shuts the door. So the two Jaguars fighting hard. Behind that, looks like Thomas Reeb is starting to put the pressure onto the second of the Chevy-powered cars. Third on the road is the Familiaris Corvette, but it's two Chevys fighting for third with that Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 Red Bull Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. He's just ahead there of the Mobil 1 grid car and bumper-to-bumper Pep Boys Automotive Ford Falcon of Warren Lombard. So onto the back straight they come now, full flight. Watch for the slipstream. Oh, a little slide there from Reeb. Might be costly. Is he going to be able to put it into? No, he can't. That little slide has cost him some ground onto the back end of the Corvette, and Familiaris now looks to hunt down the two cats in front of him. The Corvette closes up rapidly under braking into the chicane. These guys using that Pirelli rubber to very good advantage now as they cross the line and complete another lap. So Mobil 1 V8 Supercars here at Red Star Raceway. It is Thomas Reeb in 4th place, trying to close down on the Corvette of Julian Familiaris in 3rd. The two Jags lead things out at the moment with Di Matteo and Mackie Adlam fighting for honours in race 1. This is how it turns out for the first one. A little manoeuvring happening here from the V8 Supercar side of things. And Di Matteo controls things from the front. Adlam Auto in 2nd place with Mackie Adlam at the wheel of that second Jaguar XKR. The Corvette is coming, and he's still got a little bit of ground to make up there to catch these two cats out front. He's pulling away slightly there from Reeb in 4th. Thomas Reeb in that Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina looking for chances here. Now, the other interesting factor you need to take into account here, of course, is race 2 later on this afternoon is 2 laps longer and will have an inverted grid. So is that why Warren Lombard might just be playing around with his options and staying down in what is 5th place on track? It's always a gamble you take when you get into this kind of race format. In fact, as I look at the lineup here on the program, it's actually not 2 laps longer, and they've kept it at 8 laps as well, but there will be an inverted grid. So it'll be not 2 more laps to use for that inverted grid, but the inverted grid nonetheless for race 2, which may be the reason why Lombard is hanging in there in that Mobil 1 V8 Supercar. The Mobil 1 V8 that he's in is not his normal race car. You heard from him in the pre-race interview that he battled with some gearbox issues, and the Pep Boys automotive machine that he would normally be piloting, the Ford Falcon, giving up the ghost slightly just before we got into the final qualifying session this morning. Fortunately, David could see his car was available, and he was able to climb into that one. It's a bit of a learning curve for him here. When I chatted to him just before race 1, he was saying that he'd be using this first race as his final practice in the car, and then would possibly look for another victory here, as he did, and as you heard from his interview at Red Star Raceway, where he took his first race victory in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. So down the back straight, little short straight they go, into the hairpin. First gear out of the hairpin. First gear in these cars, you get about 140 k's an hour. That's incredible power that they've got. 600 horsepower, 600 newton meters of torque to play with, and a locker diff on the back of the car as well. So it's literally a 600 horsepower go-kart that they're playing around in here, if you put it into layman's terms. And these two V8 Supercars out front have gone at it on numerous occasions. Teammates sandwiching that Adlam Auto Jaguar at the moment for Dimitar Racing. Of course, the LubeNet and Dimitar Racing Corvette in third with Familiaris at the wheel. Here's the stablemate and teammate to the man who leads things out. Pulling away slightly now from the Lumina of Reeb. As I said, Lombard hanging on for 5th place. And then behind him looks like it's Larry Wolford. Wolford's pulled a big margin over Steve Hapst in the Prime Sprintation Corvette. And I'm not quite sure if Terry Wolford is still circulating out there. He is, according to the timing monitor. So once again, Dimitar. But the fastest car on track on that pass was actually Mackie Adlam. Adlam now down into the 56.2s. 56.271 for Adlam. 56.280 from Dimitar. So how much more even do you want it? That's 9 thousandths of a second between the first two cars on track in terms of lap times. Lombard comes through turn number 3, heading to 4, trying to close the gap down on Thomas Reeb. Familiaris has done that onto the two Jaguars. The Corvette is there. So it looks like there may be a bit of a second half of this race to heat up ever so slightly amongst the top 3. Looks like the Fords have got just a little bit of extra ponies. Maybe it's cat power down into turn number 6 as Adlam hits the front. Mackie Adlam hits the front now. Looks to try and get away from the two Dimitar Racing boys. Franco on the back end of Mackie Adlam now for the first time. Let's see if Mackie can keep him out. Perfectly timed pass there to get through there on the Italian Stallion. Familiaris behind that will now look to try and use his teammate to good advantage and try and maintain the gap there to Thomas Reeb. Reeb in 4th though. He's also starting to close that gap down as this three-way fight is just slowing them down slightly. What happens when you get up close and personal with rivals and you start to fight? It will slow your lap times down ever so slightly, and it will give a chance for the guys in the background to possibly close you down and spoil your day. So as they come out of the chicane, that Pirelli rubber is now working perfectly as they cross the line and get to the halfway stage. 4 down and 4 to go. Familiaris fastest on that last pass. 56.2. First man into the 56s and first man to go 56.24. We've seen some 2.7s and 2.8s. 56.24 from the Corvette. So will Franco give him a chance to get through? Maybe allow Familiaris to go and bridge that gap that he's starting to lose now to Mackie Adlam out front. Might not be a bad strategy to let Familiaris through and send him hunting for Adlam up the road. Bring Adlam back to the fight. Adlam doesn't look like he's holding on to anything here other than trying to get away. There's a late maneuver into the hairpin from Familiaris. Dimitar sees him coming, opens the door. So maybe he heard me. He's going to send Familiaris after Adlam. Let him try and bridge that gap. Close down on the man from Ranfontein in the Adlam Auto machine. And if he can do that, maybe he can do something about changing up the positions at the front end. So a front end battle starting to rage here big time as Familiaris goes on the hunt for Mackie Adlam. He's pulled away almost instantaneously there from Franco Di Matteo. Di Matteo falling into the clutches now of Thomas Reed. Di Matteo might be having a slight issue there on the Jag. Big back cat starting to take a bit of strain. Was that Adlam that ran wide? It might possibly have been with the dust that kicked along straight into Familiaris' face. So Adlam now maybe starting to slip and slide on this new Pirelli rubber. Haven't had a lot of time to develop these cars. And with new rubber being provided, it's certainly going to change things up in terms of their abilities to be quicker on track, and they are. Big dive on the inside there from Thomas Reeb. Squeezes out Di Matteo, drops him to 4th place. Franco Di Matteo trying to come back at Thomas Reeb as they go down towards turn 3. So Adlam leads by 2.1. It's about 2 seconds back from Familiaris to Di Matteo, and make that now Reeb. Reeb and Di Matteo 2 seconds back from Familiaris. Familiaris was quickest again, and now looks to try and close things down now on Mackie Adlam. Will that be the case as they come down to the hairpin? Adlam's good on the brakes. Familiaris was exceptionally good on the brakes to make the move stick on his teammate Franco Di Matteo. And there's 6th lap of 8. Flames out of the side of that Cafe Automotive and Mobil Agri Supers machine of Thomas Reeb, Chevy Lumina. At one stage was an all-conquering Chevy Lumina. He was a tough man to beat at any single circuit we went to. And today just battling a little bit to stay with the pace of the top 2. No worries from that Chevy-powered Corvette though in 2nd. Good possibilities that he may be quickest again here as Adlam has had a chance to respond to the pace of Familiaris. Has he done that? First or second gear into the chicane, rolling out of it and climbing onto the loud pedal. Across the line goes Adlam. So Adlam and Familiaris continue on their merry way at the front end. 57.6, 57.5. Very evenly matched lap times coming out of those two now as they're on to the penultimate lap. 6 of 8 completed, 2 to go. Adlam, Familiaris, Reeb and Di Matteo. Lombard still in 5th place. Lombard might be playing the strategic game though. I think that 5th place may see him and Larry Wilford on the front row for the 2nd race. That could possibly be the change up unless Terry Wilford can close that gap down and get ahead of Steve Herbst. Late braking from Familiaris is not getting him any closer to Mackie Adlam. Reason being is they're both lapping in the 57.5s. 57.7s coming out of Reeb, so he's also on a very similar lap time to the top 2, which is why that gap is not coming down now in the last lap and a half. Only a mistake will make a change up here, I think. Highly unlikely you're going to see a mistake out of these first 2. Very buttery smooth drivers in their racing styles. 6-time champion in this category leads out over a man who'd love to take his first championship. Adlam yet again on the brakes late into turn number 12 and 13. Starting the final lap of the race now at the head. Exactly where he wants to be. That's another lap completed and 1 to go. Familiaris still in purple figures there. Fastest man on track. That was a couple of laps ago, though, when he hit the 56.248. He's now doing 56.4s. He was quicker than Adlam, to the tune of about a second. But is that enough now on this last lap to catch and pass the man who wants the first victory of the day? So Mackie Adlam looking for the first win. Julian Familiaris looking to try and spoil that for him. And maintaining pressure. He's not giving up. Familiaris is definitely not going to give this up without a fight. Lubnet, Gavin Wilkins Racing and Dimitar Racing Corvette trying to close things down there on the Adlam Auto Jaguar of Mackie Adlam. They have left Thomas Reed behind them. Thomas Reed has done the same thing to Dimitar. Dimitar has maintained that fourth place gap over his stablemate Warren Lombard. They're coming to the back straight away now for the last time. Familiaris has got to try and get into that slipstream. He's too far back. He's going to have to settle for second place here unless something happens under braking into the chicane. There's Reeb looking to possibly hang on for third place. Dimitar is too far back to affect his third spot as they come out of the chicane. Perfectly done here from Mackie Adlam's point of view. It took him about a lap and a half to get to the front, but once he got there, he was not troubled. And takes the first victory of the day there for the Ran Francisco. Massive from Ranfontein. Third place is Reed. Fourth place, Franco Dimitar. Dimitar comes through there just ahead of Warren Lombard. Lombard, I think, as I said, might have been playing a strategic game there and could potentially see himself and Larry Wilford on the front row for race 2 later this afternoon. Well, there you have it. Good day to you all from Moira. Goeiemorgen, Moira. Where have you been? Didn't see you jump in earlier on. But, of course, we've now finished up with Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We're heading into the first bit of action coming your way from Car Care Clinics, GT, 111 Sports and Saloons. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centres are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service centre, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
Time for the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and GTs, and one of the stalwarts of this category, Adrian Dalton. Always got a fast car, just got to watch out for breaking out, don't you?
Not
On
really.
the lap time, if you can explain to our viewers anyway what I'm talking about.
This weekend I'm here with my son. It's one of his first races in the 111 series, so I'm more to support him. I'm not here to do my own thing this weekend.
Just explain the breaking out rule though, on 111s for instance.
Well, in Class A it's a 211, and if you exceed the 211, well then there's penalties incurred. If you exceed it by X amount, then well, you'll be disqualified. You'll be in deep trouble. Something I never do.
I know that. And Charles Veyers, apparently it's a 10,000 Rand fine if you break out as well.
Right.
Is that true?
So they haven't broken that news to me yet, but yeah, it's a fantastic.
Well, there's no
race.
chance of that.
Charles, tell us about your weekend so far.
Yeah, so the first practice round was really good. It was the first time for me at Red Star. So last time when we were here, my car broke down, so we couldn't race. But yeah, it went well. I went out 3 times, off track. So it's going to be interesting, and I hope the next practice session is going to be better.
Well, I'm wishing you luck for that, and of course the race. Joshua Veyers, you're looking a little bit nervous over there. I'm not sure why, but you can smile if you like.
Well,
just
Josh
tell
is
us about.
chasing his dad,
I believe so. Yeah. Just tell us about following your dad around. Or is he following you?
Yeah, well, usually he's definitely the one to follow me, but this weekend's racing, it seems like the tables have turned. The track's quite tight, and I'm definitely not on the race pace, so I need to pull up my socks and get my head in the game.
Well, maybe some last minute changes to your car. Guys, good luck. Give it hell out there in the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and GTs.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, they're standing by now to go for race 1. I've got a change up in the program as well. According to what I've just been given, race 2 will be a combination of 111 Sports and Saloons, the GT Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch. So they're just trying to get things finished before we lose light here at Red Star Raceway due to some incidents earlier on in the day. So we'll keep an eye on how that goes. Kobus Brits, though, has put it on pole for the program Polo. He's on the front row ahead of Leonard Archer in the Honda Civic. And then you've got Johan van Heerden and Adrian Dalton ahead of Louis Clutie and Piet Borgieter. That's how they're going to roll off the line now for their rolling start. Francois Henning and Luigi Ferro will be behind them. Then you've got Charles Veyers, as we just spoken to, in the Opel Corsa ahead of Michael Krobler, Marty Mfana and Darren Gunnison. Then it's Luke Dalton, Josh Veyers, Roland Hopkins alongside Didi Machila, and then Yorick Smith and Seton Naidu will be at the back of the pack for the 111 and GT Sports and Saloons. So we've got classes, of course, the GT category, led out by Kobus Brits, Leonard Archer, and further down the pack is Louis Clutie. And then in 111's Class A, it's Johan van Heerden, Adrian Dalton, and Piet Portito, your top 3. Class X is Luigi Ferro. Class B is Charles Veyers, Michael Krobler, and Marty Mfana. And then you've got Gunnison, Dalton, that's Luke Dalton, and Yorick Smith fighting for Class C. One Class D competitor out there, that'll be Didi Machila, and he'll be looking to try and take that victory. And just staying on track, we'll give him that. So the 111 GT Sports and Saloons will take the shortened version of the circuit as well for the warm-up lap. Victoria Nuts Toyota 86 will pull into pit lane and leave the Pragma Polo Classic on pole position. Alliteration aside, can Cobus Brits outgun that Honda Civic Type R into turn 1? They line up in their race positions. A couple of guys straggling in the background as the lights go out and we go racing. The Honda's on the inside. Possibilities there of Leonard Archer going to be outgunning Brits into turn 1, and he does so. So from second to first and squeezing through there. Oh, great maneuver coming from the 5 car. All of a sudden, we've got, is that George Economides who's joined the pack there? It might be. He's not on the starting line or the qualifying list, but certainly looks like the Martini Racing Polo. Oh, Golf 1, I beg your pardon. As he just squeezes in there out of nowhere. The rest of them starting to sort themselves out there, including Francois Henning in the Repsol coloured Marc Marquez Polo. Pete Portita just ahead of him. And then just behind that, it's Adrian Dalton in the extra shoes and clothing Golf. Economides looking, oh, Yorick Smith's gone off track. Looks like somebody else might have as well, just on his right-hand side. So the Mazda MX-5 just having some problems there in the background. We'll drop him out of the top 3 there in Class C, that is for sure. Economides already squeezing through and up into second place with some pressure coming just in the background as well. Watch out for Johan van Heerden. Van Heerden in that Golf trying to find a way through. Oh, there's problems. Brits pulling to the sideline. The Pragma Polo Classic has pulled off the circuit and just rolled almost to a complete stop on the outside of turn 6's hairpin. Adrian Dalton now closing things down onto the back end of Pete Portita. So Pete now looking for a chance to just get himself revved up and ready to go. He'll be in action in 2 weeks' time, of course, on the hill of Samola. And Adrian Dalton now just squeezing through and getting ahead of Henning. So Francois Henning losing out there to the extra clothing and shoes, Golf 1. But some pressure now being applied. And that pressure eventually falling by the wayside as he snuck through. And now going to try and close things down on Portita. Henning and Dalton onto the back straight away. Dalton with the slightly less aerodynamic Golf 1 compared to the Polo on his tail. But look at that. Doesn't need aerodynamics when you got power. That little Golf is rapid down that straight. And closing things down there. Dalton hangs on. But he's closed the gap dramatically onto the back end of Pete Portita. Top 3 getting away. Safety car. Safety car has been deployed. There must be a car on track. I think it might be the Pragma Polo. That Polo Classic is just on the right-hand side of the exit of turn 6, and that's possibly the reason for the call for the safety car. There it is. Confirmation of that. They just want to get that Polo Classic out of harm's way. And once again, Romeo 2 being called into action there from the Kyle Army / Swartkoop / Red Star Marshall team. So all of these laps will count. Even though we're behind the safety car. Looking at the way things stand at this stage, Van Heerden leads out Portita and Henning in Class A. Krobler and Veyers lead out Class B ahead of Hopkins. Class GT, of course, would have been Brits, but he's on the sideline. So Leonard Archer leads out the Class GT battle ahead of Kluti. And possibly, no, I don't even think Kluti's out there. I didn't see the Beetle. So it may be Economides who's sitting in second in the GT category. So I just want to get that Polo Classic off the circuit and out of harm's way. What it is going to do is concertina the field up again. And a couple of guys that didn't quite get their starts right in the first time of asking might be able to do it now in the second time of asking. We've still got by the looks of it, an entire lap under safety car to get going before we put the lights out on that Toyota 86. Archer for ACD Velcom in the Type R Civic at Golf 1 Martini Racing Wealth Avenue machine of George Economides, Johan van Heerden behind him. And that's also a very fast Golf 8. Behind that is the Polo of Pete Portita, Golf 1 of Adrian Dalton from Extra Clothing and Shoes. And it's Michael Krobler. Krobler, of course, in the pest control car. A10 is Luigi Ferro for Eco Simply Solar. Amazing to see how many of the solar companies are getting involved in motorsport now. Trying to get a little bit of maneuvering out there for the current situation in South Africa. Lots of people going the solar route. Charles and Josh Veyers, they're in the little blue Opel Corsas with the Opel Racing Club Series colours on the side of their cars. Lights are out on the 86, so it'll be pulling into pit lane. And there'll be no overtaking until they cross the finish line. So let's see what Leonard Archer can do now to see if he can stay ahead of Economides. Economides trying to get the run here. Watch him. He's holding back slightly so he can accelerate earlier and hopefully stay just behind that Type R Civic. JVH Performance there is Johan van Heerden. He'll be looking to try and squeeze through there on that Martini Racing Wealth Avenue Golf 1. 86 off track. Back into race action now for the ACD Valcom Honda of Leonard Archer. He's got the drop on the two Golfs as they head down towards turn number 1. Johan van Heerden in that Golf 7 looking hard. And there we go once again. Veyers, I just mentioned that little Opel Corsa, forcing a maneuver through there on the Eco Supply car. So Luigi Ferro getting forced wide. Looks like there was a little bit of maneuvering at the line as well. Some people trying to find a way past there. 40 car of Michael Krobler, the pest control machine, going through and sorting out the pests that are on his tail by the looks of things. So we got Kobus Brits out front. He tries to hang on ahead of Economides, Van Heerden and Dalton. JVH Performance Golf 7 GTI in third place ahead of that extra shoes and clothing Golf 1 Portkita. Nathan's Motorsport and the Rocky colours on the side of Pete Portkita's car there. He stays just ahead of Francois Henning. Henning running in Inat's colours there, of course. But Repsol, Marc Marquez livery on his Polo. Oh, big problems there. Is that Set Naidu? It looks like it is, the 35 car. No, it's Duran Gunnison. Duran Gunnison with the bonnet flying wide open. You're not going to see much out of that car right now. The bonnet is over the windscreen. Great. So will that require another safety car? I don't think so. I think he might have pulled out of harm's way. So he may be just in a safe spot to allow us to continue racing. Here comes Economides. Big move there from the Martini Racing and Wealth Avenue Golf 1. Trying to find a way through there on the Honda Type R. Definitely had a big look into turn 12 and 13. Wasn't quite able to get through there, but definitely looking the most dangerous car on track at the moment. In second place with George Economides behind the wheel. So Economides on the tail end now, looking for a way past, but now he loses that ground. And that Type R just pulling away slightly there in the first part of this racetrack. From turn 1 to turn 2, he's pulled 6 or 7 car lengths, whereas going into 12 and 13, Economides wants to try and use that top end speed of the Golf 1 to get past on the Honda. This one down to 6 laps, so we're at the halfway stage already. Halfway stage reached here for these competitors. And into the second half of the race, Archer tries to hang on. Down into turn 6 they go. Back to the battle between the pest control car there of Michael Krobler. On his tail, it's the 16 machine coming through there and pushing hard. That's Roland Hopkins. Look at how Economides is closed up again. Squirt on the Golf to get onto the back end there of Leonard Archer's Honda Type R Civic. Economides wants away past. He's going to try and use the slipstream effect now. Coming to 3, nice little battle between, it's basically all Volkswagen products at the front end of this field, other than the Honda of Leonard Archer. So So we got a Golf 1, we got a Honda Civic Type R, we've got a Golf GTI 7. Behind that it's another Golf 1. Then it's a Polo GTI. Then we've got another Polo Classic. That led out initially and unfortunately is parked on the sideline there. We just saw it in the foreground. Kobus Pritz's car, the Pragma Polo Classic. But take nothing away from the two Polos behind this pack of cars there, slowly but surely coming through there. Henning and Potgieter looking to close things down now on Dalton. Economidi is trying to get away now and open up a decent margin. They're coming up on the back end, I think, of Didi Machila. To keep an eye on that one. There goes Veyers through the foreground of that shot, as our cameraman does dual duties. He's got a shot coming onto the back straight away, and he's also got a shot coming off the short front straight. The Pragma Polo on the left hand side was early race leader Kobus Brits. JVH Performance Golf GTI 7 now flying through onto that back straight in third, still remaining in the top three overall. But remember, Johan van Heerden will be looking for honours in Class A. These two are dicing for GT honours in the GT Sports and Saloons. 111 Class A is in the hands of Johan van Heerden at the moment, and he's third on track overall. Yellow flag down into turn 1. Must be an issue with the car off the circuit coming out of turn 1 there. We'll keep an eye on the outside of turn 1, maybe into turn 2. Not quite sure why that yellow flag is waving actually. But needless to say, there must have been some kind of an issue that they required a yellow flag out of turn 1. So ACD welcomes Leonard Archer in second place at the moment. Doesn't seem to have an answer to Economides here on the final lap. George Economides gets onto the short straight. That's where he's going to have the advantage over the Honda. Just the straight line speed of that little Golf 1 is pretty spectacular. Wealth Avenue is his sponsor. His own company, of course, but Martini Racing colours on that car also look really good. Runs wide into the dog bone. That's something you know when you're doing when you've got Leonard Archer on your tail. He'll make you pay. So the 111 and GT Sports and Saloons now coming to a close for race 1. And it shouldn't be too much of an issue here for Economides to try and hang on for the first victory of the day. Remember, they'll be combined with SuperHatch in the second heat later on this afternoon. It'll be the last race of the day. Onto the back straight they go for the last time. How far back is that JVH Performance Golf? There it comes. Just coming onto that back straight away. So it's quite a long way back there for Johan van Heerden. But George Economides sneaking in here out of nowhere. Wasn't on the qualifying sheet that I've got in front of me, but he certainly is going to be the man at the front end of the results sheet. As the flag comes out, it's Economides for the win. Leonard Archer will come through for second place in the Type R Civic for ACD Welcome. Look at this. Dalton has closed in rapidly on van Heerden. Something must have gone wrong there with van Heerden on the back straightaway, because it's Adrian Dalton right on the tailpiece there of that Golf GTI 7. Then it's Dalton, followed by Potgieter, and great run to the line there as well for Francois Henning. Here comes Charles Veyers. Charles Veyers still got a bit of manoeuvring to do here as he keeps out Roland Hopkins. Hopkins still with some manoeuvring to do as well to keep out Farrow. And Luke Dalton is going to finish up in the top 10 in the second of the extra clothing and shoes Golf 1s. So there you have it. That is our car care clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, and the GT Sports and Saloons. Race 1 done later on this afternoon. Remember, they will be combined with SuperHatch in one big category to finish off the day's racing. Setanado coming through there as well. He'll be finishing in 13th place. We've still got Michael Krobler, Mighty Mfana, and Yorick Smith to complete it. The lineup here. But George Economides and Leonard Archer, your top 2 overall and top 2 in the GT class. Beating out Johan van Heerden, who wins out over Adrian Dalton, and Pete Potgieter for Class A in 111 Sports and Saloons. A great effort there from Chalvez, Hopkins, Ferro, Dalton, Naidu, Mfana and Krobler. Wrapping up Car Care Clinic 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Up next, we're heading into some more race action coming your way. And interestingly enough, it's a change up on the program that we're going to go to, but we maintain 10 laps of action from your next class, the DOE Formula Vee, lubricated by CIM Lubrifill. Welcome back to action from Red Star Raceway and the Regional Extreme Festival. Up next we got DOE Formula Vee, powered by CIM Loops. Let's catch up with some of the top contenders from each of the classes and see what they got planned for today.
Next up on the track, one of our favourite races of the day, always a good race, the DOE Formula Vees, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. And guys, nice sponsors in the series, nice racing, everything's super nice at the moment. I shouldn't be saying that. Peter Hill's been in the series a long time. He had a great year in 2022. Looking for much the same this year?
Well, I certainly hope so, Dave. We didn't start the year so well this year, but at least we got a podium in the first race, and hopefully we can do it again.
All about slipstreaming down that back straight there, I suppose.
I think that's going to play a big part during the race today, so yeah.
Particularly that you've only got one corner after that to go to the checkers. I'll ask Jaco Schuks about that. He's a master on that, but I saw he's limping at the moment. Jaco, just tell us what's going on. They've just a bit of a hip injury. Yeah, this is not particularly one of my best circuits. It's very much a front-end circuit. If you've got the front end of your car sorted, I think you'll do well. But like Peter says, I think the slipstream will definitely have its way in the race with us. And we look forward to that as well, always.
Absolutely.
MD Bester, slipstreaming. Let's go away from that for a little bit. More about tactics, machine setup, as Jaco said. You need a good front end here so you can turn the car.
Yeah, at this stage it's looking to be a two-horse race between Lendl and Jaco. I mean, these two older guys, they keep you on your toes like a midget at a urinal, so you've got to send it.
Well, guys, I know it's all mates here, but out on the track you're all enemies, so have a great time, put on a great show.
Thank you.
I didn't know Brad Williams was racing in this race, but clearly there's a midget at the urinal somewhere. Nice one there, MD Bester. I'm going to definitely use that at some point in my racing career commentary. That's a great little comment there. But we're now going to go racing, and the racing is proper when it comes to Formula Vee, particularly when they've now got CIM Lubrifuel joining the DOE and Start My Car groups as part of their official sponsors for this event, and of course for the year. Bull Securities and Volkswagen Silver Lakes. Lendl Janssen is on pole alongside Gert van der Berg. Behind them, Jaco Schuks and Eric Boyens, MD Bester, Sean van der Linde, Carl Watt and Theo Vermaak. Just ahead now of Marcel Blichnoot and CF de Toy. That is how they line up for the first race in the top 10 for Formula Vee. Holding them at the start there ever so slightly. 30-second board about to go up. 30 seconds changes to 5 in the space of about 5 seconds. And then from there it heads into the fastest 5 seconds of your life as you stand by for race action. About to kick off here at Red Star. And it's Gert van der Berg. Looks like he's got the drop on everybody down towards turn 1. Van der Berg leads things out as they come out of turn 1 now, heading towards turn 2. Great start there from Theo Vermaak as well. He's made up a couple of positions to squeeze through there and possibly lead up what is the second class involved in this category. Chopping and changing in that mid-pack. The 7 car there is definitely Theo Vermaak. He's up into about 7th place by the looks of things as they come through to complete the first half of this race. And as they come into the first half of the first lap, it is Gert van der Berg who leads things out. He is the DOE man, of course. The DOE quality parts on the side of his car and the main sponsor of the series. ATS Motorsport getting involved as well and joining the likes of DOE and CIM Lubrifuel as overall sponsors for this class for the year. Down on the brakes into the hairpin for the first time. And it's the man who had a massive moment, of course, at Swartkops in the first round of this championship only a couple of months ago. And that was Lendl Janssen who went tumbling off the track at turn 4. Fortunately, ended up climbing out of the car. Got a lot of damage done to that machine, and there's been frantic maneuvering and working in between the 2 heats of what was heat 1 of that particular outing and heat 1 of this outing here at Red Star. Tries to close things down there on the back end of Gert van der Berg. And just behind that, you can see Schuks trying to join the party. Wide onto the dirt, it's not what you want to be doing, that is for sure. We'll keep an eye out whether or not that's going to be Eric Boyens' manoeuvring on every occasion coming out of turn number 11. Sean van der Linde putting the pressure on to Boyens, uses the slipstream but has to go around the outside of him into the chicane. And does he make it stick? Oh, he tries. He tries very hard to make it stick, that's for sure. Spinner. Oh, what a pity there for Marcel Blucknote. In fact, no, it wasn't Blucknote, it was the 113 Jaco Smit. Smit looping it out there into the chicane. So Jaco Smit, GZ & Co. registered car, just spinning out into the chicane. First lap in anger done, and fastest is Jaco Schricks in third. Schricks 2:12s. And remember, they qualified on the 2:07, so a lot of time still to make up here for these first three as they start to get away from the rest of that pack. Reason being is that they are not fighting as hard as what the guys are for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place. Right through the pack you'll always see some great fights amongst the usual contenders, and of course the two classes in action here this weekend. Van der Linde's lost a little bit of ground, so has Carl Watt, MD Bester. Peter Hill's not quite at the front end where he normally is. Heard from him and from MD that they got to get these cars sorted out on the front end if you want to be good at Red Star. Certainly looks like that's the case from Kat van der Bach, Lendl Janssen and Jaco Schricks' point of view. Cube Coaching's car in third place was quickest on the first pass. It's 10 lapper. It's the two longest races of the day here from our Lubrifuel partnered DOE Formula Vees. Van der Bach continues to lead things out there for DOE himself, ahead of that Bull Securities and Volkswagen Silver Lakes Formula Vee of Lendl Janssen. That's the gap down to 4th. Boyens still in the 4th spot, ahead of Vermaak. Vermaak up the top 5. Behind that it's Sean van der Linde, and looks like Carl Watt has joined the party there as well. Carl Watt's had some great races in the last couple of outings for Formula Vee, so massive improvements coming out of Watt on every occasion he's behind the wheel. It's 2 down and 8 to go. Let's have a look and see who's quickest on that last pass. Across the line, Kat van der Bach goes quickest, 2:08.8. Manoeuvring now at the front end to try and maintain the lead. And putting the hammer down, putting the pressure onto the guys behind him to perform. Seeing whether or not he can shake them off his tail and leave them to fight it out for second place. It's about 2 car lengths there. It'll come down slightly under braking. But Van der Bach controls things right now. Former champion at the front end. Going to get that number 1 plate back again. Former champion behind him as well. And a man who wants this championship diving on his inside there in Lendl Janssen. So trying to find a way through there on Van der Bach, but as I said, a multiple former champion there in third place in Jaco Schricks. Also looking to try and find a way through if he can as they go into the dog bone. They've pulled a big margin now over Boyens in 4th. It's almost 5-second gap down to the 4th place car. And we're only on to the 3rd lap. Just showing you how important, as you heard from Jaco in the interview, the front end of your car's setup is. You can visibly see the first 3 cars on track, certainly massive amounts quicker than anybody else on the circuit at this point in time. Usual contenders, Peter Hills, MD Bester, all running a little bit further back and completely out of touch at this stage. Inside line and new leader, Bull Securities, Volkswagen Silver Lakes man hits the front, and it's now Lendl Janssen to set the pace. He gesticulates there to Kat van der Bach. Let's go. You see him just through the roll cage there, saying, come on, let's get it on. You've got to get away there from Jaco Schricks. Schricks once again remains quickest. 2:08.5.01 from Jaco Schricks. And that's the reason why I think Lennell Janssen's saying to Kat, come on, we've got to get going. Jaco is coming in a big way. He's realizing that Cube Coating's car potentially could ruin both their days. So Janssen putting the hammer down now, putting his head down as well, trying to get away from Gert van der Berg and from the third place car, Jaco Schricks. Big gap down to 5. Eric Boynes continues to lead in 4th, but Theo Vermaak's dropped back slightly. About 4 seconds adrift there on his gap over Sean van der Linde and Kyle Watt, but MD Bester has now joined the 3 of them. So nearly a 4-way fight for what will be 5th place on track. Oh! Nice one there. Great camera work, double shot, and we got the crash. So that looks like it might be either 112 or 113. Is that Marcel Bluchnoot? I think it might be. Marcel Bluchnoot with his nose cone and toy, and Yanni Geyser. I think it might be the Yanni Geyser's, or CF de Toy's front nose cone that is now on the sideline. And there's a very good possibility we may need a safety car here. The car is not in a safe spot, so let's wait and see if they make that call. No, they keep it going. Car's on the outside of... so you can see what's going to happen here. There's the battle I was talking about, Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde fighting hard here with Kyle Watt. Kyle Watt's on his tail. Watt, Andy Bester and Peter Hills all fighting hard. They've now got ahead of Theo Vermaak. Vermaak's dropped back to the back end of that little class battle. Lennell Janssen fastest on that last pass as well. 2:08.064 there for Janssen. And him and Gert van der Berg now starting to pull away from Jaco Schricks in 3rd. So it's Schricks now losing ground. Kyle Watt has got ahead of van der Linde as well. Peter Hills closing onto the back end of van der Linde now. MD Bester too. MD will be the first car to get there. Looks like they're okay with where that car's parked on the sideline. So Lennell Janssen will continue. Be double yellow flags into that sector for a while until they can get that car away from the side of the track. That's the car we're talking about. It's on the exit of turn 6. And the Romeo 2 is about to go and grab it. They're just waiting for a gap there. Oh, there we go, hands up. Safety car possibly out. Safety car board must have been deployed. It took a while for the safety car to be deployed. I'm not quite sure why it took so long. But needless to say, it has come out. And now we'll concertina this field back up. Up close and personal for a restart. The car is definitely in a dangerous position. And they are going to need to move it out the way. It's going to give Eric Boynes, Sean van der Linde, Kyle Watt, MD Bester, Theo Vermaak and Peter Hills a chance to now close up. Safety cars coming into turn 3 here. So they'll pick up the field just on the exit of turn 3. It'll give a couple of cars a chance to close up on their rivals that they may have lost touch with or lost ground with. Definitely going to help Jaco Schricks in a big way. He just lost the back end of that battle and was battling to try and get in contention again with the top 2, Lennell Janssen and Gert van der Berg. So the safety car now back on track. It's had a busy day. It certainly has had a busy day here at Red Star Raceway has our safety car. Janssen, Van der Berg, Schricks, Boyens, Van der Linde. Make that Watt Van der Linde. And then MD Bester, Theo for Mark, and Peter Hills. Marcel Blichtnoot was the car that was collected slightly. Might have been Helder Gavea. It was the car that he came in contact with. He's also dropped down into 17th place overall. I thought it may have been Sef de Toy, but it could have possibly been Helder Gavea. It's the nose cone on the inside of that corner, just on the left-hand side of this shot. As they've now pulled Marcel Blichtnoot out of the dangerous position, a little bit further away from the exit of turn 6. Yeah, 100% Paulie in my ear. They're just saying it doesn't look like they pull him too far, because that left and right rear look like it's quite badly damaged from the impact. So you don't want to pull that car too far, because it'll probably cause more damage. So they just pull it enough to get it into a safe spot. And the safe spot has to be on both sides of the circuit, as you can see, because they return along the bottom section of the track towards the same area. Lights still on the safety car. Will they go off down this back straight away and hand the responsibilities of the restart to Lionel Janssen? The cars here might just get caught napping. They've got to close that gap if they want to. Yeah, lights are out, and the Pretoria North Toyota 86 has put the hammer down to get away. So Lionel Janssen starting to swerve left and right to get some heat into the rubber. Janssen and Van der Berg will dictate the pace. Well, Janssen will. Van der Berg will try and catch him on the restart. So will Jaco Schricks and Eric Boyens. First four getting away. They have left Sean van der Linde and Carl Watt slightly in their wake. Watt just being left behind a little bit. Didn't quite get onto the back end of those first four. Theo van Mark attacking MD Bester into turn 1. Van Mark looking for a way pass. Can he make it stick into turn 1? He looks like he had a go. Van der Berg wanted to have a go, but wasn't close enough there to Lionel Janssen. We have completed 6 laps now, 4 to go in this 10-lapper. Cold tyres are going to come into play. You can see there a little slip and slide coming from the man out front. Front end just washing out slightly. He caught it. So Lionel Janssen going to try and control things now with cool tyres. Hopefully that cold tyres will get back up to heat rapidly. Three and a half laps to go for these drivers. Van der Berg looking to close things down, get to the front. Look at Boyens. Boyens has joined the party and is looking to, oh, as I say that, maybe get him the commentator's curse. He ran wide. So Boyens trying to close the gap there on Jaco Schricks, just running wide into the entrance of the dog bone. World Championship. Not quite sure why we got a yellow flag down at the end of the straight. Here they come into turn 3. Van der Berg applying the pressure. He was quickest this time. 2:07.364 there for Gert Van der Berg. Keeps himself in the hunt for the win. The short straight. Watching in the background as well, Carl Watt tries to close in on Boyens. Boyens has answered the call though. He's pulled a couple of more car lengths ahead and wants to try and maintain that 4th place ahead of Carl Watt. Carl with a lap and a half to try and find a way past him. Oh, Janssen is pushing hard. The pressure is on there. Cat van der Berg looking for a mistake or some kind of chink in the armour there to find a way through. This could change things up. Watton Boyens, Van der Linde behind them. As they come up towards the back straightaway again. Leaders onto the back straight already, heading down towards 12 and 13 here at Red Star Raceway. Nice, smooth style there. Much better this time from Cat van der Berg. Look at how he's closed in. Van der Berg applying pressure now as they go down to that last lap. 9 down, 1 to go. It's now or never time. Cat van der Berg is in the slipstream. Defensive driving from Lennel Janssen into turn 1 keeps him out. Watch for the carry of the corner speed through there via Cat van der Berg. And the cut back towards turn 2. He goes inside, not close enough though. Door was shut there by Lennel Janssen. Van der Berg now will try and just keep the pressure on him. Force a mistake if he can. He is all over those wing mirrors. Lennel Janssen will be watching those wing mirrors for a pounce. Van der Berg will definitely looking to pounce as they're coming into turn 5, heading to 6. Getting to the halfway stage of this final lap. He's got to find a way past. Is it going to be now under the slipstream? Will he wait till that back straightaway to pull the slipstream maneuver? Closes in again. Much better under braking there, that is for sure. Can he find a maneuver that'll get him through? We saw Lennel run slightly wide. He does again into the entrance of the dog bone. And that's where Van der Berg is looking to try and capitalise. Look at him all over the back end of that Bull Securities machine out front. Here we go, the run to the back straight. Set it all up here. If you get onto that back straightaway, get into the slipstream, will he be able to use that slipstream effect to get him to the front end of this field? He is right there under the gearbox. Here they come, onto the back straightaway for the last time. Lennel Janssen goes defensive, almost instantaneously down that back straightaway. Cuts right across. Not going to give any room to play here for Cat van der Berg. He's going to have to come out and go around the outside. He comes out the slipstream. He's late on the brakes, but he's on the outside line. Watch for the cutback from Van der Berg as they head into the chicane. He now goes on the outside line again. Cutting back, left, right, trying to find a way through, but Janssen's got it. Lennel Janssen kept him at bay and finishes the race at the front. Great manoeuvring there from Lennel Janssen. Just placing his car perfectly in the chicane, not giving any room there to Cat van der Berg to squeeze through. So it's Van der Berg for second place. Also the fastest lap on that last lap from Cat van der Berg. Just wasn't enough. Jaco Schrick settles for third. He was waiting to pick up the pieces if something went wrong between those top two. But the Cube Coatings car finishes in third place. So it's Lennel Janssen who wins out and beats the DOE Formula Vee, powered by CIM Lubrifuel Formula Vees. Janssen, Van der Berg and Schrick, your top three. They'll finish up just ahead of Eric Boyens, Carl Watt, Sean van der Linde. Indy Bester hung on to keep out Jaco Smit and Jannie Geyser. And then it was Peter Hills, CF de Toy, and David Austin. Trevor Hills, Clinton Kane and Ernie van Mark, your top 15 for the DOE Formula Vees. They'll be back later on for another 10 lapper. We've got a short break before we go into SuperHatch. SuperHatch making way onto the circuit right now. Let's go and find out from some of their top contenders what they had in store for us for today's racing.
Next out on track, the SuperHatch category, one of the oldest categories, been going around in the regionals for a long time. Andre De Lange, one of the drivers in the category. Just tell us about your experience this weekend here at the Red Star Raceway.
We did a lot of testing, so it looks like we're on pace. So yeah, wait for the flag to drop to see what happens.
And just push everybody out your way, or what?
No.
If you have to.
And keep it on 4 wheels.
Well, I wish you luck with that one. And then Christian van Wyk, it's a category that it looks to me like takes a special driving skill to get these cars around here, all mainly front wheel drive, so it's a bit of a special skill.
Yeah, it is, and what's difficult is not all the front wheel drive cars act the same. Like you've got the courses that are short, very nimble, and you've got the Civics which are long, heavy to turn. So it depends, not every driver can drive every car. I myself am not in my own race car this weekend, so I'm still learning the car as I go. So just hope that goes well.
Jenny Henning, how do you like the Red Star Raceway, by the way? I know you've been here before. How do you like it?
Well, it's my first time racing here. I've been here a few times supporting.
Just for practice before, yes.
Yes, and I must say it's quite scary, but yeah, I'll get there.
It's scary going next to the highway. Don't look at the cars and trucks on the highway, just look at the track, okay?
That's what I'm trying to do, yes.
So we're in the starters' orders now for SuperHatch's first heat of the day. They'll be combined with 111 Sports and Saloons later on. But it is Francis Aldrich and Karel Stoltz who are on the front row as they head down towards turn 1. Looks like a good start coming from Christian van Wyk from the second row. He heads down towards turn 1 looking for a chance to squeeze through for second. But he'll have to just settle for that 3 spot. Coming through there rapidly though. Keep an eye out as well on the maneuvers from Andre De Lange. He'll definitely be a man in contention for the front end of this field. He definitely knows what to do in a front-wheel drive car, that is for sure. 35 out there is Darren Gunnison. Just watching in the background a pickup on Van Wyk. I don't see Van Wyk on track actually. I mistook the first white Honda Civic as Van Wyk because he was in 3rd place on the grid, but that's actually Darren Gunnison. Now that they've sorted that car out after some crash damage from the 111 Sports and Saloons class. See, they've slammed that bonnet down, probably strapped it down with a couple of big zip ties and duct tape. But Van Wyk definitely not on track. So something's gone wrong in the background as well. We've got a spinner. Looks like that might have been the Peugeot of George Aldrich. Aldrich just spinning out as they head down towards turn number 6, the rest of the pack that is. Let's see if they can keep it on track. Doesn't look like Gunnison not loving life down at turn 6. It's about the 7th time he's gone off track there in 2 heats. Looks like there's a black flag coming out for car 35 as well by the looks of things. That is Darren Gunnison. So I'm not quite sure why he's going to get me in so much trouble, but definitely being watched by the clerk of the course there. Might just be with the orange dot in it for ungentlemanly conduct on track. Just means that the COC's got his eye on you. Don't want to be making any wrong maneuvers if you have to or can help it. Roofshaw Golf there is Andre De Lange. As they come down into the chicane now, this is De Lange's Roofshaw Golf 1, sitting in 3rd place. Looking for a chance to close things down now, possibly on Karel Stoltz and Francis Aldrich. Francis Aldrich, of course, is the man who leads things out. I didn't see Stoltz out there actually. He's in the Pretoria North Toyota and definitely didn't make it out there for race 1 start. So after qualifying, he must have had some kind of an issue. That's not allowed him to join the party here for race 1 for SuperHatch. It's Darren Gunnison in 2nd. As I said, getting that black and orange flag, the black flag with the orange dot in it. Just being warned that there is definitely some maneuvering he shouldn't be making on track. As I said, Christian van Wyk doesn't look like he's made it out. The DNS for him did not start. as well as for Carl Stoltz. That's confirmation now on our timing monitor. Those two cars did not get on track. Third place is De Lange. Fourth place, Quintus Viljoen. Set to Naidu just behind Viljoen in the second of the Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civics. The spinner was George Aldrich. He's dropped behind Jenny Henning at the back. So our last car on track is the Peugeot 206. This is the second car on track at the moment, with a bit of battle scars from an earlier heat in the 111 Sports and Saloons. Half now over Darren Gunnison, and as I say that, Gunnison under a bit of pressure from the Roofshore Golf of De Lange. De Lange inside and up to second into turn 4. Good outside line there from Aldrich to get the drive onto the short straight. De Lange up to second, Gunnison down to third, into the clutches now, set to Naidu. Naidu's got back ahead of Quintus Viljoen. Malloy trying to catch the back end of Viljoen as well now. Oi, off-track excursion there again. That Honda Civic does not like turn 6 here at Red Star Raceway. Little lock-up with the brakes from the Golf as well. Feeling the pressure out there. So some battle scars on that Honda Civic. Looks like they might have taken the windscreen out as well on Gunnison's car after it got smashed by the bonnet, popping open in the 111 Sports and Saloons. Fortunately, he's got a helmet with a visor on it, otherwise he would be really battling. No worries at this stage for Francis Aldrich. Plain sailing into turn 12 and 13. 4J's Auto Machine looking pretty good at this point in time. Of course, the man who prepped that car. Can he keep it all together at the front end for 2 more laps? Make that 3 more laps, beg your pardon. Timing monitor's just back to keep up with these cars. I think it might be an internet issue here at the track. The signal here is not phenomenal, but fortunately we still can bring you the live stream and all the action that's happening here for Regional Extreme Festival for 2023. As I said, these 9 cars will be combined into the 111 Sports and Saloons and GD Sports and Saloons for the last race of the day. So we try to make up some ground on the race day program. A couple of early incidents in the bikes and in 2 car categories have deemed a change in the program, and we'll see BMW M Performance Racing Parts Series all combined into one big class, and 111 Sports and Saloons, GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch also combined into one class to wrap up the day's racing later on this afternoon. Darren Gunnison falling by the wayside now. It's now set to Naidu up into 3rd place behind Andre de Lange. And through there's Quintus Viljoen as well. There he is in the 14 polo. Rookie tape on the back of that car. This is a new man to the series with the red and white candy tape off that back windscreen wiper. Will Ishmael Beloy be able to close him down, or is he going to possibly spoil the day here for Set Naidu? Get himself up into a potential top 3 for Class A. Third place in your first race will be pretty spectacular. So That's the gap they've got over fourth. Where is Beloy? Here he comes. Onto that back straight away. Leading Class B at the moment is Ishmael Beloy. Is he? I think Andre De Lange might be. De Lange's leading Class B. So Andre De Lange leading Class B. Ishmael Beloy in second in Class B. Long way back though from Andre De Lange. Beloy continues on his merry way there. Definitely on the podium for Class B, that is for sure. As he comes across the line and completes another lap in anger. So he heads over into turn 3 and 4. Nice maneuver here as well. We saw him spin earlier on, so I'm so glad to see George Aldrich still circulating out there in the Peugeot, but didn't quite go according to plan there on that first lap as he came out of turn 5. He was lit up and the back end stepped out on him on that Peugeot 206. Now heads down, well his brother does anyway, into the final 2 corners. Sorry, father and son, I beg your pardon, not brother. Not brothers, father and son, that's right. George and Francis Aldrich. As another lap gets completed there. He is on lap 5 now of 6. So that's completed 5 of 6 onto the final lap now for Francis Aldrich. So here we go. Closing stages here for the first part of our day's racing. Remember, we've still got to finish up this heat before we got all our first heats done and dusted. Lead car down into turn 6, no problems whatsoever for him. Second place still in the hands here of the Roofshore Golf of Andre De Lange. He's a seasoned campaigner when it comes to front wheel drive cars. Definitely has an affinity for them. Arguably one of SA's finest front wheel drive car drivers. Not good enough today to beat this man, also in a little front wheel drive. Henning about to be caught here. Jenny has had a great day in the saddle here in a little Civic. Take nothing away from this young lady driver. Certainly one to watch out for in the future as she starts her career in SuperHatch, as a lot of young lady drivers have done in the past. But she's going to have to do one more lap because Francis Aldrich is not going to pass her. Checkered flag comes out for Francis and he takes the victory overall and Class A. Red Star Raceway will be in second. This is the battle for third. Seton Naidu and Quintus Viljoen. Seton just ahead of Quintus, and it looks like he's going to just hang on only just as De Lange comes through for second. Here comes the third and fourth place battle. And it's going to be the Trans Africa Racing Honda the third place there. Seta Naidu at the wheel. Quintus Viljoen in fourth. And Ishmael Baloy will come through for fifth place overall and second in Class B. Right, well, you're supposed to have a small break in proceedings right now. However, I'm not quite sure if that's going to happen. If it does, we will let you know. But until then, stand by for race 2 for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Part 2 of today's action about to kick off with the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Graham Van Bedar, Jason Lamb and Ronald Slamet on the front row. That's how they'll be lining up here for the second heat of our two-wheeled action here today. Dave Enticott is ahead of Brian Bontekoning and Michael Smith for the second row. And then it's Slucky, Han McMahon, Henk Kruger and Joao Cruz, a bigger pardon, there on the third row. Peter de Vos will be lining up alongside David Veringa. Byron Rothcall, I'm not sure if they got that bike of his sorted out and fixed after a big crash in the first heat with Johan Leroux. I know that Johan Leroux is definitely not racing. He was walking up the stairs following me across the Red Star Raceway bridge there as I went for a quick relief break. And I don't think he's going to be back, but Apana Ganapathy certainly will, along with Steve Galgocci and Travis Nordia, and then Safisa Temba and Renatus Finikak, Dieter Hazeman and Lubalo Nsana at the back of the pack for this second heat of ZX10R Masters Cup race action. Standing by now for their warm-up lap. They've had the sighter, and from our drone shot you'll see them get away, heading down towards turn 1, looking for a chance to outgun the pole man, Graham Van Bedar. Van Bedar will definitely be looking for a chance now to get to the front end of the field again and take on the likes of Ronald Slamet and all of the usual contenders in the ZX10R Masters Cup. I'm sure these guys have all had a quick red square reload, get themselves ready to go now for the second heat. Trevor Westman not making it out here for this outing at Red Star Raceway. Pity to lose the killer. He certainly would have liked to be at the front end battle like he's seeing his fellow compatriots from Cape Town do. Enticott being one of them there on the motor wires and Siren Engineering Kawasaki. Ronald Slamet, of course, for Volt Market, True Vine, Mike K. Oxy and Lacquer Racing on his Kawasaki. They come down that back straight away. Now this is where things start to get real. You've got to get yourself into the moment, get your head right, visor right, race tactics right, and get your mind right for a possibility of a whole shot into turn 1 here at Red Star Raceway. It certainly looks like Dave Enticott is in that mode. Jason Lamb wanted it the last time. He almost got it on the first start. They had to do a restart to get him to go and drop down to about 6th place and fight through for a 3rd place overall in race 1. You can hear the wind has picked up dramatically, pumping straight across the circuit, which of course means it's pumping straight down the main straightaway. That back one that runs along the N12 highway will have full 25 to 30 km/h winds behind you, so you're going to have to brake earlier into the chicane at Bridgestone to ensure you can stop the bike. We are under starter's orders. The lights are about to go on and off. 30 seconds from now, we go racing. Make that 5. As SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup head towards turn 1. Much better start this time from Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb leads down into turn number 1, but Graham Van Bedar on his outside. And Ronald Slamet slamming through once again into turn 1 and hole shotting. So it's the Red Baron who gets to the front end. Mid-pack, it's Han McMahon, Henk Kruger. Here comes Peter de Vos on the inside of Kruger into turn 2. So de Vos and Kruger side by side. It's basically de Vos who gets through there on Henk Kruger, closing things down now, trying to find a way past as they come into turn 3. The drone slides up onto the back end of the pack there as we go aerial material out of turn 3. Nice manoeuvre here from Slammer to get to the front early on. Exactly what he did in race number 1. Graham Van Breda now going to have to follow him and follow suit. Jason Lamb is a lot closer to Van Breda than what he was in the first one, so that might help him out slightly. But look at the gap already. 10 bike lengths there between first and second, 10 to third between second and third place as well, and then another 10 down to fourth place as they come through into the dog bone in anger for the first time. Low sun now starting to affect the camera angles of our camera crew out there from Two Wheels TV, as well as from up to 60 seconds. Lubabalo and Sana coming through there. Look out for David Varinga too there. The juggernaut. Much better start there from Varinga. Spoke to him, as I said earlier in the day. He said he was battling to get into the twos. He was hitting twos like it was cornflake cereal yesterday. And now just battled today to find the 2-minute flats in race number 1 and in qualifying 4. Let's see what he can do now in the second race of the day, as we see a maneuver here from Graham Van Breda on Ronald Slammert. First lap, and he's already through into the front of the pack. Number 1 leads out. Your champion hits the front ahead now on the Stefanuti stocks and Motul sponsored Kawasaki. One lap down. Van Breda leads it out ahead of Ronald Slammert. Slammert has got a little bit of breathing room now, down to third place, and that's in the hands of Jason Lamb. Lamb in third will be looking to try and pull a bit of a gap now over the fourth place battle. We got hands up possibilities. Oh, rider down. Rider down. It is just trying to pick up on who that might be. So rider down, and the Red Star Raceway ambulance almost instantaneously on call. Red flag being called here for the second time today in a ZX10R Masters Cup. Is that Henk Scaling? That's a possibility. That's Henk Scaling. And that is coming out of the dog bone by the looks of it. So there's possibilities of just cold tyres and the back end stepping out, and maybe a little bit of a high side there for him on the exit of the dog bone. It certainly looks like Henk Scaling's bike, so I'm going to assume that's him. Unfortunately, my timing monitor once again has gone on the blink. Let's see if I can get it back to work properly again. Scaling was down in 19th place. He's one of a few white bikes out there. The main contenders are on white bikes. They're at the front end and back on the grid. So I would assume it could possibly be Henk Scaling, who's had a big high side coming out of the dog bone section. Thanks, Grant, for the confirmation on that. The black and orange flag, of course, is for a fault on your car, not for bad driving. But it does mean that you're under the scrutiny and the watchful eye of the COC. So hopefully I got that right in my second explanation. Black flag, of course, is for bad driving, but I was called in my ear that it was a black flag. They only mentioned it was the black flag with the orange dot afterwards. So yeah, I think the possibilities on that black flag with the orange dot was the fact that Gunnison had no windscreen and had a couple of bits and pieces falling off the car after that incident earlier on in the 111 Sports and Saloons. So here we go again, under red flag scenario for the Red Square ZX10R and SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Can you believe this? These guys must be thinking, hang on a second, what's going on here? This is a purpose-built motorcycle circuit. It's meant to bring great motorcycle racing, which it's done on numerous occasions in the past, and even in the first race this morning. Some fantastic battles through the pack. I'm yet to confirm that it is Hink Scaling, but on my gut feel it looked like his motorcycle. And I saw him climbing into the medical car as opposed to the ambulance. That's always a good sign. Donovan and Hunley, of course, our medical team from SWAT Corps here today at Red Star, making sure our riders and drivers are in the best hands in the business. So a bit of work to be done down there. And once it's all cleared, we can go racing again. I've got to just make sure that there's no lubricants or liquids on the circuit. Waiting for race control to give us clearance to go racing for the second time today, and it's the second restart in SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Yeah, that definitely looks like King Scaling's bike, so pity there for him. I know he wanted to go and do dual duties tomorrow as well at SWAT Corps for Thunderbikes and Brunch Run. If you've got nothing better to do tomorrow, you want to head down to SWAT Corps Raceway. We've got another round of the Thunderbikes and Brunch Run Championship, heading around the international circuit at SWAT Corps. Yeah, confirmation 69, definitely Hink Scaling. Great job once again from our Carl Army / SWAT Corps / Red Star Raceway marshalling team. There's a possibility of a warm-up lap coming away again. They won't let these guys go out without a warm-up lap to get some heat into the rubber. Does mess with your head ever so slightly when you race motorcycles though. Stop and start and having to refocus definitely brings out the guys who've got the ability to do that. It can mess with your race strategy as well. Sometimes with changeable conditions like we've had today. Warmer conditions this morning, slightly cooler conditions this afternoon. Great for the engine, not so good for the tyres. That'll definitely be a factor that they need to now take into account. As Rian Horn joins us, shouting for the number 82 on the Golf Racing coloured machine. I believe Rian Horn might be racing tomorrow at SWAT Corps. That's what I heard. Little rumour coming my way. So one full lap just to see if there's anything that's changed on the track. Where the incident took place doesn't look like it's going to affect them. They're not there yet, remember. They've still got to go down to where Henk crashed out. It didn't look like there was any issues down there though. Otherwise that marshal team down there would have been sorting it out. This is where it happened, on the exit point there. There, exactly where Entercott is. He either ran wide or possibly just came out there on cold tyres, and the back end might have stepped out and flung him. And either out the side door or out the front door there for Hink Scaling. Hope he's okay. And we wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery. One of these days from Rian Horn. Okay, I'll hold you to that one, Rian. So we had a couple of guys sidelined after the 23 bikes that started this weekend. We've now got 19 of them about to go to battle for the second time today, and the second restart of the day as well for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Let's see now if they can keep it all together for this second heat. Lights on. We're about to go racing again for the second time today. 8 laps of ZX10R Masters Cup action coming your way here from Red Star Raceway. Revs pick up. Oh, Jason Lamb off the line like a rocket ship. Was that too fast though? We'll have to keep an eye on that. Oh, and he's going to get the whole shot. By the looks of it, no, he's not. He runs a little hot into turn 1. They all sort things out in the mid-pack. Just starting to get things sorted out ever so slightly. Peter de Vos already applying pressure onto the back end of Hein McMahon. And you can see Brian Bontekoning on the tailpiece there of Jason Lamb, who looked like he got the unbelievable start. He's dropped back down to 4th place with Bontekoning on his tail. In 4th, it is a heartbreak there for Jason Lamb. He got off the line so well, but he only ended up in 4th as they came into turn 2. Van Bredar whole shots. He hangs on ahead of Slamet. Pulls a slight margin over Ronald Slamet. Then it's Dave Enticott, Lamb and Bontekoning. Michael Smith didn't get a start he wanted, that's for sure. He's dropped right back into about 6th or 7th place by the looks of it. So some work to be done now from Michael Smith's point of view. He got a much better start in that first outing. And he's now dropped, as I said, down to 7th or 8th place by the looks of it. Bontekoen's ahead of him. So is McMahon. Even Henk Kruger, I think, may be ahead of him too. A little manoeuvring to happen here from the ZX10 point of view. As Bonte looks to close things down now. Try and stay with that front pack if he can. Stay with Jason Lamb. Van Bredar getting the job done. Looking to get away now from Ronald Slamet. Wants this victory. 8 laps of action coming away. Normally 10 laps. Of course, with the shortened program, revised program that it's put out because of all the action that's happened on track around the circuit throughout the early morning sessions. Here comes Slamet using that slipstream and out-braking Graham Van Bredar into the chicane. Can he stop it though? Yes, he can. Runs a little wide, but there's enough room out there, and he gets back to the front. So it's the Red Baron out front. Across the line they come. Slam it from Van Bredar. Jason Lamb now ahead of Enticott. He's got through there for 3rd. So Lamb moves up 1 place and looks to try and hunt down those top 2, bringing Enticott along for the ride if he can. De Vos is behind that. What a ride there from Peter De Vos. Up into 5th place overall with Brian Bontekoning behind him. Hein McMahon is behind that. Then it's Jacques Cruz and Michael Smith. David Varinga makes up the top 10. Amazing to think that only a couple of seasons ago, Peter De Vos, Brian Bontekoning would have been the front end of ZX10R Masters Cup. Now fighting for 5th and 6th place, respectively. Ronald Slamet, though, hangs on for now at the front end. So as they come through now, you can see a bit of chopping and changing happening in that mid-pack. That's what we're going to keep an eye on as well as what's happening at the front end. Certainly a lot of manoeuvring still to be done here with the amount of laps still available. And Slamet is certainly going to be one of those guys who wants to get the move on to get away from Graham Van Bredar. Slamet will be leading Class A, Van Bredar will be leading Class B, but it's 1 and 2 overall that they are definitely looking for, more importantly than anything else. And they're pulling away from Jason Lamb, who's not let Enticott lose touch with him. Enticott certainly a lot more fired up here in this second heat. And the Sarum Engineering and Motorwise Kawasaki is giving time out Max for Cars. Kawasaki a run for its money. Two by two by the looks of things, yep. As they cross the line again. Hunting in 2s. Lamb and Enticott, De Vos and Bontekoning, McMahon and Cruz. Michael Smith now up ahead of Jacques Cruz as they're into the second lap in anger. Slamet hanging on for now. But how much longer can he soak up that pressure coming from Graham Van Bredar? Van Bredar wants victories at his home circuit. He's not prepared to give those up without a fight, that is for sure. Slamet and Van Breda out of turn 5. Jason Lamb, he's doing 58.8s at the moment. But we're getting 57.8s and 58 deads from the first two. So Jason Lamb has to turn the wick up ever so slightly if he wants a chance to run with the top two. Slamet comes out of the hairpin a little wider than usual. It'll give Graham Van Breda a little bit more of a touch to the front end, maybe about a tenth or so. Lamb pulling slightly away now from Dave Enticott. Peter DeVos still maintaining 5th overall. That's an amazing ride there from him. If you look at how we go with the class side of things at this point, it's Slamet, Enticott and McMahon leading Class A. Class B, Van Breda, Lamb and Smit, and Peter DeVos, Bontekoning and Joao Cruz are your top 3 in Class C at this point of the race. Once again, Slamet late on the brakes, down into the Bridgestone chicane. These Bridgestones now in perfect race temperature. As the rest of the field cross the line to complete what is lap 3 in anger. Lap 3, 5 to go. Slamet just positioning at Volt Market, Truvine, Mike Oxy Kawasaki of his, to keep out the Stefanuti Stocks Motul Kawasaki of Graham Van Breda's. Everywhere you look on circuit at the moment, you're going to see a motorcycle. That's always good to see. Top 2 down towards the hairpin. Here comes Van Breda on the brakes. Is he good enough to keep out Slamet? No, Slamet was later. Slamet went about a second later on the brakes and keeps Van Breda behind him. Maybe Graham just showing a wheel there, setting things up for a little bit later on in this second heat of SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. As I said, these guys hopefully had a little red square reload before they climbed on track. I'm sure Ronald Slamet would have had a big puff of Mike Oxy to get himself ready to go. If I'm not mistaken, I think there might be some 300V in Graham Van Breda's blood, because that's the kind of way he rides when he's in this form. Just so smooth. Jason Lamb still in for 3rd place there at the moment for the Motormart and Max Vacar's Kawasaki team from East London. I'll be looking forward to, of course, continuing the battle for this championship as they are heading into their next round. And of course the next round for ZX10's quite a long way up the road from now, because we've still got Extreme Festival action on the 20th of May at Swartkops to sort out before we head down to Port Elizabeth, where the next round of ZX10R Masters Cup will be taking place. That of course is on the 17th of June, if you've got your diaries with you. ZX10s will not be at Swartkops on the 20th of May. There's no two-wheeled action at that round of the National Extreme Festival. Don't forget though, we have got action tomorrow at Swartkops. Two-wheeled action coming from Brunch Run and Thunderbikes. And there are a couple of ZX10 competitors that'll be there as well. Oh, what a move here. Is this the one that's going to count? No, once again. Slamet so late on the brakes into the hairpin. Van Breda shows him the way, and Slamet just goes that much later on the brakes. Just half a breath before he climbs on the anchors and slams it into the left-hander. The Red Baron is showing Graham Van Breda the way around his home circuit, on a similar vein to what he did in Cape Town at the first National. Van Breda looks dangerous though. I think he's just showing some wheels there, making Slamet think about where he needs to brake harder. There's eventually going to be a time in the next 4 laps or so as we're into the second half of this race, where Graham Van Baar is maybe not going to squeeze the brake that early. Henk Kruger and Han McMahon in the back end. It looks like Kruger with a bit of pressure as McMahon comes down into the Bridgestone chicane. Kruger fighting now with Peter de Vos. De Vos has dropped back slightly there as they once again come across the line. A small change up there between them as they cross the line. Bontekoning still in 5, McMahon is 6, De Vos is 7, and Kruger is down in 8th place ahead of Michael Smit and David Veringa. Joao Cruz still in 3rd place in Class C in the top 10. Steve Galgocci, what a ride from the Detail East Kawasaki. He's up to 11th place. That's certainly his best outing ever in ZX10R Masters Cup. Turning his luck around here in a big way is Steve Galgocci. McCoy Farmer as his trade on the Detail Ease Kawasaki, doing an amazing job there. Possibilities of a top 10 there for Galgocci are on the cards. De Vos and Kruger continue their battle down towards turn 6. Peter de Vos, one of the oldest riders in the field, definitely one of the stalwarts of this category. He's been around since its inception when ZX10R Masters Cup started. Kawasaki were, of course, were the initial sponsors of this championship as they brought the One Make series to light. It wasn't too long after that that both Bridgestone, Red Square and the long-standing championship sponsors joined the party. Amazing to think how well this championship has lasted and still maintains arguably the position of premier two-wheel category in the country. Right-hand flick onto the main straightaway goes Graham Van Baar to complete another lap. That's 6 down and 2 to go. 6 down, 2 to go here for Graham Van Baar. Ronald Stammet on that pass was quickest. Stammet 58.6. In fact, no, Graham Van Baar slightly quicker than him. 58.3 there from Graham Van Baar. 58.6 from Ronald Stammet. So it looks like Graham Van Baar is going to try and maintain this gap. He's not going to let Stammet through no matter what. Intercott finding some late race pace as well to close down on Jason Lamb. Are we going to see that Motorwise Sarum Engineering Kawasaki back on the podium? Time Mart Max for Cars Kawasaki does not want to let that happen. And Jason Lamb is going to make him work hard for it. A nice shot there. Heading down into the dog bone, following that battle all the way through into the dog bone. A slightly different angle here from our director, Scotty Seward, giving us a full run of the dog bone with these two riders. Lamb takes a slightly different line there. He compromises his drive slightly because that's where Dave Entercott is certainly making up ground. Look at how he's closed. Entercott using the slightly wider line out of the dog bone and maintaining the pace. So almost on a 600 style-esque corner speed on that ZX10. That's what Entercott is trying to get out of that Sarum Engineering Kawasaki. Bontekoning all on his own sim. And Bonte, of course, leading Class C. And that's the battle we see getting onto that back straightaway. This is Joao Cruz and David Veringa. The juggernaut down onto the braking point. Big Dave, of course, looking for a chance now to maybe catch Joao Cruz in these last 2 laps. Leaders are on the final lap. Those two have just completed their 7th of 8. And down towards turn 2 they go. Back to the front. Graham Van Baar still out front and keeping it all together. Very, very close. So there we go. Into the closing stages now. Can Graham Van Breda keep it all together? Van Breda will certainly be looking for a chance for a victory here at his home circuit, and it looks like it might be coming his way here. Will it be enough to get the overall victory as well? We'll wait and see. Slamit will definitely get second place. He's got a little bit of breathing room ahead of Jason Lamb. He's going to settle for second here by the looks of things, but by settling for second, he will of course be hanging on to the overall lead of this championship. He realizes maybe to win the fight today won't win the battle and the war at the end of the season, and second place today may be enough. It's Graham Van Breda that's got to do the catching here in this championship. He's late on the brakes down into the Bridgestone chicane for the last time. GVBD about to hit the front and hit the checkered flag. First across the line for Stefanuti Stock's Motor Kawasaki, Graham Van Breda. Second place, Ronald Slamit for Volt Marker True Vine, Mike Oxy Kawasaki. He finishes up ahead of Jason Lamb, who is riding on. Oh, and some late race action here between Henk Kruger and De Vos. It's not done yet. De Vos and Kruger getting up close and personal. Coming to the line, Peter De Vos going to hang on. Only just to beat out Henk Kruger. Nicely done. So let's have a look at the classes as well as we wrap things up here for our two-wheeled action from Red Star. So it's Graham Van Breda who takes the victory. He also takes Class B ahead of Jason Lamb. Steve Galgocci on the podium for Class B. What a run there from the Detail Ease Kawasaki. Oh, an amazing run there. Hats off there, buddy. Brilliant stuff, and what a turnaround for your season, mate. Ronald Slamit wins out Class A. He gets second overall. He beats Dave Enticott and Hein McMahon to the line for the top three there. Bontekoning in fifth place overall, but first in Class C, ahead of Peter De Vos and Joao Cruz, with the dog doctor, Stewie Christie, in fourth place, just ahead of Ian Harwood for the top five in Class C. So there you have confirmation of the overall result. Of course, Graham Van Breda, Ronald Slamit and Jason Lamb, your top three, which means that we're heading into the next round in PE with this championship wide open and certainly not done yet. We look forward to all that action from the ZX10R Masters Cup. And remember, you can catch them in about 2 weeks' time on Ignition as well and on the YouTube channel for a separate post-race production for the ZX10R Masters Cup. We hope you enjoyed all the two-wheeled action. Coming your way shortly, we've got more action from our four-wheelers with a combined class of BMW M Performance Pass Racing Series. slightly bigger field here for race 2 of the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series, as they combine all the categories, classes A through to E, all on track at the same time. It's going to be a little bit more chaotic, I think, and we'll try and keep up with, of course, all the action that's happening in the race itself, as well as in each of the classes out there. Not always easier to do when you've got 5 classes to negotiate with your production, but I'm sure Scott Seward and the team will do their best to bring you all this action. Also try and keep up with what's happening in that battle at the front end. One thing I can tell you is William Einkamera is back on track. You can see him there on the left-hand side as we wait for that Pretoria North Toyota to pull away. He will set the pace initially as our official pace car here for the BMW M Performance Racing Series. It's the official pace car, of course, for Swartkops. And Leon Lerpscher is not holding back. He's waiting for William Einkamera to join him. And Einkamera gets underway. And if you've just joined us, remember this is a combined class now of A, B, C, D, and E in the BMW M Performance Racing Parts Series. Hilligen took Class C honours in the first race. Will he do the same in race 2? We'll keep an eye on that. Certainly expect a lot closer battle at the front end now that William Einkamera has joined the party, as has the 49 car by the looks of things. Yes, 49 would be Bob Neal. He had some problems in the first heat. Both him and Einkamera didn't get onto track for the first bit of race action today. Early on in the day, we saw a dominant Leon Lerpscher get away from Class A, B, and C and leave them in his wake by the time the checkered flag came out. He's only got a couple of laps to do it in this time, though, with a slightly shortened version of race 2 here at Red Star Raceway. Bob Neal just ahead there of Rob Gearing. Gearing in those German touring car style colours. A nice fight in Class B as well, which of course raged all the way through between eventual race winner Lorenzo Gutteri and Andreas Meyer, the German. A full lap under safety car for the M Performance Racing Series as their formation lap. Safety car being told us to slow down slightly to bring the packer a little bit closer. They're a bit far apart at the moment. Can't slow them up too much though. Still try and maintain at least first, second gears around the track for now. Track taxi there being piloted this weekend by Heinz Perze from ATS Motorsport and Dunlop. He's behind Trevor Long, who he fought with all race long in the first heat, so he'll try and get ahead of Trevor as quickly as possible. So keep an eye out on Dave Rees just in the background there. Championship leader overall from Class E, has not been better this season. It's been an epic start to his racing career with the BMW Car Club Racing Series. Stand by now for action as they start to get some heat into that rubber. And form up on that back straightaway. Lopeshaw will dictate the pace. Try and keep the rest of this pack behind him. Gearing. Lorenzo Gutteri, Andreas Meyer, Alan Hilligan. They all line up now, and under starter's orders the lights go out and we go racing. Big pack of BMWs heading down towards turn 1. It is Leon Lopeshaw who has got the whole shot. Andreas Meyer's on the inside of Lorenzo Gutteri, trying to get up possibly into third place overall by the looks of it, as they head down in towards turn 2. Looking to take the lead at least of Class B as they come through there for the first time in anger. Ian Kamara fighting with Bob Neal. Lopeshaw in the mix, but starting to pull away at the front end. Look at Leon Lopeshaw. Oh, he's got something special beneath him there that Fast Developments have produced for this weekend. Let's see how they all go now. Cut for Nick Fisher in the mid-pack as well. Current overall champion in this class. He'll be looking for honours in his class. Gutteri behind the German this time. He'll definitely look to remedy that by the time the checkered flag comes out. So for Baggioni, there's always in a bit of a fight there. Lyle Ramsey into the mix too. Didn't really see much of Lyle in the first heat either. He was kind of just out of our camera shots. In fact, I was just thinking about that. He didn't actually compete in the first heat. He had some problems with his car in that first heat, so he's now back in it. That's Bob Neal heading towards turn number 12 and 13. Inside maneuver there coming out of Nick Macris to get through on Rob Gearing. And looks like Gutteri's got through on the German. So Renzo finding a way past early on, end of lap 1. We eventually get to see how they all line up here. And the standings as they've come through there on that first lap in anger. Oh, Alan Helligen off track. Not always the best thing to have the only car that's orange on track. Especially when you've got such a big field around you. It's very easy to spot that car if something goes right or wrong. That time, unfortunately, it was something going wrong for Hilligan. So Bob Neal hangs on at this stage, ahead of Nick Macris, Lorenzo Gutteri, the German Andreas Meyer. Meyer trying to get back at Gutteri as they come down the short straight. Looks like behind that will be Renier Smith. He's pushing hard to stay with that front pack. It's amazing the gap already. There goes 1 and 2 into the dog bone as third place Bob Neal comes into the dog bone, followed by Macris and Gutteri. May around the outside. The side's different, he tucks in, slots up the inside to try and find a different line through on Lorenzo Gutteri. Heading now towards turn 11. Into that back straight away. Let's see if we can get some runs here under slipstream. Exactly what the naturally aspirated cars will be looking to do with the turbo cars. It's a big mix there between those top cars. Big move coming out of the 5 car as well of Renier Smith. Trying to find a way through, but can't on the German. Lyle Ramsey joins onto the back end of that big wing of Smith's car, looking for a way past. Smith under attack from Ramsey. Ramsey watching the antics ahead of him there, of Gualtieri to find a way through on Macris. Timing monitors down again, unfortunately. Sorry about that, folks. Try and go with what I know here. Smith and Meyer. Macris lost out there to Gualtieri. Gualtieri's through. Nick Macris watches in the background as Andreas Meyer goes on the attack. Here comes Renier Smith on the German. Late on the brakes, down into turn 6, and he's got the inside line. He's going to force the German wide, but Lyle Ramsey's going to go with the German around the outside, trying to return the favour there. Can't get through. So Smith is up one place. Meyer down one. Now into the clutches of Lyle Ramsey. That's your top two on the back straight away. That's the gap between first and second. Leon Loubser and William Einkammerer. Rob Gearing. Bit of a gap there. Osbagioni coming into shot now as well. And you've got Nick Fisher. Troy Cochrane just behind him, fighting hard. Oh, he has a move inside, turn 1. Lyle Ramsey on the German. Andreas Meyer saw him coming, shut the door. Not hard. He kind of eased the sliding door across on Lyle Ramsey there. Ramsey had to literally take his hand out of the way there. 5 laps to go by the looks of things. 3 down and 5 to go. Amazing how Lyle Ramsey literally just pulled his hand out of the sliding door in time to avoid having his nose taken out by the back end of that E92 touring car of Andreas Meyer. It's a great battle here. 4 cars in it. Renzo's left him slightly. Oh, the German squeezing up the inside. Opportunistic driving coming from Andreas Meyer there. He's got through and he's managed to just stay ahead. Yes, he has. Ramsey's gone with him. So Meyer and Ramsey catching Renier Smith out there ever so slightly. That's Loubser's lead over second place, William Einkammerer. Third place, Bob Neal still in the 3 spot. About to come through onto that back straightaway. He's got Renzo Gualtieri fighting hard, as you can see here, with Nick Macris. And then Meyer fighting with Lyle Ramsey and Smith. Rob Gearing just off the back of them. Oh, watch out! Here we go! Renier Smith getting it out of shape there down the back straightaway. I don't know if he's helped out there. I think he might have been. Hopefully Paul got that on a replay so we can see it again. But Renier Smith and Lyle Ramsey getting up close and personal, maybe a little bit too up close and personal. Back end stepping out on Smith's car. What a catch. What a catch there. Renier Smith needs to go and play for the Calcutta Knight Riders or CSA, because that catch was IPL level. Well done, bro. If you got that one, Paulie, let's have a look at that again. That was proper cool. Onto the back straightaway. Look at that. Renier Smith pulls out on Lyle Ramsey. He pulls out so hard, he actually puts his car into a drift on his own. And watch for the gesticulation. There it is. Sorry about that. Nicely done. Lyle Ramsey, well, he had a face full of rear wing there from the 5 car. Nice one, Paulie. Thanks for that. Nice action replay there for the action that's happening. Speaking of action that's happening, it's about to happen here between Macris and Renzo Gutteri. The German has joined the party. They're trying to close the gap now on the 49 car, Bob Neal. The Delmon Mining man looking for a chance for a third place. He didn't start the first race. Third place in the second one will definitely improve his day. No change for Leon Loubser. No one even with an answer. Amazing run here from this man. Bid wheels and fast developments BMW. Leading comfortably with 3 to go. Still on camera in second. Here's the battle for 6th. This time inside line from Smith. The German comes around his outside. He'll try and hang on to the inside line to keep Smith at bay. He does. Smith has to come wide and out of the second part of the chicane. Into the pits. Somebody into the pits. There, Bob Neal. Bob Neal into the pits by the looks of things. Bob Neal into the pits. So the Delmon Mining BMW is out of race 2. I was just saying he's going to turn his luck around here in race 2, and unfortunately that hasn't worked out for him. So Loubser now into the back markers. Oh, I say back markers, that's Troy Cochrane. Cochrane must have had a problem on track somewhere. He's dropped right to the back of the pack, circulating to try and score as many points as he can. And it's definitely not the first car we expected Leon Loubser to catch. Iron Comber will be the next car to catch that machine. Here is Reynolds taking on Berza, running onto the grass just ahead there of Herbst. Herbst's going to squeeze through on him as well. Yes, he does. The Greenhouse Solar car moving through. So some action in the mid-pack down in Class D. There's literally action all around the track at the moment if you're here at Red Star. It's a pity we can't get our drone up to give you a full aerial shot of all these BMWs on track at the same time. That'd be pretty spectacular to see. Literally everywhere you look right now, you'll find a BMW of some nature on the Red Star Raceway. So, the bid wheels, BMW crosses the line again and starts the final lap. No worries at all here for Leon Loubser in both races. Absolutely amazing race car he's been given to do battle in today. Coming up on back markers again. Possibilities there of Reinhard Miller, I think, or Johan Miller that he's closing in on. And he's on the final lap, so more importantly is he just doesn't want to get involved in any battles that might be on track. Trying to stay out of harm's way as well. Not get too much action thrown his way here in the closing stages. As I said, unfortunately our timing monitor's gone down again, so can't really give you the standings in each of the classes. But this man certainly is winning overall and Class A. I think Renzo Gutteri might be up for Class B's honours with a third overall on the cards at this point. So the BMW M Performance Pass Racing Series race 2 combined classes A, B, C, D and E all on track at the same time. This is the kind of racing we like to talk about. And there's just cars everywhere you look, and of course looking up the road, that's exactly what Leon Loubser's thinking. Hang on a second, there's a lot of race cars to get through here. Maybe I'll just back out of it, let them go for one more lap and let me just get that checkered flag. I think that's possibly what he'll be thinking. He'll roll out of it slightly coming through the final 2 corners. Let them get on their merry way and accept the checkered flag for the second time today for Bid Wheels Fast Developments BMW Racing Team. Renzo Gutteri gets onto that back straight away. Ahead there of Nick Macris. Reneth and the German Andreas Meyer. This is the Class B battle heading towards the line. Renzo Gautieri is going to win it. He's going to cross the line in first place for the win in Class B. And once again, that just opens up this championship. And the next round is certainly going to be pretty exciting. Battle still to be sorted out on track, as you can see there. Oh, that's Troy Cochrane, I beg your pardon. Mixed up the two green cars there. Apologies on that. So Cochrane's still in with a chance here of a top finish for Class C. Jan Everstein just ahead of him. So Everstein and Cochrane looking to come through for Class C honours, possibly on the podium for all three, all of them. As I said, unfortunately our timing monitor is down, so I don't have any results to give you, and I don't have any class results to give you either. I'll have to get that off the website later on. This man had a great outing in the first heat earlier on for Class D. Looks like he's going to hang on again for Class D honours there. There's Reinhard Miller. So Miller yet again for Class D. And there's a good possibility that Dave Reese, I think, is going to hang on for the win in Class E. Look at this, Berza sideways with Herbst on his tail, trying to get through there on Reynolds. Ah, great finish there. Heinz Berza will be loving life, having a fight like that to the end. So back markers coming down. This, of course, is some of the Class C competitors. Kobus Copper in there as well for the Pepper Shield car. Reese, I think, has gone through. But now Class E comes to complete the final bit of action from our BMW M Performance Racing Parts Series here at Red Star Raceway. Leon Loubser, the king of BMWs today, with two very, very dominant victories in this M Performance Racing Series here at Red Star. Up next, of course, we're heading into some more action from our four-wheelers. Our two-wheelers are done for the day. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. And more to come your way in the form of another 7 laps from Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Classes A and C. join us as the cars come under starters orders here for the second heat of classes A and C of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. And on the front row for Class A, it's going to be once again Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters, who are side by side there, the two brothers racing, looking for a chance to outgun each other ahead of Rory Atkinson and Charles Smallberger. Saw some action with them in the first heat. Valdi Mikey's ahead of Luigi Ferro, and then it's Mike Barbaglia, Dioval Turon ahead of Mighty Mfana, Miguel Diaz and Nicole Lombard. Behind that, Bjorn Berthold and Yotti Nusias. That's the front row, with Nusias just outgunning Berthold for the pole position for Class C. Stand by for the two separate starts. Remember, it's Class A that get underway. About 10 seconds later, they send Class C on their way down towards turn 1. Lights out, and it is a great start again from Masters. Bevan leads out over Wayne. Dropping the hammer and getting the whole shot into turn 1 with Bevan Masters leading out over Wayne. And a much better start there from Rory Atkinson, who tucks in behind Wayne Masters in that Performance Masters Polo. Heading into turn 2, he's already put a wheel up the inside of Bevan. Heading towards turn 1, is it going to be Berthold or not? Yotti Nusias getting the whole shot. Yotti around the outside, he gets the whole shot into turn 1 as Class A heads into turn 3. 10 car there of Luigi Ferro, already starting to make some maneuvers through the field. Wants to get up ahead of both Valdi Mikey's. Stay ahead of Mike Barbaglia if he can. Masters 1 and 2, CPS Warehouse is Bevan. Performance Masters Polo is Wayne. Class C through turn 3. Yotti Nusias leads out over Bevan, over Bjorn Berthold. Then it's Bummers and Cruiser. As we go back to Class A and down into the hairpin for the first time. Late braking coming in that BHIT car of Rory Atkinson. Smallberger trying to close him down in the Sabertech and Universal Motorsport machine. Smallberger's got Aldi Mikey's right on his tail. Diaz, Mighty Mfana and Nicole Lombard fighting at the back end of that pack too. Still some work to be done here by Ferro. He's lost a little bit of ground, as you can see there, to Dioval Turon, sliding out of the dog bone section. Back end just hopping through there. Now they come up onto that back straight away for the first time. Slipstream is definitely a big factor amongst these cars. Let's see if he's got what it takes. There's no push to pass mechanism on these ones, like there is in the Comcare Polo Cup. This is, they've all got to do whatever they can with the power that's available. There's no additional power that can be thrown in. Berthold at this stage looks like he might be looking to close things down. He is on Yotti Nusias. Spammers behind that. Philip Cruiser. And remember, we've still got some action from Dino Smith, Andy Gossman, and Charles Anderson. Michael Zafirio not too far behind them. Class A completes another lap in anger. Doesn't look like we've been able to sort out the timing, unfortunately, there for you guys. So apologies on that. Seems the timing has frozen on the second heat of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. We'll try and get it to refresh if we can. It doesn't look like it wants to. Yeah, definitely not to refreshing on my side either, Paulie. So we'll just have to run with what we see on track at this stage. Masters 1 and 2, they stay the same. Bevan versus Wayne. Atkins still in third place there for the BHIT logistics team. And closing him down will be Charles Smallberger. Yotti Nusias hangs on to Class C on his for fixed cars at the moment. He is ahead now of Bjorn Berthold. They head onto that little short straight away. As our leaders of Class A are already down into the dog bone. Coming out of that dog bone section now. Definitely opportunities arising here for Wayne Masters. He's sitting behind Bevan comfortably. And he's happy with the pace that Bevan's setting, because it's getting both of them away from Rory Atkinson. Doesn't seem to have an answer there, does Rawls. Behind that, See a battle also starting to rage here between Barbaglia and Taron. Yeah, well, Taron's come through the field pretty rapidly. He's moved up about 4 positions to get into that fight with Mike Barbaglia. Masters all over the back end of Masters. It's B versus W at this point in time, running in alphabetical order is what they're doing on track as well in terms of the numerical order. Back straight starting to get a bit like 5 o'clock traffic. It's almost 5 o'clock here, so supposed to have lots of traffic down that back straight away. It runs parallel to the N12 highway here at Indalmas, Mpumalanga. Masters and Masters, no change for them. Atkins still full third. Down towards the hairpin. Now gaps opening up there. You can see almost equidistant gaps between 1, 2 and 3. It'll come down slightly under braking. Bevan Masters now starting to turn the wick up ever so slightly. And certainly looking for a chance now to open up a margin. Look how hard he's trying. Locking up the brakes into the hip, into the dog bone, I beg your pardon. Late braking, trying to get every inch to pull away from his brother Wayne. This is the WeFix Cars Polo. Yotinusios also with a big gap now over Bjorn Berthold. Not really an answer there from Berthold or anybody else down in Class C. Cruiser, Spummers, Gossman, Smith, Zafirio, Charles Anderson, Peterson, or Dimitri Zafirio. They're all battling, but not able to run with the pace there out front of Yotinusios. And they come into the chicane once again. No changes in that top 5. Gaps staying pretty much the same there in terms of visibility. Can't really tell you what the timing gaps are between them. Four laps down, 4 to go. So the halfway stage now reached. Yachty still hanging on to the lead of Class C. Locking up down into the hairpin. Slightly wide there. Not quite sure why he's pushing so hard. He's still got a nice margin there between himself and Berthold, but I suppose you don't want to ease up too much, otherwise Berthold will make you pay. That's exactly why you don't want to be easing up, because if you ease up, this can happen. Wayne Masters can close you down and give you a run for the last 3.5 laps to the checkered flag. So it's the CPS Warehouse Polo out front, lights on now, trying to stay ahead of Wayne Masters in the Performance Masters Polo. BHIT Bulk Logistics is there in third, with Rory Atkinson at the wheel still. That's the gap now between Yachty and Bjorn. Onto the short straight. Class A leader is about to get onto the long straight. So it's about a half a lap gap now between the top drivers in Class A and the top drivers in Class C. There you have them, on cue, back straight away. Still got one more heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars to come your way, one more heat of Class B of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, and then one more heat of the DOE Formula Vees, and combined SuperHatch and 111 Sports and Saloons. Class C battle. That is what it's like at this stage in third place. Hanging on for third place. Still Philip Cruiser. Looks like Spummer's behind him. Lead cars down into the hairpin. Masters versus Atkinson. No change between those first three. Gaps have come down, they've opened up, they've come down again. But still no answer here to Bevan Masters' pace around the Red Star Raceway. Oh, a little back step out there from Atkinson's car. Saw that in the closing stages of race 1 where he started to get a bit tail happy, sometimes running off the circuit even. And not able to keep the car in between the two white lines that you're supposed to race between. Smallberger comfortable in 4th. Certainly we're looking to pick up any pieces if there are any in the battle between the two Masters boys as our Class C leader heads into the dog bone. Class A comes out of the chicane and completes another lap in anger. Two to go. Pretty much plain sailing there for the first 5. No changes expected there. Zafiro, Smith and Zafiro in a bit of a fight of their own there, by the looks of things. It was in the foreground of our shot as we watch Class C's leader heading up onto the back straightaway again. Berthold still hanging on for second place. Doesn't look like Bjorn Berthold is giving up without a fight. Late breaking into the chicane, locking up. Trying to close that gap down on our leader, Yoti Nusios. Does look like things have opened up again here. Oh no, there's problems. The Performance Masters car slowing. So Wayne Masters, has he missed a gear there or something gone wrong in the car? Because he just slowed up dramatically coming out of the hairpin and allowed the bulk logistics car from BHRT and Rory Atkinson to get up into second. Let's see if we can see him in the background as he comes through this shot. There is Atkinson. He's still ahead of Smallberger, but it looks like he might be stuck in gear. He might be stuck in gear there, and is it going to be Charles Smallberger? It is. Smallberger comes through, so is Wayne Masters possibly stuck in 3rd or 4th gear there? Not getting the drive he needs. Well, Valdi Mikes will see that now as well. Try and close him down and get past. This could change things up here dramatically from Wayne Masters' point of view. He slows up, just watching. It's 2 hands on the wheel. He's unable to get out of gear there. And slowing through the corners, you can see he's relying on the torque of the car to get him out the corners, but there's not enough torque in 4th gear. Last lap comes out. He loses out to Valdi Mikes. He drops down to 5th place now. There's Wayne Masters. Definitely a big loss here to Wayne Masters' aspirations of a win. As I said, Berthold is not giving up without a fight here. He has closed up dramatically. Not enough, but a big difference between where he was earlier on and where he is now in terms of 1st and 2nd in Class C. Heads down that back straightaway now for the penultimate time. Watch for the late braking from Berthold again. Late on the brakes there from Yachty. even later from Bjorn. And it makes up even more ground as they start their final lap. Leaders of Class A are into the hairpin, and it's Bevan Masters looking for a double today. Looks like he might have enough here in hand to do just that. He comes out of the dog bone, still in the front end of the field. Second place, Rory Atkinson for VHIT Bulk Logistics. Sure, Matty's watching from the sideline, loving the fact that his boy is looking for the top step of the podium, even here in the closing stage. He's not going to get it today, but remember, that is the #1 car from last year, so he's a tough man to beat when he is in form. Didn't look like it quite worked out for him today here at Red Star Raceway. Had a bit of battle scars and some wars to sort out in race 1. This time he's hung on for second place. Stayed out of harm's way. But not out of this man's way. Because Bevan Masters is headed to the checkered flag for the second time today for the CPS Warehouse Racing Team. Bevan takes it. Rory comes through for second place there. And third place, Charles Smallberger for Sabertech and Universal Motorsport. Goldie Mikey's hangs on for 4. Let's see whether or not Wayne Masters is going to come through for 5th place or not. Well, we see a couple of other cars come through before we see Wayne Masters. We do. We see Mike Barbaglia, Ferro, and there is Masters coming across the line. About 8th place there for Wayne Masters, recovering after looks like he got stuck in gear. Performance of that car surely stated there was a problem, and by the looks of it, the torque and the ability to get out of the corners shows he was stuck in a high gear and was having to sort of rev it out to get out of those corners. Not having to rev it out of the corners is Yotti Nusias as he looks for a double on the day as well. He'll be heading down into the final corner. Ahead now, yet again, of Bjorn Berthold. He has rolled out of it ever so slightly, but he's got enough in hand as he heads towards the checkered flag for the second time today. For We Fix Cars Racing Team, it's Yotti Nusias for the win in Class C of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Beats out Bjorn Berthold for second place, and looks like Philip Cruiser will hang on for 3rd. We'll be back shortly with action from the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Well, we're in the dying light here at Red Star Raceway, and we got Rolling Thunder. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars out for their second heat today. 8 laps of action coming your way now. We've still got Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B to come. DOE Formula Vees to come. And the Car Care Clinic and 111 Sports and GT Sports and Saloons combined race to wrap up the day's racing. So I thought with the inverted grid we may see Warren Lombard on the front row with Larry Wolford, but what we're seeing of course as they come up behind that Pretoria Toyota is Larry Wolford ahead of Thomas Reeb, then Lombard and Familiaris. Then we've got Mac Yadlam, Steve Herbst, and then the number 21 car there at the back is the Fuchs and Schick Ford Mustang of Terry Wolford. Doesn't look like the Italian Stallion has joined us here for race 2, as Larry Wolford is about to get eaten up by the pack as they head down towards turn 1. As they cross the line, they cross the line in time. Lombard around the outside of Wolford. He hits the whole shot position ahead of Reeb. Reeb's got problems of his own as Wolford runs wide again. Terry Wolford onto the grass in the background. It's Lombard out front there for the Mobil 1 grid car. Normally runs in Pep Boys automotive colours. As you can see, their yellow flags waving. I'm not quite sure why the yellow flags are waving. As we've got a car maybe spun out, or is it? Oh, it's because Mac Yadlam's got problems. Adams dropped to the back of the pack there. Must have had some kind of issue going into turn 2. Came out of turn 2 and then couldn't get it through turn 3. So Lombard leads out over Reeb. Warren Lombard has gone for a victory, and of course he is absolutely looking forward to another one here at Red Star Raceway. He took his first one here only a couple of seasons back in his Pep Boys automotive and bumper to bumper Ford Falcon. He's now in the Mobil 1 grid Ford Falcon. A couple of his own sponsor stickers on the side of the car, but fortunately David Kutsio's car was available because his car broke yesterday with issues on the gearbox. Couldn't get it fixed in time, but he's certainly loving life now in this machine as he's got pressure coming from the back, and the Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb is applying that pressure. Cafe 9 Automotive and a Mobil agri-fuel machine on the back end now of Lombard, looking for a chance to be at the front end as he pushes hard to try and get away from this pack. The two of them opening up a little bit of margin over Familiaris. No, in fact it's Larry Wolford still. Wolford ahead now of Terry Wolford, then only Familiaris. So I'm not quite sure why Julian Familiaris is so far back. Here comes Reeb though on Lombard. Lombard will be last of the late breakers into that chicane. Remember these guys now on Pirelli rubber for the first time as well. Loving life with the association with the Italian brand as they come across the line. Watch out for the maneuver coming from Terry Wolford as well. Wolford on the inside of his dad squeezes through into third place ahead of Larry. The two Fuchs cars fighting for third place. It's the two Mobil 1 cars fighting for first place, I should say, and the Fuchs cars fighting for third. Behind Larry, waiting in the pound seats there is Julian Familiaris. That Chevy Corvette we know has got good pace, and maybe he has late race pace to close things down. The two Corvettes at the back of the field with the Pride Instrumentation Corvette of Steve Herbst, the last car on track. Don't know what happened with Adlam though. Race 1 winner. Looks like he's going to have some problems here in race 2. Doesn't look like he's going to finish race 2 by the looks of things. Just want to see if our timing monitor's had a chance to refresh. No, it hasn't. It's died. Dead. Not going to be able to do anything about it at this point in time. Sure, it's going to be a big fight on here, that's for sure. Into the closing stages, I think we're going to definitely be in for a bit of a run here. Wolford spun out. Again, Terry Wolford having a nightmare of a day here. Just got ahead of Larry, his dad. And then spins out. Topping him probably to the back end of the field. There might not be enough time in this race for him to close that gap down that he's made that mistake again. Here he comes across the line. Well, Lombard comes across the line to complete another lap. Lombard and Reed. Lombard hangs on for now. Pep Boys Automotive, bumper to bumper. And Mobil 1 grid, Ford Falcon ahead of the Chevy Lumina. I can tell you through some of these corners, Lombard must be thinking to himself, some of that window tinting he gets put onto cars at his Pep Boys Automotive store might come in handy right now, because it's tricky conditions here at Red Star Raceway when the sun gets so low. We speak about Sunset Corner at Kyalami. There are a numerous amount of Sunset Corners here at Red Star Raceway with the low sun. Lombard just placing the Falcon just in the right spot there, not to give an open door policy there to the Lumina to come through. It's lovely to see, especially in the late afternoon, these big flames out of the side of the car. Mobil 1 flames coming out of the side of Thomas Reeves' car there. He's geared down to go into the tricky little dog bone section for these V8s. V8 Supercars in full flight, get to about 290 k's an hour on the straight that they're about to climb onto, especially with a tailwind that's been blowing here all day. Just before they climb on the anchors, they drop it all the way down, and you can see Reeb looking for a chance now. The cut from Familiaris in the background as well, because he's coming along for the ride and definitely putting in the laps that are needed to close the gap to these top two. Look at that Corvette is right there. So Familiaris fastest on track there, visibly. I can't tell you on the time on the tickers, unfortunately that's not working. So let's see whether or not he's able to close things down here. Another big Mobil flame out of the side of that car as Reed gears down for turn 2 into 3. Second gear all the way through here. Remember, these cars do about 140 k's an hour just in first gear. 600 horsepower, 600 newton meters of torque to play with. Very powerful machines, arguably some of the most powerful race cars in the country on track here at Red Star Raceway as we speak. Lombard got a good drive out of turn 5 there to pull a small margin. And that was catching Thomas Reeb out slightly. Reeb, I think, was caught watching the Corvette closing in on him. Maybe just missed the acceleration point. He missed one little maneuver here on this track and the gap will open up, which is what Lombard is trying to do here in that bumper to bumper Pep Boys Automotive Mobil 1 grid Ford Falcon. Here comes Familiaris. He's closed the gap down now onto his fellow Chevrolet powered machine of Thomas Reeb. Lumina versus Corvette. Chevy V8's now fighting for second. Will that slow Reeb down slightly? Give Lombard a little bit of breathing room. Larry Wolford all on his own some there in 4th. How far back is Terry? We'll keep an eye on that for you guys as well. Two Fuchs cars now 4 and 5 on track. Prior instrumentation, second Corvette of Steve Haps in 6th place. Here comes the Corvette. Inside line from Familiaris. Always up to second. And that might be just in time. Looking to get into the closing stages here of this V8 Supercar second heat. And the Mobil 1 V8 top 3 are putting on a show here of note. Julian Familiaris is going to look to spoil the day here for Warren Lombard. He is looking for a second victory in the V8 Supercars. His first one came at Red Star. He's looking for another one here today. But Familiaris definitely and visibly the quickest of the 3 cars out front. Lombard will have to go on the defensive. Every time he climbs on the anchors, he'll have to look in that rearview mirror and hope that he's done enough to keep the Corvette at bay. He's going to hope that Thomas Reeb can come back and give Familiaris a bit of a run, just to give him a bit of breathing room. Larry Wolford down into turn 6 as the top 3 go into the dog bone. Here they come, out of the kink. Watch for the slipstream, possibly even under power here. And Chevy Corvette just seems to have a slightly better top end than any other car here this weekend. Let's see if that's going to be the case. He pulls out alongside Warren Lombard down that back straightaway. Lombard is going to have to be exceptionally late on the brakes. Is he going to be good enough to keep out Familiaris? Familiaris on the inside. Oh, brilliant stuff. Julian Familiaris inside of Lombard and takes the lead. Lombard trying to come straight back at him. Not going to give Jules a run to the line, but look at that. Almost instantaneously, the Corvette pulls away. Just the nimbleness of that car, the ability to get the power down. Just such a super race car that Julian Familiaris has been given this weekend. Oh, and it looks like Lombard now goes in the defensive for the second of the Chevys. Chevy fans out there must be loving this. We got a Ford in the sandwich of the 2 Chevys out front. Lumina in third, Falcon in second, Corvette in first. Inside line from the Lumina. Oh! And he has the door firmly shut on him this time. Wasn't the sliding door. This time, Lombard slams the door. Right in Reeb's face. So, can he keep it all together now? Second place. Will definitely be a nice recovery here from Warren Lombard's point of view. Hasn't quite gone according to plan this season. There is Reeb. Late on the brakes, inside line. And he runs a bit wide. Lombard tries to cut back at him. But Reeb is going to hang on. So we've got Chevys 1 and 2. Corvette and Lumina ahead of the Falcon. Chevy V8's 1 and 2. Ford V8 in third. Can Lombard come back at Reeb in the closing stages? They're not going to catch Familiaris. He's on his way to pick up the check and the trophy. It's going to be a fight for second. Reeb and Lombard looking for the honours. Reeb has it at the moment. What can Warren Lombard do in this borrowed car? Down the back straightaway they come. Lombard putting the foot onto the tarmac. That's how hard he's pushing that loud pedal down. Larry Wolford onto the back straight again for him. Being closed down now by Terry. Lombard and Reeb out of the chicane. Wolford and Wolford onto the back straightaway. Yet again, the gap opens up between Reeb and Lombard. Lombard, I think, is going to settle for third. He doesn't have the pace of the 2 Chevys. Definitely looks like here in the second heat, the Chevy-powered cars have come into their own. Particularly the Corvette there of Julian Familiaris. Franco Mateo, Gavin Wilkins have done really good work on that Chev Corvette and the Chevy Lumina. Jules going to try and keep it now together for the next lap or so. Heading into the dog bone section. Familiaris in cruise control. Looking for this final victory in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Terry Wolford has got back up ahead of Dad Larry and into 4th place overall for the Fuchs and Schick Ford Mustang team. Familiaris onto the back straight. Let's have a look at the gap that he's opened up now. Over Thomas Reed. There is Reed, only onto the back straight. It's a huge margin. More than enough to control to the end of proceedings. Hello, chicane. As Pirelli's just coming into their own. And onto the last lap now for Familiaris. Reeb in second with an equally comfortable margin over third place Warren Lombard. Definitely sounds like Lombard might be battling a little bit there. Shoving it into neutral as he went down into turn one. That's not always a good thing. Going to try and nurse that Ford Falcon. Usual campaigner in that car, David Kutsia. Lombard comes into turn 3 as turn 5 is negotiated by the Corvette of Julian Familiaris. Lombard, Reeb. Oh, Terry Wolford in the background slowing. Oh, it's been an absolute nightmare debut for that new sponsor of Terry Wolford's, but needless to say, they've backed one of the best and finest V8 Supercar drivers we've had in a long time there in Terry Wolford. It just hasn't gone according to plan for him here today in his Fuchs and Schick Ford. So Familiaris out of the dog bone for the last time. He'll look to wrap things up here with the victory. Didn't work out in the first one. He was close. Had to fight it out amongst the Jaguars. Eventually the Jags all won out. But this time there's not a Jag in sight. It's all about Chevy Motors at the front end. Corvette for the win. Lumina for second. Familiaris and Reeb 1 and 2. Stable mates, of course. And now heading into the final chicane there. How well has this Pirelli rubber worked? Brilliantly, well done. And a great effort there to take the victory. Di Matteo Racing, Gavin Wilkins Racing. And Julian Familiaris for the win. Reeb for second. Lombard is going to hang on for third ahead of Larry Wolford for fourth place. I think Terry might have just retired the car. He's going to finish down in sixth place, having done enough laps, I think, to still be classified. But of course that classification will be Steve Herbst ahead of him in the second of the Corvettes for Pri Instrumentation. Up next, Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B. We're standing by for the next part of the race action here from Red Star Raceway, and I think coming through on the WhatsApp group just stated that possibilities of Formula Vee out next. So if that's the case, let's go and find out from our top contenders in the association class what their plans are for today.
Out on track again, DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. And we've got the association part of this category now. Association, just take us, Marcel Blichnout, take us through what does the association actually mean within the category?
Well, it's basically some of the new guys that's starting out, to give them also a chance to achieve something, if you can call it.
And
like
have your own race in amongst it all as well. CF de Toy, you also have raced here before, so this time out, maybe you go a little bit better?
Yeah, so second time racing here, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to put all the chips on the table and see what we can do.
You're going to put it all out there?
All out there.
Okay, well I wonder what Carl Watt's got to say about that. Carl, he says he's going to give you a go today.
Oh, you can try. I'm going to try and give the guys up front a go, but I think we're doing a good job to this far. We're close enough, but I think the likes of MD Bester, Eric Boyens, those gents are seriously quick, so I think we're going to have a tough battle here from 3rd place to about 6th place tomorrow. So I think anybody can do anything up there. So the mid pack is going to be really tough, really close.
And qualifying also hugely important around here.
No, for sure. I think that's where the problem's going to start tomorrow morning. If we don't get a good quali, we're going to have a problem. So we'll need a good quali and then see how it goes from there.
Well, thanks for talking to us, guys. All of the very best, and we'll see you out there on the track.
Thanks.
Second heat of Formula Vee's making their way around the circuit now. And just to give you a little heads up, some information that came my way earlier on. It was a little bit late from Theo van Mark, but thanks anyway for that. Yes, Gert is back on track. It was great to see him at the front end fighting so hard for a potential win. And teaming up there with Jaco Schricks, Team DOE. And it's MD, of course, MD Bester was leading the championship heading into round 1 earlier on, the first race of the day. He didn't have a bad finish to that first race, so could potentially still be in the hunt at the front end, depending on what happened there with, of course, Jaco Schricks, Lionel Janssen, Peter Hills, etc. Carl Watt leading the association championship. We just heard from them now. And then, of course, a 2:07 for this morning's qualifying from Lennel Janssen was an impressive bit of driving, no doubt about it. Jaco Smit, he won the ATS voucher in the draw this morning, and Gert van der Berg won the Dunlop cash from the draw. Unfortunately, though, Brandon Hills couldn't be here, so he had to go and attend a wedding somewhere around the country, and we wish him all the very best. And yes, we missed him. Well, that's what I was told to say. I don't think anybody missed him. He's probably watching on the live stream, we hope, at the wedding. He better be now as they get ready to go for the second heat. Lennel Janssen and Gert van der Berg, the front row. 2 minutes turns to 1, 1 turns to 30, 30 turns to 5. Jaco Schricks and Eric Boyens ahead of Carl Watt, Sean van der Linde. MD Bester, championship leader, Jaco Smit, ahead of Yanni Geier and Peter Hills. CF de Toy, David Austin. And away they go. Great drop off the line there from Gert van der Berg from second place. Looking for the whole shot on Lennel Janssen and gets it. So van der Berg leads out into turn 1 on his tail, Lennel Janssen. And then his teammate in third place, Sean van der Linde. What a start from him. Up into fourth place ahead of Boyens, ahead of Carl Watt. Great start there from van der Linde. Running in the lime green and bright pink colours there. Very Eddie Irvine-esque colours that Sean van der Linde runs as he comes into turn 3. Watt under pressure and looking for a way through early on. Boyens there as well, trying to come back at the fantastic start that came from Sean van der Linde. Let's see if he can keep it all together there and stay in the hunt there for potentially a podium position. He'll certainly be looking for a chance to win things out in his race for honours in race 2. Thanks, Fran. I'm glad you're watching, buddy. That wasn't from me. That came from everybody else in your category. They all miss you here big time, and so do we. Hope you've enjoyed the wedding, and I hope you're enjoying heat number 2 here from us. Here they come, up towards the dog bone section for the first time. Gert van der Berg leading things out over Lennel Janssen, pulling away slightly now from Jakes. Jaco Schricks there in third place. Champion. And of course a multiple champion in his own right there, Peter Hills, with that new helmet spray job. Not quite working out for him. Oh! And did I just give him the commentator's curse? I may have. Hills runs off the circuit completely. Mangaza Racing having a tough time of it there with Peter Hills off track and down to about 10th or 11th place there. Onto the back straight for the first time. This is where slipstream can come into effect. You can see Lennel Janssen trying to get into that slipstream behind Gert van der Berg. Van der Berg watching those rearview mirrors to ensure he doesn't get there. Team DOE at the moment are 1 and 3 on track. Van der Linde still hangs on to the 4th spot ahead of Boyens. Watt behind them. Theo Vermaak behind that. That's an impressive start from Theo Vermaak, considering the fact that he started, according to the revised grid I got for race 2, in last place. He's up to, what is 6th place on the circuit. So not a bad run there from the association man. Still looking to fight it out there with, of course, his association championship rivals. So it's into the sunset we go now. And of course at this circuit there's a couple of corners that can be very tricky with the low sun. One of them they're coming into right now, turn 5. Sun comes directly into your visor as you go down towards turn 6 in the hairpin. Just slightly lower now, so it's a little bit easier, but you can still see it in your periphery. So you're going to have to be right on your A game to stay at the front of this championship fight. You'll definitely see it heading towards turn 11 and onto the back straight. A little bit here through the dog bone. Oh, looks like we might have a bit of a refreshment on the timing system. Yes, we have. Thanks for that, Paulie. Right, so timing is back. Well done to that team for getting it sorted. Gert van der Berg, Lennel Janssen, Jaco Schricks, Sean van der Linde, Eric Boyens are top 5. I can officially say that now because it's officially on my timing monitor as well. Good hustle there from Moore and his team to get us all sorted out for the last 3 races of the day. Kat van der Berg set the fastest lap on the last pass, 2:12. Not quite the same kind of pace as what they were doing in qualifying. They got down to the 2:07s, remember. Well, Lennell Janssen did, to put it on pole. He's now looking to get back into that top spot and find a way past on Kat van der Berg. Jakes hangs on for third. Teammate there for Team DOE. 4th place still in the hands of Sean van der Linde, but he's got a bit more pressure now from Eric Boyens behind him. Carl Watt is 6th ahead of Theo Vermaak. MD Bester, Yannick Geyer and Jaco Smit making up the top 10. Smith this time trying to stay on track and not spin out if he can help it. He had a bit of a hard one in the first one. Spun out, dropped almost to the back of the pack. The light at the moment, from a production point of view, is pretty spectacular for these cars. If you're a photographer out there on track, I can tell you, you have got absolutely perfect light for some great photography at Red Star Raceway at the moment. That's what we're trying to bring you here on our production as well from our cameras, as they fight the dying light here at Red Star Raceway. Remember, we've still got 2 races to go after this. A 7-lap Class B Pabar Volkswagen Challenge heat. A 6-lap Car Care Clinic, 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch combined. Kat van der Berg controlling things from the front, not letting Janssen through just yet. I think Lennell Janssen might be happy with the pace that Kat is setting. He's not going to push too early, show his cards and possibly ruin his chances of a win. Remember, he's coming back from a massive incident at Swartkops at the first round of this championship, where him and Jaco Schricks came together through turn 4. Schricks went barreling into the barrier, and Lennell Janssen went rolling off the circuit 4.5 times in midair before he came down to a very hard landing. Single seaters are tough. They are very, very resilient cars, but you do not want to be locking wheels in them, because it will definitely cause some damage. We know that Jaco Schricks is battling with a bit of an injury as well of his own, so that might be hindering him here slightly in his ability to run with these top 2. Mentioned it in the first heat. Front end has to be sorted for your car to go fast here in Formula Vee. As I say that, Jaco Schricks goes and puts in the fastest lap, 2:07.337. Fastest of everybody on track at the moment is Schricks in 3rd. Closing down on Lennell Janssen, trying to help his teammate out there slightly. Just ease the pressure that Lennell Janssen is applying onto Jaco Schricks at the front end. Onto Kat van der Berg, I beg your pardon, at the front end. So Van der Berg hangs on for now. Into the dog bone again. Bull Securities and Volkswagen Silver Lakes Formula Vee on his tail. Definitely looking a bit more hungry. You can see the pressure being applied a lot more now from Lennell Janssen onto Kat van der Berg, hoping to let him succumb to that pressure, make a mistake somewhere on track. With that, Janssen will pounce. Slipstream now. Is that going to be enough to try and find a way past? Geyer is looking... I think they might have got through there on Sean van der Linde, actually. Could be a change up there, but under braking for the chicane, no change. Head down towards turn 1 again, inside line from Lennell Janssen. Definitely looking more dangerous. Just trying to pick up on that 4th car. It's just ahead of Eric Boyens, or am I just seeing Eric Boyens' car? Maybe just getting the light wrong there on the car in the background. No, it is Boyens ahead of Van der Linde. This has just been the way the sun caught that car the last time I saw it. It looked like it might be Yanni Gea who's moved his way up there. That would be pretty impressive because he's down in 10th place. He's made his way up into the top 5. Top 3 maintaining a massive margin over Eric Boyens. Almost 10 seconds now in the dying light here at Red Star. Inside line from Lendl Janssen. This time could be a change-up. Janssen dives through. Going to force Gert van der Berg wide out of that turn 6. He stays side by side with him, and he'll have the inside line for 7. Just a little nibble from Lendl Janssen. Maybe setting things up for a couple of laps' time. Jacco Schricks is keen. He's now closed down on the 2 of them again. Could there be another change here between those 3 cars? Oh, spinner on the left-hand side as they came into the hairpin. Onto the back straight go the leaders. Into the back straight comes Boyens, Van der Linde. Yeah, it's just the light on that car that caught me out the last time. This time I definitely checked to see whether Eric Boyens was that car, and confirming it was him in 4th. Jacco Schricks now putting wheels on the dirt, trying everything and a bit more to find a way through there on his teammate and on Lendl Janssen. They're down into turn 1 again. Awesome stuff here from these 3. They really are putting on a show of note amongst these guys. And as always, Formula Vee is yet to disappoint at any racetrack we go racing at around the country. Usually a couple more contenders in the fight at the front, about 5 or 6 up to 10 at some point. This time out, it's your top 3. And the cream of the crop has risen here today. Petey Hills has been found wanting, unfortunately. He certainly hasn't got that car sorted here for Red Star Raceway. And he's just ahead of the fight for 11, 12 and 13th place. He's down in 10th spot at the moment. He's behind Gea, behind MD Bester, and behind Theo Vermaak. As I said, if Theo Vermaak came through from the back of the pack up to into what is now 7th place, he's made up 10 positions in these first 5 laps. They're on to lap 6 and into the second half of the race. Van den Berg under much more pressure now than 155, 207, 829. That's why there's such an epic battle here for the top 3 in Formula Vee Race 2. DOE start my car, some dust in the background, looks like somebody might have run wide. Powered by CIM Lubrifuel, of course. We've got really great category here and some superb sponsors that are getting very good value for money from a race action point of view at every single occasion these guys get on track. Schricks with the wheel on the dirt coming out of turn 6. Might have just cost him a little bit of time. Comes back almost instantaneously there into the dog bone. Jacco looking to find a way through on Gert and Lendl up ahead. Not quite there just yet though. Gert van der Berg looking dangerous again. Wants to come back. Boyens is through. He's now pulling slightly away there from Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde trying to answer, but doesn't seem to have it. Carl Watt here for Mark, MD Bester, Petey Hills, and now CF de Toy into 10th place. Hills into single digits. Your reigning champion down in 9th at the moment. Certainly not loving life here at Red Star Raceway this weekend. Cat van der Berg late on the brakes. Tips it in, ooh, running onto the inside of that curb and taking a cone with him. I thought so. Took one of those cones on the inside of that curb. And sends that cone flying in the air out of the exit point of the chicane. Lap 7 done now, 3 to go. Okay, sounds like we're on to our final lap, according to the revision. So it could be the last lap here for these three. It was supposed to be a 10-lapper, but I think with the amount of time available in terms of light here at Red Star Raceway, they may have revised the revision earlier on and gone to an 8-lapper for the second heat. So on to this last lap now. And then Janssen pulls slightly away from the two teammates. Who's going to have what it takes here to win things out from these two? It's Jaco Schricks applying big pressure onto Gat van der Berg. He wants second place. Remember, both Schricks and Lennel Janssen are looking to come back from a big moment at Swartkops. Gat van der Berg back in the car. And definitely looking for a chance now for a win. Second heat still very much up for grabs. Any one of the three can take it. Jakes loses out slightly coming out of the dog bone section. But watch for the slipstream now. Will van der Berg carry the corner speed here through turn 11. Lennel Janssen will go defensive. He'll go inside line all the way down that back straightaway. Not give any room to Gat van der Berg. He'll make him drive around the outside. He holds the inside line all the way through. Little dummy there from Gat van der Berg. He's late on the brakes. Look at the sparks coming off those brakes down into turn number 12. Round the outside. Gat van der Berg inside line. Has he got him? He has. Gat van der Berg. Oh, but Lennel Janssen comes straight back at him on the inside of the exit. Van der Berg runs wide. Lennel Janssen takes it. What a run to the line. Brilliant stuff. Lennel Janssen takes it only just. Look at that. 1/10 of a second between all three cars across the line. 0.177, 0.178 between Lennel Janssen, Gat van der Berg and Jaco Schricks for race 2 here of DOE Formula Vee powered by CIM Fuel. Oh, and a spinner in the closing stages. 113, Jaco Smit spins out again. Oh, what a way to finish the day there for Formula Vee. He's back on track as Smit, he'll go to the line. Drops a little bit further back in the pack though. The rest of the field coming through there to wrap up what has been another spectacular finish to Formula V's. How close do you want it? 0.177, 0.178. That's Lennel Janssen to Gat van der Berg to Jaco Schricks. 0.002 of a second between the three cars across the line for Formula Vee. Brilliant stuff as always. And once again, Smit spins out. He's having a tough finish here in the GZ & Co machine. Right, so 2 races to go. One comes from Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, Class B. They're up next. Well, fortunately, our last two classes have got headlights. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble, because if you watched in the break between the two races here, between Formula Vee and Class B of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, you would certainly know why this track is known as Red Star Raceway. That magnificent sunset shot in the background as we get into the closing stages. But of course, with the sun setting as rapidly as it does mean that we are running out of light here, which is the reason for the change-up in classes B and the Formula V's swapping positions here in the revision of a revised program already. Mussolini looking for another chance to wrap up another victory if he can. Looks like Mo Karodio's got some problems. The Fast 5 motorsport car on the sideline there. Doesn't look like he's even going to make the start grid. Elna Cruiser in second, Hannes Kippers in third, Ross Butt in fourth. Third row of the grid will be Jacques Hayes and Tyler Robinson, Elna Cruiser and Charisse Piazzamusso. Then it'll be Mo Karodio, who's not going to make it to that lineup alongside Tene and Kube. Then you'll have Bevan Williams and Ian Walker. Walker the Stalker will be looking for a chance to come through there if he can. From 12th, he started at the back of the pack and ended in 10th. So a magnificent 13 position made up in the first race there for the Mellow Velo Cycles United car. Srin Rajpaul and Francois Van Zel will be behind him. Then Adrian Drapier and Elio Mussolini. Mitch Kutsia and Chris Davidson. Stelio Nusia starting way back, unfortunately for him. For a lot of work to be done here in a very competitive Class B field. Ahead of Daniel Gami and Martin De Beer, Robbie Kasani and Kashan Naidu. If he's been able to get that car sorted out, will start at the back of the pack. Under starters orders now for race 2. Let's see what happens now on the start. 30 seconds. Turns to 5. 5 turns to the red lights on. Red lights off. It's a great start there from Mussolini this time. He heads down towards turn 1, looking for a chance for a victory here in race 2. Shortened version of race 2. It's supposed to be a 7-lapper. What I've got on the timing monitor at this stage is 10, but they may not have adjusted that just yet with the revision of the program as they head down towards turn number 2. Big maneuvers happening through the pack as well, as you can see. Slowly but surely getting to the front end. Going to be a little bit more difficult to spot these cars now in the dying light, and especially if they come up close and personal like they are and getting those headlights into our cameras. Charisse Piazzamusso had an absolute nightmare of a start. She dropped back down to third last on track there for the Hot 1027 car. But Mussolini leads out. Up into second place there, looks like by this stage it's Hannes Kippers. He's coming through the pack there rapidly. So is Elna Cruiser. Stelio Nusia side by side with Bevan Williams as they come into turn 5. So it's Hannes Kippers in second. Nice start there for the Easy Parts car. Fantastic stuff there from Ross Butt. He's in third as they head down towards the Dogbone section for the first time. Butt's got Kutsia behind him. Looks like up into 5th place at this point. Could be, I think it might be Tanae Kube by the looks of things, or Rajpaul. Stelio Nusias around the outside of Mo Karodia. And now looking to get into the mix there with Kashan Naidu and Bevan Williams. Top 3 heading onto the back straight for the first time. Oh, Mussolini runs very wide onto that back straight, making those Dunlops work double time to get some traction to bring him back onto the circuit. Only just ahead of the dock. So Hannes Kippers, brilliant run there from him on the inside of turn number 11, looking to take the lead here. Under braking, Hannes Kippers on the inside. Can he make it sick? Yes, he can. Skippers hits the front, and he's into the lead. So it's Hannes Skippers in the background. I can hear his supporters going absolutely crazy. Watch for them on the left-hand side of that gantry. Across the line, he leads out. And Class B champion, is hanging on for a possible win now. Or is he? As Mussolini comes back at him. Oh, Pierluigi Mussolini having a phenomenal run in that FSS International car, side by side with the Dane Fern Dental Services machine. They are side by side, wing mirror to wing mirror, heading into turn 3. Skippers inside. Oh, little tag had to come. Little tag there between Hannes Skippers and Mussolini. Skippers now hanging on, only just ahead now of that third place car of Ross Butt. Ross Butt looking to pick up some pieces. He could literally have picked up some pieces of one of the cars. Just trying to see which one has got the battle scar on. I think it might be Mussolini's car that dropped some parts on the sideline there in turn 3. What a run here so far. Hannes Skippers trying to keep out Mussolini. Mussolini gets through and now tries to pull a slight margin. We got Ross Butt ahead of Ethan Kutsia. Jacques Hayes behind them. Hayes now coming into the hazy lights that we've got here in the closing stages of what has been a spectacular regional extreme festival day. Oh, locking up the brakes is Mussolini. He's under pressure and he's starting to feel it in a big way. Shrun Rajpal, Bevan Williams, Tyler Robinson. Making up the top 10 is Tanane Kube and Ian Walker. There is Walker. 77 on the sideline, trying to close down on the 71 of Nkube. Lights ablaze here as they come through the flick to the left-hand side and up into turn 11. Listen to those Dunlops squealing out. Track temperatures have dropped dramatically. Tyre pressures are definitely going to be having to be thought of down in pit lane as our next class are getting ready to go. They're going to have to adjust tyre pressures here big time to get the maximum traction out of these Dunlops that they can. Well, they would have done that heading into this heat for Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. They're going to have to do it for Car Care Clinic, 111, GT Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch. Another lap completed. Look how tight it is. 5 cars in the mix here for the win. Anyone in the top 5 can take it, and fastest of them at the moment is Shrun Rajpal, down in 6th place. Closing the gap down there is Shrun Rajpal. He goes quickest on a 2:18.486. 19s out of the first 3 cars. 18s out of the next 3. So the first 3 cars actually holding up the second 3. Amazing run here. Class B, as always, putting on a show of note. So it is Mussolini hanging on ahead of Skippers, Butt, Kutsia, Hayes, Rajpal. Joining the party is Bevan Williams, and about to get there is Tyler Robinson. Fastest man on track is down in 11th place at the moment, by the way. Karshan Naidu recovering after a nightmare start on lap 1 that saw him pull off the circuit right there in turn 6. It brought out the safety car. They pulled his car out of the harm's way, and that was it. His race was done. He's coming back in a big way here in race number 2. There's a bit of maneuvering here as well, coming from the 114 of Shrun Rajpal. Dove machine looking for a chance now to get through and get up the road to close on these top 3. Ross Butt closing in once again on Dr. Hannes Skippers there in 2nd. 4th place, it's Kutsia. Bringing along for the ride Jacques Hayes. Shrun Rajpal, Bevan Williams have changed places there in the space of this lap. So Rajpal behind Williams, but here he comes, he pulls out in the background, looking for a way past on the man in number 36, Bevan Williams. 5 cars, about to be 6 and 7 and 8. Possibly 8 cars in the train for the win of Class B's second heat. 3 down, 4 to go. Mussolini puts in the hot lap. 1 minute 18 dead there from him. So fastest lap of the race now goes to Mussolini as he starts to open up the margin over Hannes Skippers. Ross Butt being closed down by Ethan Kutsia and Hayes. Feels just Constantine is under braking as they come out of turn 3. Kutsia looking to try and make a plan. Looks like the timing has adjusted the laps there as well. We had 7-lapper planned, and the 7-lapper is now on the cards, on the timing monitor as well now. 3 done and 4 to go. Make it 3.5 as they head down towards turn 6. Still Hunter Skippers hanging on for second place ahead of Ross Butt. If you've got a timing monitor and you can turn it on to Speed Hive, watch how tight things are. If you watch the blue line that gesticulates how much of the lap they've completed, there are 6 blue lines, almost exactly the same, heading across the screen, showing just how close this race action is for Class B. Rushball now in the dub cork machine. Going to try and get just a little bit further up the road there onto the back end of Evan Williams. Bring Tyler Robinson along for the ride and make it a 6-way, possibly 7-way battle for what is going to be 5th place on track. First place at the moment, hanging on and getting away. Mussolini getting the job done. You can see there's just enough margin there for Kutsia to not be involved in that battle for 5th. He's got 4th place, but how much longer can he hang on? Oh, watch out in the right-hand side of the shot there. Some furry rabbits. It's rabbit season out there, Mr. Seward. Don't know if you spotted them, but I definitely did. Well, they've always said that the Golf 1 was the rabbit. These are polos. So maybe these are the hot hares in hot hatch categories like this. Heading down that back straightaway now. Those rabbits better get out the way, because there is a very angry pair of or set of cars on track at the moment, looking to wrap up their race day here at Red Star Raceway. Hunter Skippers hangs on for second. He can't close the gap down on Mussolini. Battle for third, closing in again. Kutsia has once again closed that gap down now on the back end of Ross Butt in the Easy Parts car. JRT Racing there in 4th place with Kutsia behind the wheel. Jacques is behind them. This is a really, really great battle here. Much better than what we saw in the first heat. Certainly a lot closer and very much a battle of note between 6 or 7 cars. You've seen how dramatic a mistake can be. You cannot afford to make any now. So around the outside and into turn 6 they go. All of them using that high and wide line, cutting back onto the left-hand side to get into the right-hander at turn 6. And now into turn 7, the entrance of the dog bone. Nice manoeuvring there from Tyler Robinson. She's closed the gap down onto the back end there of Shrin Rajpal, I should say. Shrin Rajpal there, still in with a chance of a top 5. Got to catch Bevan Williams, got to catch Jacques. They're only just up the road from them. The lead car with no lights on. Everybody else, lights ablaze. Heading onto the back straight. Let's see who's going to have what it takes here on the brakes to possibly spoil the day for their rivals. There's a move from Butt. Just showed a wheel. Nice thing now is, of course, also watch out for the side-on shots of these cars and how hot those brakes are running. Just starting to light up. And a move on the inside. Oh, what a move there. A mistake from Ross Butt opens up the door. Kutsia slams through, and so does Jacques Hayes. They weren't caught napping there. So Kutsia up into a podium position for JRT Racing. He's got Jacques Hayes on his tail. Ace Auto Parts machine there in 4th. Easy Parts car drops down to 5. Into the clutches of Bevan Williams, who's bringing Shrin Rajpal and Tyler Robinson along for the party. Mussolini with a lap and a half to go as he gets down towards turn 6. Second place still Dr. Hunter Skippers, and Ross Butt is now dropped to 5th. So he crossed the line in 3rd. But Ethan Coetzee and Jacques Hayes made him pay for a mistake into turn 1. On the brakes. Here comes Hayes. Late on the brakes. Is it too late? Oh, you're way too late. Never going to stop that car. And a couple of cars running wide. All under braking down into turn 6. Oh, they're all caught out there. Tyler Robinson was caught out, watching the car in front of her. She comes back on track. Just trying to work out who that third car was. Mussolini comes out of the dog bone. And Tyler Robinson has dropped behind Charisse Piazzamusso. That's how far back she had to drop after returning to the circuit, after running wide down at turn 6 under braking. Coetzee has hung on. He stays in third. So there's a couple of changes here. 2:17.8 out of Pierluigi Mussolini. That's an incredible lap time in a Class B Volkswagen Challenge car. Just trying to work out who that other car was that ran wide. Was it Raj Paul? Possibly Tanay Kube. We'll get an indication now as they come across the line to start the final lap. 6 down, 1 to go. And it's Pierluigi Mussolini with about 2.5 seconds ahead of Hannes Schippers. Almost 3. Coetzee, Ross Butt, Jacques Hayes should be the next car, but it won't be because he's run wide and ran off track down in turn 6. Bevan Williams up to 5 now. Jacques Hayes did recover. Looks like he might be up into 6th place even though he ran wide. Tanan Kube, Karshan Naidu, Ian Walker, Charisse Piazzamusso, Tyler Robinson out of the top 10 because of that mistake. It was Rajpal. Shrin Rajpal, also another car caught out under braking into turn 6 on the penultimate lap. Ethan Coetzee, inside line. What a move there from the JLT man. Looking to try and get ahead of the doctor. It is side-by-side race action down towards turn 6. Coetzee's got the inside line. Whirl the doc. Give him a little bit of room. He's going to have to. Coetzee's got that inside line. And Hannes Schippers slots in behind him. That might be perfect timing there from Ethan Coetzee's point of view. Unless Dr. Hannes Schippers can find a way through, which might be on the back straight. Let's keep an eye on that. You can see our cameras battling here in the light. The dying light here making it very difficult to focus on these cars, particularly when their headlights are going straight into the lenses. Let's see if we can keep it all together now for this last lap and 6 more to come from car kick. Oh, is the leader slowing? Yes, he is. Oh, Mussolini slows on the last lap. Pierluigi Mussolini slows up absolutely dramatically, and the first 3 go through on him. So first place now is Ethan Coetzee. Hannes Schippers is going to realize he's got to go for it. Schippers has got to have a go here at Ethan Coetzee down into the final chicane if he wants to win. Is he close enough? It doesn't look like he is. So Ethan Coetzee could be coming for his first victory after that big crash. He's late on the brakes. Down into the final corners. Schippers on his tail. Coetzee looking to win for JLT Racing. He's going to do it. Ethan Coetzee is going to take the victory. Hannes Schippers is going to get second. What a run to the line there for those two. And Ross Butt in third place. Pierluigi Mussolini, what happened? Did he have some kind of issue that's just made that car fall to pieces on the last lap? He's dropped out of the top 10. What a turnaround there. Didn't expect that from Pierluigi Mussolini. He looked like he had it all. There he is, sidelined and distraught. That's definitely not the way that FSS International car should have finished this final heat of Class B. But that's how racing goes. It can be a cruel game. Ethan Coetzee takes the victory ahead of Hannes Schippers, with Ross Butt, Bevan Williams, Jacques Hayes, and Tanay Kube finish up just ahead of them. Ian Walker in 7th. The Cycles United Melavello car finish up the top 7 ahead of Charisse Piazzamusso for Hot 1027. Tyler Robinson in 9th, and Adrian De Beer will make up the top 10. It's Daniel Gami ahead of Elio Mussolini and Stelio Nusias. The Hermione car there coming through there, of course, of Chris Davidson. And it doesn't look like Pierluigi Mussolini He is going to be finishing up. He'll drop down to 15th place. Can you believe that? Possibly even lower as the rest of the pack come to finish up this second heat of Class B Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Stand by. We've got one more race to come your way. Hopefully we've got enough light to take you through the next 6 laps of action from the Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, GT Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch. Just a heads up to our Facebook fans that are watching on Facebook around the world. We are running out of light here at Red Star, but we're also running out of broadcast time that's available on Facebook. So if you do lose the Facebook feed at any stage in this last race, which there is a possibility of happening, please go and join us on our YouTube link on the Two Wheels YouTube page. We'll check out all the final bit of race action. Unfortunately, if we do change over now, we're not going to have enough time to reboot it before the race starts. So we're going to run as long as we can here on Facebook. But if you are watching on Facebook, just a heads up that you may need to go onto Two Wheels TV on YouTube to watch the final bit of race action here from Red Star Raceway. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. So all I'm going to say to you is good luck for this one. This is Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, GD Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch all combined for your final 6 laps of race action here from Red Star Raceway. And as you can see, well, if you can see, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to try and pick up on these cars in this very low light that we've got here for the final 6 laps of action. One car that hasn't been to Car Care Clinic is possibly that Pragma Polo of Kobus Brits. His headlights not working. It could be a bit of a problem for him, and the COC might be keeping an eye on him because they are supposed to have working headlights on these cars. Whether or not that's going to be a problem, we'll wait and see. They're going to line up in formation of George Economides and Leonard Archer on the front row. Economides in the Martini Racing and Wealth Avenue Golf 1. Johan van Heerden and Adrian Dalton will be the second row ahead of Piet Potgieter, Francois Henning, and Francis Aldrich ahead of Charles Veyers, Luke Dalton and Luigi Ferro, Roland Hopkins alongside Darren Gunnison, Andre De Lange will be alongside Michael Grobler, and then Quintus Viljoen and Seton Naidu will be just ahead of the last 2 rows made up of Mighty Mfana, Seton Naidu, and of course Didi Machila and Yorick Smith. It's a rolling start, so they'll do the shortened version of Red Star Raceway for the rolling start. And as that Toyota 86 makes its way off the circuit, Economides will take up that responsibility of the pole man to lead them across the line for the next 6 laps of action. A couple of these drivers have been involved at this track in conditions of a similar nature. There is a 24-hour, of course, that runs here at Red Star Raceway. So night conditions for some of these drivers will be pretty much a variable that they've played with before. There are a couple of drivers who've also been involved in these classes that have raced at Swartkops, Kyle Army, and at Pekisa in Dying Light. I can remember one of the Pekisa 200s that ran very late in the day and into the night. That yours truly was behind the wheel of my G&H Transport Monster Energy Mini, where it went into the dark. It just changes up the variables big time. You've got guys who can cope with darker and less light conditions is probably the better way to put it. It's not quite dark yet. It's a lessened light condition right now. We're about to go dark. There's still a little bit of ambient light around the circuit, but there's definitely some man-made light, as you can see here on the start line. And that's going to help us, especially when the cars come across the grid. But down in the dog bowl, and of course down at the bottom end of the circuit, going to be very difficult to try and spot cars. But needless to say, we're going racing. Once again, a reminder to our Facebook fans, if you're watching on the Voice of Choice here on Extreme Festival, on BMW M Performance Racing Parts, or on any of the other channels that are broadcasting our Facebook feed, we are going to lose that Facebook feed in a couple of minutes' time. And we ask you to just jump across to YouTube to watch the last couple of laps of race action here from Red Star Raceway. Unfortunately, Facebook only gives you X amount of time. I think it's about 8 hours of broadcast time for a production that we've done today. And with all of the stoppages and the changes in program and all of the running late into the night, it means that our broadcast time is going to come to an end before we can finish up the day's racing. We might just get through, but it's highly unlikely. Right, the start man has got the start procedure done for the warm-up lap. They're going to form up behind that Toyota 86 and do the rolling start, as always, for Car Care Clinic, 111 and GD Sports and Saloons. SuperHatch, of course, are not used to starting with a rolling start, other than at the Pekisa 200. So they'll be in the mix here amongst competitors that do a standard rolling start. Yeah, that's going to be fun to try and call down into turn 1. That camera angle making it exceptionally difficult to try and spot anybody. So as our lead cars come into turn 3, the lights on top of the Toyota are pretty much easy to spot. Then you've got Economides with no lights, Kubis Brits with no lights, Adrian Dalton has lights, so does Piet Potgieter. Just running through the field. Dave Peterson, I can tell you there's a couple of cars out there that may need a car care clinic visit to your car care clinic branch, bud, to sort out their headlights. Right, so they bring them under starter's orders. I hope you heard that, Dave. I said a couple of cars that need to go to car care clinic to get their headlights sorted out. Alrighty. So that 86 turns its roof lights off. And it'll be George Economides with no lights on the car to dictate the pace as they start the final bit of race action here from Red Star Raceway. Yep, the moon is up. That's the time we go racing. Moonlight racing here at Red Star Raceway. We saw why it's called Red Star a little bit earlier on. And the moon's out now for the final bit of race action as they head down towards turn 1. Couple of cars not quite getting the start they wanted as they head down. Francis Aldrich, I think, just battled off the line there slightly. Yorick Smith, 4th last as they head down towards turn number 1 for the first time. He's just ahead there of Didi Machila. Trying to get up on the inside there of the 14 car. And you can see it's going to be a bit of a fight on there between them. Oh, kind of expected. Big crash down out of turn 2 into turn 3. Cars going left, right, and center, trying to avoid each other. I can't even tell you who's involved in the crash. There's so much dust. Piet Potgieter is one of them. He's come back on track. So I think it might be, yeah, it's the Repsol car. So Francois Henning also getting involved in that shunt. He drops right to the back of the pack. Looks like everybody's been able to get back onto the circuit. But definitely some issues out there that will now have to be sorted out to try and spot these cars. Very difficult, as you can see. And as they head down the short straight, let's see if they can keep it all together just for a couple more laps. Come on, guys. Get us through this. We cannot afford to have a safety car. Well, there you go. Our live stream on Facebook has gone down, and we now try and hang on to what's happening on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube and you stuck with us, thanks so much for the support, guys. Really much appreciated. The action has been very good here this weekend. And of course, Red Star Raceway always produces some great race action, as always. But now we are going to be watching it purely on YouTube for the last 6 laps of race action. Fortunately, we got the crash before we went down. Right, so yeah, out front, that looks like a set of headlights. And could be leading this race. There's a car with headlights off, which is going to be very difficult to spot in these last bits and pieces of race 2 of the combined classes here. SuperHatch, 111, and GD Sports and Saloons. Red flag! Red flag has been called. I think they may call this race day, to be honest. I think it's too dark, and force majeure might come into play here. That might not be a bad call. So the red flag is frantically waving. The first car, don't stop. Don't stop, Andre de Lange. Don't stop, Andre de Lange. Everybody's slowing up there and seeing the red flag. And I'm not quite sure if they're supposed to stop when they see the red flag. Yes, they're supposed to stop at the line, but if the red flag is only at the line, it means you should still complete another lap. So it looks like there were a couple more cars involved in that shunt than what we actually realized, because the first car to come to the line was Andre de Lange. So the cars with headlights would have seen the red flag. If you don't have headlights, it's going to make it very difficult to spot any flags on track. And now we're going to have to wait and see what the call is from the COC. There's a very good possibility that this race day may be called here. I'm not going to say it right now, but in terms of safety, I'm not sure if it's a safe racetrack to be on with cars that have got lights and some that don't. So they've got them rolling around on the short circuit to come and line up on the grid. And then I'm sure a decision is going to be made here. Whether or not we go racing or not, I don't think it's going to be happening, to be honest, from my side. I can see a couple of guys that have even made the decision on their own. They're pulling into pit lane saying, nah, out here at Red Star Raceway without lights is not the best place to be. There are a few cars that would love to go racing, and I'm not saying that we don't want to stop them from going racing, but that's not our call to make here on the production. That is a race control call. And we stand by to see exactly what that call is going to be. We've had some spectacular race action here today, though, there's no doubt about it. Certainly enjoyed all of your support from the sideline, so thank you for that. And please make sure that you do pass this on to, of course, your friends and fans and family all around the world so they can watch it. Remember, you can go onto Facebook, you can go onto YouTube and re-watch all of the race events anytime you want to. That's the beauty of doing a live stream on a social media platform like this. Just a heads up for you guys, if you are two-wheeled fans and you want to see some more two-wheeled race action tomorrow at Swartkops, that's the place to be. We've got Brunch Run and Thunderbikes that will be making their way. Red flag being called there, and I think that means end of the race. They are going to pull these cars into pit lane. So two marshals making their way down the grid just to tell the drivers that it's a possibility of the race being called. As I said, tomorrow, Brunch Run and Thunderbikes at Swartkops. Next weekend here at Red Star Raceway, there's some action too if you are in the area. Don't forget that in 2 weeks' time, we go to Samola for the hill climb. And then the 20th of May at Swartkops, Extreme Festival National Championship action. That is where you want to be. And make sure that you do not miss out on any of that National Championship action. That'll be at the Arena of Motorsport Swartkops International Raceway on the 19th and 20th of May. Regional Extreme Festival heads to Pekisa on the 27th of May, the week after. And that's for the Pekisa 200. That's where all of these cars will be back in action. Looking forward to their next round of the championship. And then, of course, the 17th of June. Make sure you are in PE at the Aldo Scribanti circuit for the third round of National Championship Extreme Festival. Regionals make their way back to Swartkops again on the 24th of June. So there's lots of race action coming away over the next 3 months here in South Africa. And we'll wait and see exactly what the call is, but I would say those cars rolling around the circuit are going to be pulling into pit lane. And that could potentially wrap up our day here, Paul, by the looks of it. So, as always, from our side, the Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds team, just want to say a massive thanks to our camera crew, Scotty Seaward and Paul Bedford, for the direction and race production today. Dave Peterson and his crew outside for all of our camera angles that we got from a drone point of view as well as around the track. And for all the competitors and sponsors involved in these categories today, we do appreciate you guys having us as part of your team to bring you all the race action here from Red Star Raceway and the Regional Extreme Festival. The marshals and medics for all their input, race control for a tough day in the saddle, keeping us safe and getting us to the end of the day. And from our side, And from our side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, thank you so much for your support on all of our social media platforms. We'll see you at the next event. Take care then. Bye-bye now.